Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. This is the April 14, 2026 meeting of the New Mexico Water Quality Control Commission. I am your MC, Bill Brancard, and I'm a little distressed that we're divided between boys and girls here, but all right, we'll have to go with it. So why don't we, in tradition, do a roll call?
All right.
Lopez will be doing that today.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Commissioner Bayless, are you present?
Present.
Commissioner, Chair Brinker.
Present.
Commissioner Shakaling.
Here.
Commissioner Chapman.
Present.
Commissioner Linger.
Present.
Commissioner Fry.
Present.
Commissioner McWilliams.
She said she was not coming.
Okay,
The record caller.
thank you. Commissioner Sloan.
Yo.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Behill.
Here.
Commissioner Laney.
Present.
And Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Thank you. Quorum is present.
Thank you. Okay. Why don't we start with the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Commissioner Sloan has moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. All right. We'll do a roll. I'm sorry. We'll do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I say it passed. Okay. Item number 3, approval of March 10, 2026 regular meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Wow.
Oh, actually, I should abstain from the minutes because I was not here at the last meeting.
Okay. Excellent. Commissioner Anderson abstains. Are we waiting for Mr. Armstrong? Running late. Okay, so well, good. Then I'll use this as an opportunity. I wanted to just talk about upcoming meetings, and I was afraid that when we got to the end of this meeting today, everyone would bolt out the door and wouldn't have a chance to talk about it. But our dedicated and diligent contract hearing officer has established a whole series of meeting dates for us, and I wanted to sort of go through them with the commissioners here so that we're all aware of what's coming up in the next actually a number of months here. Okay. So next meeting, May 12, we have 2 hearings scheduled, so that likely might be a full day for that. Okay. Then in June, the hearing officer has scheduled the surface water hearing regulations for 9 days. And I believe it's June 8 to 18. Okay. There are pre-hearing orders in the docketing that you can look at to follow all this. I'm assuming that there will be post-hearing comments, possibly a hearing officer's report. The deliberation on that, maybe June, more likely August, for deliberation on the surface water hearing, and that may be optimistic. And then September, we have the triennial review, 25-75. That is scheduled for 4 days in late September through early October. Again, if tradition holds with triennial reviews, there will be post-hearing comments and then deliberation later, perhaps in November. Okay. And as we'll see today, we have a couple other items that are maybe headed to hearings. I'm not sure. We'll find out. So just want to make everybody aware because we're pretty booked and, forget about vacations. Sorry. September 28th to October 1st. That's a little optimistic for a triennial review, but it may not be a very complicated triennial review this year.
Chair Branford. What are the two hearings in May?
It's 2435, which is a compliance order issued to the city of Santa Fe. And then it's 2557, which is Fox and Company, I think, challenging an abatement action. And they're, according to the hearing officer, they're both ready to go for hearing. Santa Fe one's been around for a while, but I think they're ready to go now. So. Any word on Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong, are you with us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am.
Great. We have you scheduled to give us an update on the 2026 legislative session and any impact on the commission or water quality in general, I guess. Are you prepared to do that?
I am, and my understanding is State Engineer Anderson is in the room also to speak to her agency's perspective.
Excellent. So if you want to go ahead, Mr. Armstrong, we'd appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologies for not being in the room this morning. I'm sitting in, or sitting on the side of I-25 with stalled traffic next to me. Happy to be here this morning, and apologies for not being able to be there today. Again, we are here to discuss just a legislative session update from the 2026 session. Like you said, Mr. Chair, on really all things water is what I prepared. So moving to slide 2, the outline there is of the 50-year water action plan.
Do we have Mr. Armstrong?
I just emailed them to you.
Ah, there they are. They're up. Okay. Thank you. Perfect.
Fantastic.
Slide
Thank you,
2.
Ben. You're wonderful.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. We're on slide number 2.
Wonderful. So yeah, slide 2 shows an outline of Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham's 50-year water action plan. All of you are, I think, aware of all the work that went into that document. Obviously, we know New Mexico's water situation is dire, but with the 2022 leap ahead analysis from experts across New Mexico's research institutions and other entities, forecast a 25% decline in water resources over the next 50 years. Given that outlook and the resulting 750,000 acre feet per year gap between supply, that forecasted supply, and the projected demand, the governor and the administration set out to identify how to bridge it. That started with the Water Policy and Infrastructure Task Force that some of you all participated in, that made some big picture and also actionable recommendations. Early in 2024, the governor released this 50-year water action plan, building on those previous 2 efforts that I just outlined. The action plan says to bridge that gap that I just described, we need to focus on a few things. We need to conserve the water that we do have. We need to develop new water supplies and take kind of an all of the above approach to what we are looking at to put to use to meet our water needs in New Mexico. And also the need to protect our limited water supplies gets more important with the less water we have. So that is the third leg of that stool, the water protection part of it. So moving to slide 3, what have we been doing as a state to advance these things? And so on the first leg of the stool, conservation and infrastructure, you can see the table here, the two columns here present the amount of appropriations that the legislature has provided in both the 2025 session and then the most recent 2026 session. This year, there was another $100 million for the Water Project Fund, investments in Indian water rights settlements, to NMED's Construction Programs Bureau, and that's not including all of the capital outlay that was also signed to fund water projects. Apologies. Just bear with me for one moment. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find my notes. State Engineer Anderson, while I'm doing that, do you have anything you want to say on this slide? I know you all focus a lot on Indian water rights settlements, and also
Yeah, I'm happy
the
to.
second item on this list.
When it comes to the items on this list that really are directly focused on what the Office of the State Engineer is working on, I think, like Jonas said, the Indian water rights settlements is a big area of focus. The funding that we're working to recruit to fund the federal settlements, that will bring in over $3 billion worth of funding for those settlements is about $240 million. And year over year, the legislature has continued to put money into that fund. This year, we received 15 million into that fund. Last year, we received 25 million. I believe the year before that, we received 20. So we're working our way up towards that $240 million. And what's great about this funding is that we can get it out there on the ground now. It's being funded it's funding the non-tribal portions of those settlements. And there's a lot of projects that are underway right now with that funding. So we're excited to see another 15 million coming into that to fund that type of work with this past session. Also with the 10 million for ag water conservation projects, again, like Jonas said, we have 25% less water coming into our systems, and we're really having to. You're seeing this year more than ever. The hydrology this year has been horrible. We thought last year was bad, and this year is worse. So the amount of water that we have in our mountains, the snowpack is nearly depleted at this point. A lot of places have already seen their peak stream flow, weeks in advance of when we would typically see that, if not months. We're expecting a lot of shortage sharing to be occurring this summer. Those projects to support ag conservation are really critical. The farmers see this more directly than anyone, I think, and the Sakyas. So I think that making sure that we're supporting those different participants within the state, those different constituents, is really critical, and it's exciting to see that funding coming forth. I think it makes a big impact for the community members and for our water systems. And then the 2.5 million for water planning and education is something I'm particularly excited about. We need to be out there telling more people about the water issues in the state, and we need to be able to speak to them in a way that they're going to understand broadly. So we're doing a lot of work right now on a water outreach campaign and education, and I think you'll be seeing more of that coming out soon. Jonas, are you wanting to add more to this slide?
I do just have one thing I want to focus on. Sorry, and thanks for covering those points. There's the point here that I made about the $10.75 million for NMED's Construction Programs Bureau, and that's to support our rural infrastructure program. Primarily, that program, and it's for our Clean Water State Revolving Fund match. So the rural infrastructure program right now is available for communities across the state for both grants and loans up to $2 million per entity per year. We are using that funding source to really attack one specific goal in the governor's 50-year water action plan, and that's reducing leaks in our public water systems. We're doing that through a effort where we use satellite imagery and sensors to detect near surface groundwater, to then overlay that data with a map of a public water system, and then ground truth those points of interest. We piloted this project with 5 systems last year in 2025 and identified dozens of leaks, and I think a shocking number or a shocking volume of leaks. From the leaks we found, there was 127 million gallons per year based on the per minute flow that we observed. That's almost 400 acre feet just of treated drinking water going into the ground, and systems losing that revenue, and New Mexico losing that water resource. So we are looking forward to continuing that work to broaden that project to more communities across the state. We've had nearly 50 sign up so far, so we're eager to keep moving that one forward. That's what I have for this slide, and I'd like to move on to slide 3 now, or 4 now. Thank you. On this slide, you'll see how we're targeting those new water resources and that all of the above approach that I mentioned earlier. The governor and the legislature appropriated another $35 million this year for the strategic water supply. That's where we, through the state engineer and the environment department, seek proposals for both grant and contract opportunities to develop brackish water resources. We awarded 7 grants late last year, and we're working to finalize the contracts and be ready to announce those hopefully next week. That was with a $40 million appropriation last year, and this $35 million supplements that and allows us to go out looking for new projects to develop that underutilized resource here in New Mexico. We were eager about that because the applications that we saw for the strategic water supply last year well exceeded the available funding. Like I said, it was $40 million available, and we had, I think, nearly $130 million in proposals. So we are also working with that effort and the Bureau of Geology at New Mexico Tech to keep moving on their aquifer monitoring and mapping. I'm sure Commissioner Fry, if she's there, could maybe speak to that. I'm not putting her on the spot at all, but I know that the Bureau is doing a lot of good work. And we also are working with NMSU. They are not only supporting us on strategic water supply projects, but continuing to receive research investment for desalination, reuse, and improved water management. So we are looking to maximize the water resources in New Mexico that we can use to bridge that gap that I described earlier. Moving on to, sorry, the state engineer, did you have anything you wanted to add on that slide 4?
No, I would just add that what I really appreciate about the 50-year water action plan is that it really allows agencies to work collaboratively and share with shared goals, because so many of these goals are shared between agencies. And I think that the water quality aspect is a big piece that we share with NMED when it turns to, water quality and water quantity. And the aquifer monitoring and mapping work that New Mexico Tech is doing is just so critical for us to understand what those groundwater resources are within the state. I think we're all needing to be hyper focused on groundwater more than ever, and so that's a big focus for our agency as well. Thanks. Go ahead, Jonas.
Yeah, moving to slide 5. Here's where we talk about what we've been doing on water protection and restoration or cleanup. So you'll see in 2025, right, there was funding across the board for a range of different types of contamination, from generally contaminated sites, which includes uranium, and neglected sites, and then Superfund sites and PFAS also. Protecting our water resources is, like I said earlier, an absolute necessary part of the governor's 50-year water action plan. The cleanup funding, both last year and this year, for neglected contaminated sites targets locations that we have known about or we are finding out about groundwater contamination, but there is not an immediately identifiable responsible party, and there is still a threat to groundwater and public health. So the legislature has decided to support the governor's priority of addressing those sites and also going after the responsible parties that we can find to pay back for any cleanup work that we do. This includes a lot of the uranium sites that exist, especially in northwest New Mexico. We actually started our first uranium cleanup site just this year through the state's new uranium cleanup program. That is. You'll see funding in this area for not just cleanup, but also preservation and restoration through watershed health and resilience for wildfire and droughts. And you'll see funding that was appropriated both, or you don't see it on last year's because it was extended. It wasn't a new appropriation last year, but you see on the last bullet under 2026 on this slide, the $1.5 million for surface water permitting program. That's not new legislation this year, but in 2025, and as Commissioner Brankard discussed a little bit, or Chairman Brankard discussed a little bit earlier, we are continuing to work on advancing NMED's surface water permitting program and received an additional appropriation this year to do just that. So moving on to slide 6.
Thanks, Jonas. Okay, so for the, I'll take this slide here on the water education, conservation, and delivery. There's a lot of work being done right now surrounding regional planning. I'm excited to see the rulemaking complete and working through the guidelines right now with our staff. But I think that that's going to be an excellent way to bring communities together to solve some of our bigger water problems and find shared solutions and get people talking. Because in times of shortage more than ever, we're having to get creative, and we're really needing people to work together to craft these solutions on the ground and locally with communities. So the regional planning efforts that we've received funding for through the legislature have been really appreciated, and the broad support for that legislation that's enabled us to go through this rulemaking and re-envisioning of regional planning. The 13 million we received for strategic water reserve is exciting because that work can really be supportive of lots of different of needs in the system, including providing, environmental flows for environmental support and compact deliveries. There was the legislation for the strategic water reserve increased the authorization last year to also consider aquifer recharge. And it's exciting to see where that's going. There's a lot of opportunities for that in the state that we see, and more funding for strategic water reserve would be incredibly helpful in the future. But we're grateful for what we received this past session. Also, a big emphasis for our agency is the surface and groundwater metering. We've been receiving funding year over year to increase metering throughout the state. We're about to do a metering order in the Middle Rio Grande that you'll see sometime this year, but we really can't administer water without measuring it. So the more we have meters out there, the more efficiently people can use the water, and more effectively we can help them share it and make sure that we meet the requirements that we have in our systems to effectively use the limited water that we have here in our state. The Elephant Butte Delta Channel improvements, that's another year over year activity, but I think I've never appreciated the issues we have with sediment more in this state than in the role that I serve in right now, because sedimentation is just, it makes it very difficult to convey water through our river systems. And every year we're having to dig a channel just to get water into Elephant Butte Reservoir to meet compact deliveries. So that's work that the Interstate Stream Commission does every single year. But we also see a lot of channel issues with sediment plugs coming off of burn scars and severely impacting how our waterways work. So we're looking very closely at the conveyance issues on the Rio Grande in particular, working on a large project called the Lower Santa Casia Reach Improvements Project with the Bureau of Reclamation to move water more efficiently between Albuquerque area and Elephant Butte. And I think what you'll see every year, we see drying in the river. When we have really low supplies like we do this year, you're going to see even more drying in the river. So there's a lot of people working together to improve that situation, both with administration of water rights and with conveyance improvements. I think are the big issues we're really focusing on in our agency. There's also $1 million for Ute Reservoir improvements, which serves a lot of needs there. Downstream of Ute Reservoir, we're working on the functionality of the dam operations there. And for the $2.5 million to implement the governor's 50-year water action plan and the Water Security Planning Act, again, that goes back towards regional planning and implementation of the 50-year water action plan. A big focus for me and our agency is modernization. We're working really hard to get people the tools that they need to be able to more efficiently do the work that we need to do here in the state. That kind of goes back to the Water Data Act and really giving a voice to why we need the data accessible for people. Like, to me, that goes all the way back to digitizing paper water rights and getting data into databases that function. We're working really hard to modernize the waters database right now, going through a process to look more broadly at what we could be doing with that system to be able to use it both for just reporting out water rights and communicating with the public, but also administering water rights and helping our staff use their time more efficiently. So you'll start to see more of that, I think, coming out of our agency with improvements to our website. We're trying to do more automation of data. So hopefully we'll start to have some applications that you can interact with online. A lot of work going on in the modernization area with our agency, and the funding that we've received from the legislature has been incredibly helpful and supportive of that. I also think it's important to just take a step back from all these numbers that we're presenting to you and say that more broadly, looking at all of the support that we received from the legislature in support of the 50-year water action plan. This past session, we received over $290 million towards implementation of the 50-year water action plan. And I think just looking at how the legislature and the governor's office are supporting water in the state, we're experiencing really hard times right now with water shortages, but it's also putting a highlight on the issues that we have with water anyways, and helping us to rally around those and do some things that we all know we need to do. So with that, I think, let's see, can we move to the next slide? And I think this one goes back to Jonas.
Thanks, State Engineer. This slide is not an NMED specific slide, but it's an important bill for New Mexico and for advancing our water infrastructure. The Water Project Fund is through the New Mexico Finance Authority, through the Water Trust Board, and many of you may know that they fund on a competitive basis water and wastewater infrastructure for communities across the state that might not otherwise be able to afford those projects. They do that through grants and loans. And you saw on a previous slide that the legislature provided $200 million for the Water Project Fund in 2025 and another $100 million this year. So it's an important way for the state to, like I said, competitively vet projects and award funding to those who might not otherwise be able to afford them. So this bill tries to streamline that process because on an annual basis, the Water Trust Board not only reviews and scores projects, but they then approve projects and propose them to the legislature, who has to authorize them each legislative session to move forward. What this bill does is two things. It codifies in statute some of the scoring system that Water Trust Board uses to make their determinations. That also, this third bullet on the slide is key. It allows funding without that legislative authorization through 2029. So that's how it streamlines the process, right? Without having to go to the legislature once a year, the Water Trust Board will have more flexibility to make these project funding decisions. So that's an effort that the authority had been working on that was supported last interim by the NMFA Oversight Committee at the legislature. And I know a number of folks were excited to see that move forward. And we work really closely with the Water Trust Board. A number of the agencies represented on the Water Quality Control Commission also are on the Water Trust Board. So I think there's a high level of familiarity with that process and the importance of unlocking it a little bit. So that's what we have on that one. And then I will pass it back to the state engineer for the next slide.
Thanks, Jonas. I'll just add also for the Water Trust Board funding, the Water Projects Fund, that was an incredible, the willingness of the legislature to turn over that that approval process, and in the interest of making the funding move through the system to communities faster, was very gracious. And I think it's important to realize that the reason for that was to get funding out to communities faster. The legislature and the governor really want to move that funding out to projects, and it's exciting to see all of the work that's being done to support our water and wastewater system. So I just want to thank the legislature for that legislation and NMED support and NMFA support in getting that through. For this House Bill 111, the water enforcement bill, this was something near and dear to my heart. We've been working on getting this bill through for a number of years now. This modernizes our enforcement authority to deter illegal water use in the state. And previous to this bill, the fines that would be authorized by our agency and the authority that we had was established in 1907, before we were even a state. I always hear a bunch of people laughing when I say that, because it's like, are you serious? But our previous fine was $100 per day, and that wouldn't kick in until the day that the hearings officer told someone that they were guilty. So we'd go out in the field and we'd give someone a notice of violation, and they wouldn't stop. They didn't have any reason to stop. And so now we actually have the authority to give someone a notice of violation, and the new maximum penalty is $3,400 per day, which is taking that $100 per day and then bringing it up with inflation to today's dollars. There's no inflation provision added into this bill. The legislature wanted to retain that authority, which I can appreciate. And so we have this maximum penalty that I think is now going to be much more meaningful. So if you decide that you want to illegally divert, if you're going to throw a pump in the river and you're just going to start pumping and using that water without a permit or without an appropriate permit, then we can issue a notice of violation, and that fine starts accruing the day that we issue it. And from that point forward, once the hearings officer finds you guilty, then we're going to say, okay, now you get to pay this fine. So it's just much more meaningful. I think in terms of how we administer water here in New Mexico, we have very good authorities to administer in the state. We have a good system for permitting and thoughtful water use in New Mexico. And I think we're well ahead of the game compared to some states. And this just means this new legislation makes it that much more tangible for us to really work with people and preserve the water rights and the water for the systems and the legal water users that rely on those. So we really appreciate the broad support that we received for this legislation. It was bipartisan, and we had really excellent support from across the legislature and all of the interest groups, there were very few people opposed to this legislation, I'll have to say. So it was exciting. It was very cool to see, Senate Pro Tem Mimi Stewart up there with Senator Townsend, both speaking for the same bill. And, broadly, everyone, I think, supports water issues in the state. And we all realize how important it is for us to protect those resources broadly. That's all I have for this slide. And I think this is our last one. So we'd just like to thank you for your time and stand for any questions.
Yeah, and I do just standing here, sorry, I do have just one closing or set of closing remarks. Yeah, thank you all for bearing with me and apologies for not being there. We covered a lot in these slides, and Chairman Brankard, previewed my notes here a little bit, just on all the other topics from NMED. They're going to come to the Water Quality Control Commission this year and in the near future. Obviously, surface water permitting and the triennial review. We are also hoping to eventually bring some direct and indirect potable reuse rules and some groundwater discharge permit fee increases, which are long overdue. We have the Clean Water State Revolving Fund that I mentioned earlier that we will probably be increasing the interest rate on after some conversations with EPA. Still below market and a fantastic deal for any community, but more than the 0.01% interest that we're currently offering. So we're going to try to both encourage folks to take up that funding resource, but also give everybody a heads up that rate increase will be coming. And then finally, not a secret to anybody, produced water reuse is on the radar also. And I'll just take this opportunity to say that, NMED is interested in advancing that conversation. I don't think it's a secret to anybody that it's a priority and has been a priority since the start of this administration, since the legislature almost unanimously passed the Produced Water Act, that we've been looking, like I said, at an all of the above approach to water resources to bridge our long-term gap. We want to make sure that's done safely and responsibly, and agree that needs to be, that conversation needs to happen. We had a bill during the legislative session that's not in these slides because it didn't pass, but while we're talking about the legislative session, I'll touch on this before I close. That bill proposed to require the commission to adopt rules on produced water reuse by the end of this calendar year. During the hearings on that bill, I spoke to the committee and emphasized, like I just did, that the Environment Department, the administration strongly supports finding safe pathways to reuse for treated produced water. That timeline of end of calendar year 2026 to make a decision for the commission and have the hearing all wrapped up, we did say at that point was a little bit aggressive. So the committee did vote that bill down. That was House Bill 207, if anybody is interested in taking a look at it. But that was another specific WQCC piece of legislation that was up this year. So with that, appreciate everybody's time and patience with me doing this virtually, and I will happily stand for questions. And then once we wrap that up, finish my drive up there and see you all in person. Thanks.
Thank you, Armstrong, Engineer Anderson, and I will open it up to the commissioners for any questions or comments. Boys? Sure.
So I'm just curious. I mean, so we have the scheduled hearings, the main one being the surface water hearing. With everything that was presented, are there other things coming through the pipes that we should expect to see?
Thanks for that question. So I mentioned a couple other things at the end there from NMED. I think everything on that list has been uh, initiated in front of the commission other than the groundwater permit fee increase and the um, eh, direct and indirect potable reuse rules. We do anticipate filing a petition on the groundwater permit fee increase sometime this calendar year. I'm less certain about our capacity to get to the direct and indirect potable reuse.
Any other questions? I guess the question I have, Megan, is if anybody else in the environment department is on the call with the effort for brackish water, is there any need for the commission to be doing any specific regulations about brackish water, or can that all be handled under existing regulatory scheme?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Our plan is to just address it under existing regulatory schemes. We, care about what comes out at the end of the pipe, and have existing standards in place that we believe are applicable and cover anything we might be concerned about with brackish water.
Excellent. Thank you. Any further questions?
I have one. One of the things that it doesn't really concern me, but I note that there are in the appropriations, there are fairly large one-time appropriations for issues that don't continue for subsequent years. So I'm looking at slide 5, talks about $3 million to address PFAS contamination, but there's nothing about PFAS contamination in 2026. In slide 4, there's $2 million for the Water Data Act, but nothing in 2026. And so I guess I would ask the two agencies, are you concerned about continuity of this funding?
I think so, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Thompson. I think some of that discrepancy on the slides is how the appropriations were written. Like on the PFAS one, there was in 2025 a specific appropriation for NMED to help address PFAS contamination in private wells. We have an appropriation this year that we plan to use some of it for that purpose, but the language isn't specifically for PFAS. It's for drinking water supports, including testing and treatment for private wells. So that one, there's ongoing concerns about PFAS contamination in Santa Fe County and Curry County, and we're even finding it in the testing we're doing in the rural areas of the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon burn scar. So we know people are going to continue asking for that, and we will work with the funding that we have to make that available for primarily private well testing and treatment. We also have been able to secure funding from the Department of Finance and Administration. They have received emergency funds from the legislature, and when we were running out of our the PFAS funding that I mentioned for this current fiscal year that we received in the 2025 session, we were able to apply to DFA for another $500,000 to keep signing people up and keep offering that testing in the burn scar area. So good question, and sorry for the long answer, but I think some of it's to do with that, how the appropriations are written. To your other question of am I concerned about use of one-time appropriations for long-term things, I think that as long as we are getting, the directive from the legislature that they are more comfortable with one-time funding, given the uncertain revenue outlooks, then that's how we are going to kind of target our requests. It does not mean that there's not a base funding need for a lot of this stuff. We would love to see a base funding increase for the surface water permitting program, for the groundwater permitting program, to support our drinking water systems with more technical assistance and regionalization support. Um, but right now, the guidance we've gotten is funding is more reliable or is uncertain, and so they're more willing to make these 1 year or 2 year commitments versus base increases.
And Mr. Chair, I'll add to that. Agree with what Jonas said. I think that what you don't see on these slides is also the funding for staffing and generally just appropriate pay for staffing. What we sometimes struggle with, often struggle with, is just not having enough people to administer the funds. So, and that's something that requires, a year over year appropriation in an operating budget. So, funding for people and space and appropriate salaries continues to be a focus.
Thank you for that, Cindy. That reminds me to emphasize that yes, while base increases are important, that's not to say we haven't received base increases. And so we did at the Environment Department receive a large infusion a couple fiscal years ago that allowed us to offer more competitive salaries, and has really allowed us to increase and stabilize our staffing levels. When I started at the department almost 4 years ago, we had about 500 filled FTE. Now we have, I believe, 670. So the increased base funding to support those salaries and those positions has been a huge part of it. And I think our LFC analysts would be disappointed if I didn't know, because they remind us pretty regularly. I think under this administration, the Environment Department has received almost a tripling of its base general fund budget from about 10 million to over 30 million. So that's all that's not to say that we haven't received base budget increases. Thank you.
And to add to that, thank you for highlighting that, Jonas. OSC did not receive that level of funding. So I think that's still a gap there to be filled, but it's, across the board. I think the legislature's support for water and water issues has been great. And we just continue to work towards filling different gaps, but the critical area of need is supporting staff in all the agencies.
Thank you. All right. If there's no other comments or questions, I want to thank Mr. Armstrong, Engineer Henderson, for the presentation. It's very helpful. It's really good that we did that, and I hope we do that in future years also. So, all right, with that, I'd like to move on to there are no objections to the next item on the agenda. And that's item number 5, WQCC 26-19, in the matter of petition for review of abatement action, Ritter Investments LLC. And this is simply a status conference to figure out if we're going to have a hearing soon or what's going on. And do we have an entry of appearance for Ritter Investments?
Yes, good morning, Commissioner. My name is Elizabeth Reitzel. I'm counsel on behalf of Ritter Investments, LLC.
Thank you. The Environment Department I don't know if you've entered an appearance yet in this case, but there's someone here from the Environment Department General Counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Andrew Knight. I'm with the New Mexico Environment Department and representing them in this matter.
Thank you. So at this point, we're just mainly concerned about where we're headed on this case and whether we need to be scheduling a hearing within the 90-day deadline, or the parties are negotiating, or the parties would like to waive the 90-day deadline. So that's where we're at. And as you probably heard, we're kind of stacked up with hearings here, so we'd like to find out.
Yes, we did confer just before this conference, and it sounds like the parties would benefit from getting the hearing date set, but we're definitely open to settlement discussions, and we'll pursue those and let the commission know as soon as possible whether we can extend that 90-day or waive that 90-day deadline. But with your schedule being so filled, it seems like we should get on your calendar sooner rather than later?
Well, I think in terms of scheduling a hearing in the next 90 days, May 12th is our next meeting, but I believe under this process, we have to have a 45-day period for a pre-hearing order, which we're past that. So it would be our June meeting, and we're in the middle of a 10-day hearing at that point. So that's sort of the fix we're in here. So one idea would be to schedule this for July, but that would require the parties to waive the 90-day deadline in order for us to schedule this for a July hearing. Is that amenable to the parties?
It is certainly amenable to the Environment Department, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I think the July timeframe works. So there isn't an available time in June, is that correct?
We have 10 days of hearing in June, so we're kind of booked.
Okay, it's a July would work for Ritter Investments LLC as well.
And so we can set the hearing for that date, but then if the parties are negotiating and want to move that out, you should immediately notify the department, or sorry, notify the commission about that. And so I would like the parties to submit a waiver of the 90-day deadline in order for us to do that. So we have that on the record. Just a one sentence filing.
Yeah, we can certainly take care of that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Happy to do so.
Any other questions, matters on this? I know the Environment Department has a deadline to submit a response.
Yes, I have asked for and kindly received a short extension to file that response from opposing counsel here, and we'll get that in. But the only other matter perhaps would be the appointment of a hearing officer or someone on the commission to serve as hearing officer.
Right, and I will, I guess our normal process is that the commission will delegate to me the appointment of a hearing officer. If I don't find a hearing officer, I'm the hearing. Appoint somebody else. Unless there's another commissioner who wanted to. Mr. Chakalian, you're very experienced in running hearings. All right, thank you. Okay, so if you could move forward on that, and then I would ask the commission for a motion to delegate to the chair to appoint a hearing officer in this matter.
So moved.
Second, do you need a motion to set the hearing in July?
Yes, that's a good, yeah, fine, that would be good too.
Amend my motion to delegate authority to appoint a hearing officer to the chair of the commission, and we'll set the hearing for July.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you all for your time this morning. Any
Thank
further
you.
questions for parties?
Yes,
So-
Chairman, what do you have a time frame in July for the hearing in mind, or will we just receive notice of that?
We
Oh.
normally meet on the second Tuesday of each month.
Okay.
14th? Bastille Day.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Or Flag Day. All right, thank you. All right. And so now we're at the entertainment portion of the agenda. Oh, it's been suggested that perhaps we should take a break, or do we want to charge forward? I'm not seeing a great interest in taking a break, so we're going to go forward. All right, so we're in the matter of 2618, proposed amendments to 20.6.8 NMAC ground and surface water protection supplemental requirements for reuse of treated produced water. The petitioner in this matter is the WATR Alliance, along with the City of Bloomfield and the County Commission of Lee County. We have a number of other entities that have entered appearances, and maybe I should just go around the horn and see who's here today. Let's start with the petitioners.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair.
Okay, new energy economy.
Morning, Mary Nancy.
Right. Amigos Bravos. Thank you. Center for Biological Diversity. Okay. Wild Earth Guardians. All right, and I think we've covered a few others. How about the Environment Department?
Mr. Chairman, Andrew Knight, I'll be representing the Environment Department.
All right, Mr. Weatherby. Mr. Maxwell. Do they need to be unmuted or?
Mr. Maxwell, it looked like you were muted. Can you try that again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you. My name is Nicholas Maxwell, appearing pro se.
Thank you. I believe the Commissioner of Public Lands has entered. Conservation voters also. And do you have other parties that are part of this? Okay, so Lee County. And you said that San Juan County has also entered an appearance. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Joseph Sawyer, and I'm the San Juan County Attorney, and we entered our appearance.
Thank you. Any other entries of appearance that have been made here? All right. This is a matter to decide for whether we will hold a hearing in this matter. This is governed by the New Mexico Water Quality Act 74-6-6B. Any person may petition in writing to have the commission adopt, amend, or repeal a regulation, water quality standard. The commission shall determine whether to hold a hearing within 90 days of submission of the petition. The denial of such petition shall not be subject to judicial review. In our rules, we have all of 2 sentences guiding us. The first is a repeat of the statute that we will make a decision within 90 days. The second sentence, though, says that any person may respond to the petition either in writing prior to the public meeting or in person at the public meeting. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to start out. I'm sorry, Mr. Sayer. And here's what I propose to do here, and I would like the feedback from the commissioners on this, that we start out with public comment, starting with the audience in front of us, followed by the audience online, and then followed by the interested parties. Okay, that we will have 3 minutes for any person in the public, and then the interested parties will have 5 minutes. Now we have a number of written comments that we've already received, including some fairly detailed comments from a number of the interested parties raising various issues here that I'm sure the commissioners have been made aware of, been copied on, and should be fully briefed on those matters. When that's done, I will allow the petitioner then time to respond to comments and let out their sort of final comments. And then I would propose that the commissioners be given the opportunity to ask inappropriate questions, and followed by a discussion by the commission. Other ideas, better ideas. Okay. Council. Well, our rules say that any member of the public can comment on the petition. So I think my view is that all what are titled motions, et cetera, are simply fairly detailed comments on the petition, because they all have a ultimate goal of either asking the commission to dismiss or accept the petition. And so that's the only action really the commission will take here, is the decision whether to hold a hearing or not. Are we ready to roll? All right, so I guess how we do this, people just sort of stand up and walk to I'm thinking of 3 minutes each. Are you the official clock keeper, Mr. Vice Chair? Okay. Okay, let's. You have to hit the green, make the button green.
Is it on now? Okay, great.
Okay,
Thank you.
so just wait a second. We get everybody organized here. We will have time for everyone, and please be polite, respectful. All right. And you're not under oath, but we'd like you to not lie.
Yes, we will not lie. Thank you.
And so I would like everyone to identify themselves for the record. If you need to spell your name, that's fine. And if you are representing any group or entity, identify what that is. Otherwise, we'll just assume you're speaking for yourself. Okay. And with that, I think we're ready to go. Please go forward.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, commissioners, for your work. My name is Sister Joan Brown. I'm a Franciscan sister, and I'm a founder of New Mexico and El Paso Interfaith Power and Light. And now I'm a volunteer with them, focusing on community advocacy work, especially around extractivism and in the Permian Basin. And I'd like to speak to the petition before us. I'm also here with Sister Water, who may seem silent, but whose presence reminds us of why we are here. Francis of Assisi wrote the Canticle of Creation and called her sister, realizing that we are all kin to every element and every creation, and we are kin to Sister Water, and we have an ethical, spiritual, and a moral responsibility to care for her as a relative and a kin. Your ethical and moral work is to care for, as a commission, and protect water and the common good. We are here again to address the issue of, quote, produced water discharge, or in reality, toxic waste. There is no radically new science since the current rules were approved nearly a year ago. They will be reviewed in about 4 years. A question, why are we here again? The real reason I believe that we're here is because the oil and gas industry does not have a solution for all of the toxic fluid that is generated in the fracking process. The industry has gone beyond the capacity currently and for future injection of toxic substance into Sister Mother Earth, which is now resulting in earthquakes. So the issue is, what do we do with all this stuff? I really think it's disingenuous to say it's to clean this for the future, and it can't be cleaned at this point. The Water Quality Commission is not asked to solve this business problem. You are here to care for and protect Sister Water and the common good of our communities now and into the future. You are charged with and responsible to do this and to move. As we move more deeply into climate change and water aridity, you have many, many things to address in this beautiful state that we live in. Perhaps the oil and gas industry needs to look at their business model of waste creation and solve this immense and growing problem. Continuing to use fresh sister water, thus causing more contamination, creating more waste, which is not scientifically proven nor cost effective on an industrial scale to quote clean, is not a solution. Granted, this is not a simple problem, but there are ethical and moral standards that must be considered by the Commission to feel your duty to protect and care for sister water, health, communities, and all beings now and into the future. You are not responsible to solve an industry problem. Please take all voices and deeper realities and implications into account as you make your decision. Thank you from myself, the communities in this state, and from Sister Water. And I'd like to give you this jar of water. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Camila Feibelman. I'm the director of the Sierra Club's Rio Grande chapter, representing 35,000 members and supporters around the state. I want to take a framing moment to just remind us all how important having this expert, science-based technical commission in charge of our rulemaking is. And I want to say thank you. In fact, I've heard over the last months and year or so kind of an attempt to question the role of expert commissions in our policymaking. And even in this legislative session, there were some that said the legislature shouldn't delegate big decisions like climate change or water quality. And that made me feel a little concerned. The idea that in a 30-day legislative session, legislators could do things like set water quality standards made me feel pretty nervous. And I just kind of want to honor your expertise. You are here looking out for our water. And so I think what I'm asking you is to make sure that this process is not ever subject to any sort of pressure, whether that be political or from industry. What New Mexico needs is to be able to count on our expert science data-based commissions for things like real water quality standards based on the science. So we have an existing rule. We all work together on that rule. And that rule allows for pilot projects that could prove that it is safe to use treated waste liquids from industry for some other purpose, and the rule is only in effect for 5 years. So if industry can prove that there's some real science to some of these alternatives that we have, there's a framework for that. So a couple of things. I can't help but feel like if industry would just tell us what was going into the water on the front end, that sure would make life easier. So it's critical that before industry discharges to our rivers, streams, or groundwater, that there must be science-based water quality standards that are protective of human health and the environment for all contaminants, and that those are standards established by you, not some open-ended list from industry. And this rule is important enough that it should be a rule brought by the Environment Department after a stakeholder process and a neutral technical science-based process. So thank you for your consideration, and I'm right on time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Rebecca Sobel, and I'm with Wild Earth Guardians. I'm going to start in satire and end in truth. So today, I'm also representing Extreme Energy, a fictional oil and gas company that we created because it's sometimes the most honest way to describe what's happening here. At Extreme Energy, we have a simple problem. We produce more toxic waste than we know what to do with, like a lot more, truly staggering volumes of waste. We spill this waste about every 6.5 hours across New Mexico. We think of that as free samples of what's to come. Some industries do coupons, we do spills. For years, we had a great system. We injected this waste underground and we hoped for the best. And for a while that worked, until the earthquakes and the sinkholes and the ground shifting. So now we're innovating. Roads, fields, industrial reuse, maybe rivers, maybe all of them. Why limit ourselves? Because waste isn't waste if you call it something else. Now it's water. Now it's economic development. Now it's hydrogen adjacent. It's a very versatile term. We call it an all of the above resource: benzene, arsenic, radium-226, and a long list of over 1,000 chemicals that we don't have to disclose. Really, it's something for everyone. The best part? We don't have to know what's in it ourselves. If we did, this would be a very different conversation. At Extreme Energy, we turn liabilities into business opportunities. We take a little bit of data and we turn it into big, confident conclusions. When studies say more research is needed, we say, perfect, let's scale. That's what demonstration projects are for. Real testing on real people. We did apply to join the Water Access Treatment and Reuse Alliance, but we still haven't heard back yet. But we feel very aligned. We also got kicked out of Exxon's Balloon Fiesta activation for offering free samples of our 100% non-lethal, dosage-dependent produced water. But apparently, from frack to faucet didn't land as a tagline. So let me be clear. This proposal is not about water. It's about finding somewhere, anywhere, to put industry's waste that has outgrown its disposal options. And that is not New Mexico's problem to solve. The oil and gas industry's waste problem is not New Mexico's water solution. And your job is to protect water quality. And you already got this right. If you cannot define, measure, and control this waste, you cannot approve its use. Nothing about that has changed. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for having a public hearing. My name is Rob Hirsch. I'm co-founder of the New Mexico Healthy Soil Working Group, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Healthy Soil Working Group and myself as a parent and human being. I understand that there's a desperate water situation in our state, and I think sometimes desperate situations can make us think and act desperately. And I think that's what this proposal is essentially a desperate proposal. And I think the oil and gas industry is taking advantage of our vulnerability and pitting us against each other, rural and urban. And ultimately they're trying to externalize their cleanup costs. And I think with the desperate situation that we face, like the water engineer was saying, that we need to invest in wise solutions. And this is not a wise solution. A wise solution is conservation, is all the things that I think we started talking about here in the beginning of this session, but doing it to a whole nother level and an investment in clean, careful water solutions is critical for our people in our state. And I think there was a fabrication in the proposal that's going forward, or many fabrications, including that soil health will be okay. There won't be an impact on soil health. I think that's completely not true. Why would we jeopardize the vast and vital life in the soil, which takes care of our lives? We would do this only in desperation, not in a sound mindset. We don't even know, like people have been saying, even close to all the chemicals that are in fracking water. And that's because of all the proprietary legalese. But it's critical that we know exactly what's in the fracking water before we do anything at all with it. The likelihood is that the full batch of toxic chemicals used in fracking water would likely cause many diseases, including Parkinson's, which I have, and I don't wish on anyone. And I'll end with a question. Would you, as commissioners and people here today, give treated fracking water to your children to drink? Because with all that is so interconnected in our whole ecology, that is exactly and essentially what we're doing here, if we agree to this. Enough is enough, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Ellen Casey. I'm a resident of Santa Fe and Las Tablas, New Mexico, and a paciente on the Las Tablas acequia. This latest industry request to inflict their toxic sludge on our rivers and streams and irrigated lands should be dismissed out of hand. In May 2025, this commission adopted a rule prohibiting discharge of oil and gas wastewater, was referred to as produced water, but what is actually a toxic sludge of unknown contaminants. Further and forever exacerbation of the incalculable damage already done by industry to New Mexico. The evidence in May 2025 and again in November 2025, when the commission again rejected industry's petition to dump their toxic waste here, was that even when, quote, treated, this waste stream is not safe to discharge. Industry was again unsuccessful in passing a bill to allow discharge of this chemical sludge during the 2026 legislature. How many more times do we have to show up on the same issue when we are in such desperate trouble throughout New Mexico? As detailed in the motions filed before this commission, this entire proceeding should be halted. The people of New Mexico are fully aware of the political machinations that bring us here today, and we are watching. New Mexico is not a national sacrifice area. No more blood for oil. Please reject this petition and dismiss it if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Alyssa Kenny-Geyer, and I'm here representing Healthy Climate New Mexico, which is a nonprofit made up of hundreds of health practitioners concerned about the climate and toxics. I have a master's in public health, and a lot of my career has focused on the intersection of health and human impact of the environment. I served in the Oregon legislature for 10 years, and one of the bills that I am most proud of was a bipartisan supported bill to reduce toxics in children's products. At the time, passed in 2015, it was the strongest children's toxics bill in the country. So as a member of Healthy Climate New Mexico, also on the executive committee of Sierra Club, I've watched this issue very carefully. And I think it's really important, as you've heard from some people and we'll hear from many others, to focus on the science. The science is not ready to discharge these toxic byproducts of the oil and gas industry back into our groundwaters. And the rule that you passed in May of 2025 is excellent. And I encourage you to stick with that rule and dismiss this petition. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Vidal Gonzalez, and I work for the New Mexico Acequia Association. I'm the Director of Policy and Planning there. Today, I sit here in opposition of industry's proposal to continue to attempt to put a rule up to discharge water. I grew up on a tribal acequia that wasn't not similar to my cousins and the Hispanic communities on the acequia and ditches. I grew up playing in the acequia. I grew up farming, ranching, being in the water itself. And if we continue to pollute our waters with declining precipitation and high intensity storm events, we're going to see a lot more contamination affecting our communities. And I urge you all to reject industry's proposal to discharge, keep in place the WQCC's May 2025 ban on discharge, and to protect our waters for our future families and for our prosperity and for our economy as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Water Quality Control Commission and Commissioners. My name is Sharon Argenbright. I'm a nurse, Master's of Science prepared, retired Air Force nurse. Again, a new presentation from a healthcare worker. We've been here before. The people of New Mexico have fought off extractive players before. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. This is not a game. They are playing with our lives and the lives of future generations. We are smarter than this. We read books, scientific studies. Scientists have spoken against producing water. Lawyers too. Doctors are against it. Water drinkers are against it. We have seen the results in PFAS sanitation in Pennsylvania. Plants attempting this have shut down. Oklahoma and Texas are just now reaping an increase in cancers in the area this poison water was spread. We all know figures lie, figures don't lie, liars figure. We know the story about the emperor's new clothes. Extractors change the clothes of water with a new name. Sorry, but we can still see the undergarments. Even the Wizard of Oz warned us against not paying attention to him. Do not pay attention to the man behind the curtain. This is their game, and 3 strikes, they're out. Strike 1, you changed your name. Strike 2, you stacked the deck and tried to push this over the finish line. Strike 3, manipulating the peer-reviewed science, substituting the scientists' findings with your own word. New Mexico has experienced this playbook. 3 strikes, you're out, water. Naomi Klein, critic of corporate globalization and promoter of environmental justice, offers plank number 4, polluters pay. Please, Water Quality Control Commission, do not permit water to play with the lives of New Mexicans, and New Mexico deny the water request for another hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lola Moonfrog. I've lived in New Mexico since 1970, and I care about this state profoundly. And I can't speak without getting emotional, so it's just part of it. I feel the earth as kin. I feel water spelled correctly is kin. Water moves. It goes up into the clouds, it comes down, it goes into rivers, it goes to the ocean, it goes back to the ground, and it permeates and it percolates. And this whole thing is just not safe. To me, the oil and gas industry is part of the war industry. And maybe That's what part of this plan is. I think it's time that we really reconsider how we are developing energy. It's an extractive industry. The earth is a regenerative living system. The Amazon generates climate change for California, for Canada. All our forests are living systems that create climate. We are destroying this, many of us. I don't mean everybody. There are indigenous cultures who've known how to work with the regenerative systems that are here. I urge you, please, to stay with your original decision. So many of us don't want this. Not many of us are here to say that. But I just want to ask that you maybe consider what is the highest good for all concerned. That will bring the benefit for everyone, even though we're kind of taught like economics is where it's at. So I just urge you to do the thing that's the highest good, that's wisdom, that will help all the next generations and will preserve the health of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bobby Bisold. I work with a very small organization called Rivers Run Through Us. And I also work with Global Warming Express, which is the kid founded and advocate about climate change. And these are elementary school kids. I'm also a grandmother and a gardener and an artist. And so the WATR Alliance has lied to us. They published falsehoods. And this is not a new tactic on the part of the oil and gas industry, unfortunately. There are people who have hidden the results of climate change from us for many years. So trusting that they have the common good of all of us in New Mexico at their, that is their interest, is not true. They're simply continuing to lie to us. So, again, as Lola said, we would like you to act on behalf of all of the people of New Mexico for your children, your children's children, all of our children, and their children's children, and act on behalf of all of us, every single one of us. We know that produced water cannot be cleaned, and calling it produced water is ridiculous. It is fracked water. It is a poison, and it will poison our food, our lands, all the animals, all the plants, and ourselves. So anyway, the wonderful people of the Hopi Nation in 2023, no, in 2003, put forth a declaration of water. And the very last part of this declaration says, "We are of water and water is of us. When water is threatened, all living beings are threatened. What we do to water, we do to ourselves. What we do to water, we do to ourselves." Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Sandra Stolberg. Thank you for taking my comments. I am here yet again to oppose the WATR Alliance petition regarding a new reuse rule for produced water. This latest petition, as well as what happened in last July's proceedings, raised serious concerns about integrity as well as policy. This current WATR Alliance petition includes cited quotes that are not in the literature. They seem to be made up opinions masquerading as scientific findings, and that is deeply disturbing. Regulatory decisions must be made with accurate, verifiable science. When statements are presented as evidence but do not reflect the scientific record, it undermines the process and risks misleading both decision makers like you and the public like me. Equally concerning is that the WQCC has agreed to let yet another Water Alliance petition be brought to a hearing, or hopefully you'll not do that. Allowing this to happen again and again so soon after your decision last May is a waste of time, it's a waste of taxpayer money, and it's a waste of public goodwill. I don't want to be here. This is a commission that the public should be able to trust, yet by permitting repeated filings based on questionable information, it appears that you are allowing the process to be abused. I feel like I'm on a hamster wheel. Finally, attorneys have clear ethical obligations to tell the truth. And I had to look this up under Rule 16-303-4A. Lawyers have a duty to not use false evidence. And Rule 16-303-A1, lawyers shall not knowingly make false statement of material fact. These obligations are fundamental to the rule of law. If it is determined that false evidence or material misstatements have been presented as scientific fact in this petition, then I believe that disciplinary action of the highest degree should be pursued by this board, by this commission, for those that are responsible and hold them accountable. I urge you to carefully scrutinize this petition and ensure that any rulemaking that you take on proceeds only on a foundation of accurate, transparent, and rigorous scientific evidence, and not on quotes of opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chris Jones, a citizen of Albuquerque. So here we are again. Same old pig, different colored lipstick. The governor is nothing if not persistent. What she couldn't get through in the legislature, she continues to try with this commission. Almost 1 year ago, this commission adopted a total ban on produced water, prohibiting its discharge into our waterways and onto our land. A process that took 18 months with expert testimony from environmental, health, and industry experts. You made the right decision. In November, the governor, seemingly unbound from ethical, due process, or constitutional considerations, tried again, replacing you with sycophants to do her bidding. You made the right decision in overruling them. Now we are here with a flawed petition from a newly constructed industry group, a petition that first looked like they fabricated and manipulated evidence, but I guess now they say it was a clerical error or something. And to be fair to them, they only had 4 months to prepare. But what has not changed throughout all these shenanigans is the science, the facts, and your good judgment. Produced water is just as toxic and detrimental to the environment and to the citizens of New Mexico as it was a year ago. I urge you to make the right decision one more time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. Thank you for the work you are doing. My name is Alexa Bradford. I'm a resident of Santa Fe, and I'm just here as an ordinary private citizen and gardener. So I'm going to keep my comments very brief. I respectfully urge the Commission to reject this proposal and keep the May 2025 ban on produced water discharge in place. The oil and gas industry has begun to flood the zone with the euphemistic terms water resource and water solution. But produced water is not a resource. It is toxic waste. It is not an asset. It is a liability, and it has the potential to inflict untold damage on New Mexico's precious waterways and groundwater resources. So please continue to follow the science and protect our rivers, farms, and families by saying no to this proposal for the reuse and discharge of toxic waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is John Klingel. I've been a resident of New Mexico for almost 50 years. I also spent 10 winters as a pipeline inspector in the oil and gas fields of northern Alaska. I am opposed to allowing any produced water, treated or untreated, into the surface waters or the upper aquifers of New Mexico. In northern Alaska, all of the produced water is injected into deep wells. I believe any produced water that got to the surface in Alaska would be treated as a significant spill and probably accompanied by significant fines. It would be cleaned up immediately. I understand that previous hearings on this subject, there was considerable technical testimony regarding why allowing produced water into the surface waters in Mexico was a stupid idea. Based on that evidence, it was correctly concluded that it would be wrong to allow treated water into the surface waters of the state. I have two questions. Why another hearing on this same subject shortly after the previous hearings and decisions? Secondly, which part of no don't these people understand? Something does not smell right to me as a taxpayer and a citizen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners and state engineer. Thanks for listening to me and thanks for the work that you do protecting our waters. I'm here to speak out against the Fracking Consortium's fourth attempt to get a yes out of you. They want to slosh their quote unquote treated wastewater all across our state, knowing that it's not potable. And if it's not potable, it's not going to become more potable by filtering down into our groundwater that we drink from. It will collect over time. I believe that they don't even know all of the chemicals that are in that wastewater, and there are no scientific standards to support any kind of safety rules. They are just playing with our future as if we were guinea pigs. I'm also disturbed that their reinjection of the fracking wastes into the ground has started to cause earthquakes in our state as elsewhere. I'm very disturbed that they think that they can make up words and insert them into scientific studies that are actually valid and think that they can get away with it in front of the people of New Mexico, in front of you. And then they can claim that it's just a enumeration error on their citation sources. These people are lying. They're not trustworthy. And I don't see how you could trust them with the future of all life in our state. Over time, these chemicals will collect in the soil, in the water, in our bodies, in our ecosystems. Thank you for making the right decision. Do not allow this petition to move forward.
Thank you.
Chair Branford. Chair Branford. Over here. I don't think she gave her.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. My name is Beth Ensign. I drove down from Taos this morning.
Thank you.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Leandra Schuler. I came here from Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I am a longtime resident. My family's been here 1500s. We are from here. We want to continue living here. But if we don't have water, we won't even be able to sell our homes and find a new home elsewhere. This is incredibly important. So important that I literally found somebody to take my kids to school and missed class because I was not going to not have my statement here in front of you. I would like to remind you that we can't control where water goes, so it can easily affect areas we didn't plan. I also know that this is oil and gas's way of getting rid of their externalities and making the taxpayers take care of it. And we'll have to drink the water. That's going to be our water unless we move. And if we don't have clean water, how are we going to sell our homes? Literally, we're thinking of our future when we're here today to ask that we say no yet again. 2 days ago, or the 11th, a lawsuit claims ExxonMobil and others underreported debts by $194 million, calling a playbook for companies dumping old wells and expenses on the waste. So they're dumping all $194 million doesn't even cover what we were trying to do to fix the water problems. So we're having them get out of pain, and then the taxpayers pay for that, and then we'll drink the water. The work you're doing is wonderful if we don't accept produced water, because then we're just undoing all the work. If we allow AI centers to come, we're undoing all the wonderful work and all the money being spent to fix things. So we really have to just say no again. We said there's a 5-year time limit so they could prove and figure out when they can actually fix this problem. But right now they haven't proven that. So please think of New Mexican families, and please don't make me come out here again.
Thank you.
Good morning, and Commission, and like others, I thank you for your time that you spend with these careful deliberations. My name is Dale Stoliker. I'm supposed to be retired wildlife biologist / ecologist. I am a scientist. I have a colleague who on her email bottom line says, science doesn't care what you believe. Facts are facts. And whatever distortions you may hear about how wonderful produced water is, you know it's distortions. You made a very deliberate and decision in May of 2025, less than a year ago. It was based on the science from very good scientists who work for the state of New Mexico and many outside sources as well. Stay with the science, please, and reject this, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commission. My name is Sarah Knope, and I'm a policy specialist with Amigos Bravos, which is a statewide water quality protection organization. We take issue with the way in which this commission is being pressured under the auspices of the idea that this water, so-called treated produced water, can be the solution to the state's water scarcity problems. Even if the water could be safely and effectively treated at scale, which this commission already knows that there's no evidence to support that claim, given that half of the fluid would still be toxic waste that would still need to be injected underground, the sheer volumes don't support the fact that this toxic waste would make up for any of the shortcomings that in our water supply that people have been talking about in the way that this works in the rhetoric. But does every drop count? Well, if every drop counts, then we take issue with the fact that the industry is still injecting 4.7 billion gallons of non-recycled water downhole during operations. That's as of 2024, according to the OCD's Water Use Report Summary. Further, and I think even more importantly, in a climate of scarcity, we cannot afford to gamble with even one drop of our surface and groundwater being contaminated by hasty decisions made under the profit motive, which we've seen here in this state before. And how would we even know what the risks are of discharge, because there are no water quality standards for many of the contaminants in the produced water? How can permits be issued when we have no standards for these emerging contaminants? We haven't even fully characterized the water, not in the literature that you all have reviewed in the previous hearing, and not in the 2025 and the couple of handfuls of 2025 and 2026 studies. And also assuming that the commissioners have begun to peruse over those, the emerging literature, many of which talk about the massive treatment trains that are required to remove some of the contaminants. We wanted to point out that the carbon footprint of treating so much water is astronomical, given that it's diesel and natural gas that are being used on these pilot projects. It's not appropriate to authorize reuse on a massive scale when the impacts on climate disruption are fully unknown. The way that the literature talks about it is cost and economic feasibility, but we would also like to frame that as carbon pollution. And we simply don't know the impact on the cumulative impacts on our environment. So at this point, it's not appropriate to authorize reuse on a massive scale. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carol Wendler. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for allowing me the opportunity to speak this morning. I speak simply as a citizen, and I'm a recently retired citizen. And one of the things I've been asked by friends and family is, are you going to continue to live in New Mexico? And my answer to that question is, I don't know, because I don't know if we're going to have water. And it's not just a question of quantity, but a question of quality. We can't live in New Mexico without clean water. We rely on those waters, most New Mexicans, including me, can't afford to install and operate expensive water filtration systems or to truck thousands of gallons of water to our homes every year if the water coming out of our taps is no longer safe to drink. I don't understand how, with so little water to spare, we can permit what water we have to be polluted by anything, never mind by pollutants as toxic as those produced by the oil and gas industry. It is because of these concerns that I asked the Commission to keep in place your May 2025 ruling. We heard this morning of the state's priority to protect water. Taking this step to hold that ban that you passed in May of 2025 in place would be one important step towards protecting New Mexico's waters, ensuring we all have the clean water we need to continue to live and love New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Betty Korber. I'm an evolutionary biologist and a New Mexican since 1990, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak in your public hearing. I'm here this morning to express serious concerns about opening our surface waters to contamination by reuse or discharge of fracking water, and I think the current rules should stand as they are. We do not even fully understand the very complex components and potential for toxicity of this waste, let alone know how to adequately clean and filter it. While the chemistry of this waste is far from my own field, and I am not an expert in this area, and I know many of you are, still, my first inclination is to read the primary peer-reviewed literature to become better informed about any scientific endeavor. I would like to briefly share the findings from two papers that I think are very relevant to the discussion today. Both of them underscore the limited understanding of the environmental and human toxicity and the components of these fracking waters. The first paper is Danforth et al. It was a comprehensive review in 2020 where they identified about 130 papers, and they found that there was a staggering 1,198 chemicals in produced water documented in the literature, and 86% of these lacked toxicity data and an ability to make risk assessments. Only 167 of these had toxicity data, and over 500 of them were listed as potential hazards. They noted that generally produced water contains dissolved and dispersed oil compounds, salts, metals, naturally occurring radioactive materials.
Okay, I've got audio back then.
And also the stimulation and production chemicals that the companies put in. And I think something that really concerned me about this is that the produced water characteristics vary by formation and geology and time since well in placement and the chemicals used in operations. So it's a different mix everywhere we look. Not only is it so complex overall, any particular batch of produced waters can have different components, and this is a particularly scary thing to me. Second paper I wanted to mention was coming from the State University in Las Cruces. It was about the toxicological characterization of produced water. And they're studying this very intensively there. And they used 3 aquatic organisms to look at how produced water from the Permian Basin impacted these cell types. They had microalgae, bacterium, and they had a fish gill cell that they could look at, which was an advantage over fish because it's ethically and cost effective to look at it this way. They found significant toxicological effects in all 3 test organisms, and they found that high salinity was a serious problem for this toxicity, but there were also heavy metals, arsenic, cadmium, chromium found in the Permian Basin waters. These things are related to carcinogenicity, mutagenicity, and acute and chronic toxicity. They're bad things. So anyway, I'm at my time, but I think we should hold the rule as it stands, and I do not think 5 years is even beginning to be enough to understand this water.
Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Barbara Grothus. I live in Albuquerque. I'm a native of New Mexico, and I believe the land here is sacred. We're coming up on the 47th anniversary, July 16th, of the largest nuclear accident in the United States that occurred at Church Rock, New Mexico, when a uranium tailings mine holding facility for the water breached, releasing millions of gallons of toxic radioactive waste onto the Navajo country. Even today, when the wind blows, that uranium is released into the air where people, animals breathe, and where then it resettles back into the land to contaminate further every time the wind blows. We are in an extinction event, the 6th extinction. The 4th extinction, 252 million years ago, was the most complete and the fastest. Science now thinks that extinction happened over a period of 60,000 years. And from the time of that extinction until the dinosaur age began was 186 million years. We're 150 million years, more or less, past the beginning of the dinosaur age, and humans are on track to create an extinction event that will supersede the 4th extinction. We are losing 3 species per hour, and science now believes the extinction we are in will be 1,000 to 10,000 times faster than the 4th. That, if you do the math, is 6 to 60 years. You are in a position to make a decision. We are looking at an ecological impact from the Straits of Hormuz now that may create an extinction event with the loss of fertilizer during planting season this spring. That may lead to the deaths of millions of people from starvation, from an event that we are unprepared to adapt to, and that is the loss of our access to fossil fuels. We are not adapting, and we are going to kill ourselves and everything else on the planet, which will recover, but maybe not for tens or hundreds of millions of years. Please think about the future, make the right decision. Do not allow these people to lie. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is David Buettner. I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm here as a concerned citizen. I'm not an expert in anything really. But I'm here long enough to have seen a lot of this before. I do know that in terms of the facts as I've read them, we have a undisclosed number of chemicals that we don't even know what they are. So I'm not even sure how to test for something that we don't know what they are, that are being put into our earth as it is right now, and is a residual in this, whatever you want to call it, WTR, I suppose, which they pronounce water. I lived in New York at the time that we engaged in a big cleanup of the Hudson River because there was a little firm by the name of General Electric that was promoting PCBs as really good for preventing termites and for keeping dust down on roads. And I have seen how over and over again, industry seems to get away with just walking away from the mess that they create. And I am here because I feel that this is my first time speaking here. I feel like you're all genuinely interested in the welfare of the citizens of this state. I share the emotional movement that I heard here before, where water is a scarce and a sacred resource for this state. Yeah, so I think that all that I want to say is that I don't want this WTR or whatever they're calling it in this go around. And I feel like we need to be 100% absolutely certain before we authorize the release of any of this discharge into our environment. It doesn't seem like we are. I'm not sure I buy that that these misattributions are purely errors. I mean, if any of these major corporations that are represented here today would make an error in their annual reports or their earnings calls, they would be punished pretty severely by their shareholders in terms of their share price. So I'm here just to urge you to say no. I'm honored to be here, to be able to speak, and I'm also pissed off that we need to be engaged on so many different levels. It's overwhelming. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the New Mexico Water with an E Quality Control Commission. My name is Martin Rowell, and after living here 21 years, I can truthfully say I am proud to be a resident of New Mexico. But once again, we're here to urge you to reject this newest proposal, one that would allow so-called produced water to be released into the land of enchantment. The industry's latest petition would spread it across 13 counties containing river basins of the Rio Grande, Pecos, and San Juan rivers, not to mention land used for food and acequia irrigation. And in spite of clerical errors, there is still no long-term independent study showing treated waste is safe for all the uses the industry is requesting. And once again, you're being asked to create rules first and figure out the safety later. continue to protect our precious water. Thank you, and thank you for your previous votes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good morning. My name is Dr. Soledad Garcia. I'm from northern New Mexico, from the community of El Huache, which is in Rio Arriba County. Yo pertenezco a la Sequía de los Salazares. Soy parciante. I'm also a commissioner with the New Mexico Acequia Commission. My lifelong work is looking at how you have to forgive me, I'm a bit diminished in terms of having a migraine today. What is really important in terms of thinking about coming today, I want to share as a story about a cultural practice that my grandmother imparted unto me when I was young. For her, water was sacred. Water was especially, it was a very, and it continues to this day as part of my practice. I bring water wherever I go. She would ask me to bring her water, whether it be holy water, so that she could bless her children. And so that practice of her imparting the blessing, whether her kids were going off to war, whether her kids were going off to find a path in the world that it was life bringing, she would often have them kneel, and she would open the water and she would dip her fingers in, and she would give them the blessing so that they would have a clear path to move forward. And that was very important to her because she would always say, affirm that water was life. And for me, she imparted that. And when I was young, one of my first jobs was working on the acequia, being a peon at 15, 16, 17 years old. And it primarily brought up a core vocation as acequeros, farmers, and where we live, is cleaning the waterways. Having something that is clear, something is, it's a matter of fact, it happens typically around this time, in the springtime. Oftentimes it parallels the Lent. And so it's a time of purging of impurities and purging, cleaning out those pathways. And to me, I think this commission's duty also shares those particular values, that we want clean, healthy water for our communities. Typically, my grandmother would bring this water, and she would share that very precious thing that she would ask someone to bring to her. Today, I think about the significance that this water is in terms of it being a place of, oftentimes it's our first environment with our mothers. I thank you, and I want to say, if for your time, and I do not give my bendición, my blessing to this petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mike Hightower. I'm the Vice President for the New Mexico Desal Association. We're a nonprofit group working with communities to look at the treatment of non-traditional water resources that require desalination. A couple of things that I think is important for the commission or to hear today is the fact that from an international perspective, the UN has identified that treating non-traditional water resources is some of the millennial goals for supporting public health and safety worldwide. And in the United States, most recently, the US EPA has a National Water Reuse Action Plan that went into place in 2020, also looking at the use of non-traditional water resources to support long-term economic growth, public health, and safety. Both of those organizations look at produced water from oil and gas as major initiatives, both in the United States and globally. So it very much aligns with the New Mexico's 50-year water plan, where the state engineer's office is looking at non-traditional water resources. And I will say that in the last 6 or 7 years, through the support of the EPA, we've seen a significant increase in research on produced water, the treatment of that, and for reuse nationally. Right now, there's 6 states that are using produced water for discharge. There are 10 other states that are currently in the process of looking at produced water treatment for discharge, both for non-discharge applications for industry and discharge applications for agriculture and surface water. Our organization has been working with a number of communities across New Mexico to look at these non-traditional water resources, both brackish water, produced water, municipal wastewater. And our research shows that in water that we've tested through analytical testing labs here in New Mexico and in Albuquerque, that treated produced water is of a higher quality than municipal wastewater. And we discharge a lot of municipal wastewater in New Mexico today, 50 million gallons or so with the city of Albuquerque. Our studies have shown that treated produced water out of the San Juan Basin is much cleaner and higher quality than Albuquerque's municipal wastewater. So I think I'm supporting, our organization supports the petition and look at the research that's been done over the last 6 years across the United States. And I think you'll see that we can do this safely and fairly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm State Senator Harold Pope Jr., District 23, member of the National Conference of Environmental Legislators, but more importantly, a resident of New Mexico. I'm here today to respectfully urge you to reject the petition and continue barring the use of produced water outside of the oil field. This issue is about more than policy. It's about trust, public health, and the long-term protection of our land, water, and our communities. Produced water is not simply water. It's toxic waste, and we need to call it what it is. I've had the opportunity to see this firsthand. I was just down in Carlsbad and in Artesia and seeing some of the pools of this waste. It's complex, and it's a hazardous mixture of chemicals, including heavy metals, naturally occurring radioactive materials, and other contaminants, many of which are still not fully understood. And at the same time, all the information has not been disclosed, and we've not adequately regulated the use of this toxic waste beyond industrial oil field operations. Commissioners, we have to be honest here about where the science is and where it is not. There are still significant gaps in our understanding of the cumulative and long-term impacts of exposure to produced water, particularly when considering its potential use in environments where people live, work, and raise their families. And I'm deeply concerned that in the rush to expand reuse, we may be relying on incomplete, overly optimistic, or in some cases, potentially flawed reporting and analysis. It's also deeply problematic and troubling that the petition seeking to allow reuse and discharge of fracking waste included misattributions of direct quotes. That raises serious concerns about the credibility of the information being presented and the integrity of the process itself. If the foundation of the argument is accurate or misleading, then the decision built upon it, we have to put into question. When we're making decisions that can impact public health and our environment for generations, accuracy and transparency are not optional. They are essential because we cannot afford to get it wrong. New Mexicans expect and deserve a process that is grounded in independent, peer-reviewed science. not influenced by those with financial stakes in the outcome. Our rural communities, tribal nations, and frontline communities who have too often borne the burden of environmental harm should not be asked to accept uncertainty or risk at the expense of expediency. We must also consider the long-term liability if contamination occurs. Thank you for your time and thank you for letting me speak, and I urge you reject this petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Renita Ortiz. I'm from here. I think what we're talking about is water quality, right? Improving water. We should be talking about filtering water, making it better for the people, not having to worry about what kind of contaminants are in there that will always be in there. We have places like La Cienega with forever chemicals. It's a problem, it's an issue. It's not going to go away, and yet we still need to deal with it. And the people are paying for it. And this would be no different. So these movidas, this BS that they're putting forth once again is obvious. We need water. We are made of water. We cannot pretend it is any different. Not for some economic growth, for some CEO at the top, for some company that just came on in with their subsidiaries. We need to protect our very life force. And that's your responsibility, and you know it. So we can't let this go forward. In fact, we should ban fracking altogether. The other thing is that the tribes all need to speak to this. If there is not serious consultation, I don't care if it's checkerboard area. We know that fracking goes sideways. We know that the aquifers spill over. Look at what is happening to Isleta Pueblo, dealing with everything coming down from Llano. So I say all this, but I also say it's not just, oh, the future. In the distant future, we're talking about carcinogens. So when carcinogens affect the body, think about the people you know who get cancer. And when you watch them suffer, when you watch their body rot and them go through radiation and pain and how their families suffer, then you can sit comfortably if you have done something. But if you haven't done anything to protect the water, agua es vida. Minnie Wakoni, don't forget it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you for giving the public an opportunity to speak today. My name's John Buxer. I'm a resident of Santa Fe. I had the wonderful opportunity when I was about 9, my family moved to Rio Arriba County. I was a bit of a minority there, shall we say. The Hispanic and the tribal communities were pretty well established. And it was a wonderful opportunity to grow up in a multicultural community with going to various different small public and private schools. I thought I was really smart. I went down to New Mexico Tech, and between the funding from the state land office and the oil and gas industry and the mining industry and wealthy former students, it was a quite inexpensive way to gain a scientific education. The time it takes to research
the contamination of water, especially when you have varying and unknown sources and you're trying to bring that to a safe quality, that is not an easy problem. It is a difficult problem, and it takes time. And you get into discussions about that with your peers. You come up with what you think is a very sound conclusion, and it grinds through the process of defending that. In May of last year, this entity reached the conclusion that the science did not support the reuse of basically dirty water from the fracking process. And it does not make sense to me for this entity to be taking the time to reconsider it in a year later. I don't think science progresses that fast. I don't think it is a cost-effective solution. And the waste product is very dangerous now. Even if you treat it, the likelihood to make it safe, given current technology, is low. I urge you to reject this petition for reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Bridget Condon. I was born and raised here in Santa Fe and currently live in Rio Rancho. I am a board member of the Albuquerque Hispano Chamber of Commerce and speak on the Chamber's behalf this morning. The Hispano Chamber supported the previous petition and once again stands in support of the request for hearing of the petition before you. The hearing process will allow for the science to be presented by the experts, scientists, who are in dedicated and unbiased roles to research water issues. A hearing will provide opportunities to review and discuss the current findings, which continue to show that we should support limited and safe opportunities for use of produced water. Without these regulations, we are wasting fresh water when we could be using alternative water sources instead. Just one example is in the construction industry for any end purpose, which is incredibly water intensive. Dust control doesn't need to use fresh water. Let's save that fresh water for drinking and critical purposes. Sponsored by Chairman Nathan Small, then Speaker Brian Egolf, and Representative Rod Montoya, chaptered legislation has already directed you to establish regulations for the use of produced water. That legislation was passed in 2019, already 7 years ago, and was passed in strong bipartisan and urban and rural support. From energy costs to housing availability to economic opportunities, minority and rural communities are disproportionately impacted by inequality and a lack of representation. Meetings held in Santa Fe continue to keep their voices from being heard and valued. One commenter remarked that she didn't want to be here. There are people around the state who would like to be at the table, but cannot leave their communities and jobs to make it to Santa Fe. Scheduling this petition for hearing is fulfilling the directive the legislature has already given you, allowing diverse communities and stakeholders to participate, and ensuring a fair process. The Albuquerque Hispano Chamber respectfully asks you to schedule this petition for hearing and not to allow fear to outweigh verifiable scientific findings and New Mexico's dire need for additional water resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Matthew Gonzalez. I'm the Vice President of State Affairs for the Consumer Energy Alliance, and I also have the privilege of serving as Vice Chairman of the National Hispanic Energy Council. The Hispanic Energy Council is focused on Hispanic communities and the higher energy burden that our Hispanic households face. But with that higher energy burden also comes higher environmental problems. You're talking about communities that are looking for solutions, things like finding ways to clean up this treated produced water. What can we do with it? Right now, the large majority of it is either deep injected or shipped out of state. We could be putting people to work. We could be putting this water to good use. Ms. Condon right before me mentioned we could be using these things on stuff like our roads. And I hear the arguments of, well, we can't put that on our roads. It's going to get into the grass, into the ground, and it's going to affect the aquifer. And right now, we've got roads all around this state where when the rain hits it, it runs off the sides. And I live in rural New Mexico. You ever see the antelope? They love that grass off the side of the road. you know? So I just, some of these arguments don't hold water with me. And I think the other part to this that's really frustrating is that I am a native New Mexican. I traveled 2.5 hours to be here. It's easy to stack a room full of people that say no when you hold a meeting in Santa Fe. When you get out to these rural areas, I promise you, it's going to be very much reversed. You come up to San Juan County, you're going to hear from a lot of people. You're going to hear from people who don't support this petition. But those people need to be at the table, not a bunch of activists from Santa Fe who got nothing better to do on a Wednesday morning than show up to committee room and tell you a bunch of nonsense that doesn't help move the conversation forward. New Mexico needs water solutions. We don't have any new water coming into our state. I live in northern New Mexico where our mountains are dry right now. And we're going to have catastrophic wildfires this summer. Make no mistake about it. I don't see these people that are saying no to these options having conversations in northern New Mexico talking about how we clean up burn scars or how we address the depleting water aquifers in our region. It's easy to say no. It's a heck of a lot harder to be at the table having conversations and saying, how do we move this forward? No one's saying that there is a predetermined outcome that has to come out of this. We're saying, let's just have the conversation. Let's let you as experts weigh in on this. Let's hear from the Produced Water Consortium. There's a lot of scientists that are doing this. I didn't hear, none of us in this room are PhDs talking about how this is, you know, this is good or bad. We need to hear from the experts. And I still want these people at the table. I'm not telling you don't hear from them. I'm telling you, hear from the other people who can't be here this morning with you, because those are the people who deserve to have a seat at the table. And too often it feels like rural New Mexico is just dismissed and no one ever wants to come and hear from us. Let's have a meaningful conversation. Saying no is what is hurting our country right now today. We say no to everything and we don't know how to communicate. There's something meaningful that can come out of this, but let's have a conversation. Let's talk about it. Let's set it for hearing. Let's go to the rural areas. I will help you facilitate those meetings if it's meaningful. I will help you facilitate meetings right here in Santa Fe so these people can continue to have their voice heard, because they're important too, but they're not the only voices in New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Commission, for this opportunity to give public comment. My name is Rachel Kahn, and I'm Deputy Director of Amigos Bravos, a statewide organization dedicated to protecting and restoring the waters of New Mexico. And I can say, for one, that Amigos Bravos works every day to look for proactive solutions to our water crisis. I can't believe we are back here. How many times do we, as New Mexicans who care about clean water, have to stand up to defeat this ill-advised effort to discharge toxic oil and gas wastewater into our rivers, streams, and groundwater? The rule passed last year after an 18-month process with days of technical testimony protects our water by prohibiting the discharge of toxic oil and gas wastewater into our rivers and streams and groundwater, and sets up a process to move the science forward through pilot projects. We depend on you as the Water Quality Control Commission to impartially make decisions based on the evidence before you and not be swayed by political pressure. At a time when we are seeing institutional norms disintegrate at the federal level, we must be better here at the state. As Chair Brancard laid out at the beginning of the meeting this morning, the Commission is extremely busy, doing important work to protect water quality. And we thank you for that work. Unfortunately, these repeated meetings and proceedings on produced water discharge, a matter that has already been decided by this Commission less than a year ago, is a waste of limited state resources and diverts the Commission's attention away from the many more important issues before it, such as surface water discharging rules, the triennial review, and the many other hearings and proceedings that were laid out at the beginning of this meeting. Moreover, the proposed rule, at 56 pages long, is complicated, and if passed, risks serious unintended consequences to New Mexico's water regulatory landscape. A rule of this magnitude should really be brought forward by the regulatory agency, NMED, that will be tasked with implementing it to ensure that it is cohesive with existing water quality law and rules.
In conclusion, Amigos Bravos calls on the Commission to stand by the rule you adopted in May 2025 and deny the petition before you today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Tim Buxton. I live in Albuquerque. And first of all, we need water, and we've heard about that this morning. And I'm glad to hear that we're getting it funded in a bipartisan way. But the important question to me in this is, and I think it should be to all of us, that what is the opinion of oil and gas companies on the safety of treated produced water? I'd like to present Exhibit A. They have their own private scientists who can assess whether treating produced water is really safe and affordable. And so they know behind the scenes what's happening. But what have they gone ahead and done? They also have, based on what their scientists said, they have well-funded lobbyists that they put to work and successfully lobbied the Texas legislature to pass a law stipulating that if produced water ever poisons aquifers or ruins cropland or any other damage, they cannot be held liable. This took effect last year, according to the Texas Tribune. So they don't believe the produced water is safe to use themselves. If damage occurs, they will be running for the exits, locking the door behind them in effect. Users are stuck with the cost. Talk about red flags. How could you possibly tell New Mexicans that treated produced water is safe when oil companies refuse to act in good faith if it poisons us? So we need water, of course. And we have wisely chosen a safe harbor approach of waiting for probably 4 more years now, 5 originally, to see how using treated water goes in Texas and evidently in other states before it is safe. Then we can make a decision wisely and safely. I would urge you to reject this petition to move ahead with anything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, members of the Water Quality Control Commission. My name is Ralph Rons, and I'm a 36-year resident of New Mexico. And despite an earlier comment made, I do not necessarily, I'm here because I have nothing else to do except for make comment before the Water Quality Control Commission. In all my 36 years of a resident here in New Mexico, I have worked hard as an advocate for the protection of our water resources, for energy efficiency, for renewable energy, and for climate change action. I have no prepared, well, I do now have a prepared testimony, but I didn't come here with one. I've listened to all the public testimony thus far, and I concur with every iota of their appeals to protect our freshwater land and our communities, as well as the many factual statements given in them. Like the overwhelming majority of comments made today, I urge you to uphold your May 2025 very reasoned decision by rejecting this petition full of purposely misleading statements. Perhaps you're aware of this already. If not, please know that the Produced Water Act of 2019 was written for the oil and gas industry by one of the petitioners, and the wool was pulled over the eyes of a majority of, sorry to say, ignorant legislators in the last week of that 60-day session. It was put forward by the bill sponsors, who were and still are at the top of list of recipients of oil and gas industry contributions, as a way to regulate the toxic wastewater of the oil and gas industry in New Mexico. In that last week, the bill language was expanded approximately tenfold and never had a chance for serious discussion and debate. Sadly, because of that rush decision that made loopholes available, we've had to endure this repeated onslaught of our sensibilities by the oil and gas industry. Just like produced water is a euphemism for toxic oil and gas waste, The WATR Alliance is a euphemism for public bailout of an industrial waste problem. In conclusion, thank you again for looking out for water quality of the residents and businesses of New Mexico.
Thank you.
Morning again, Mr. Chairman, members. Jonas Armstrong, I'm the Water Protection Division Director at the New Mexico Environment Department.
Glad you made it here safely.
Excuse me. Glad to be in person. As many have said today, New Mexico doesn't have any water, right? As I said earlier this morning, in 50 years, we're projected to have 25% less water. The situation's getting worse, and policymakers have spoken, regardless of how that's been characterized by other commenters. The Produced Water Act says what it says. The Produced Water Research Consortium at New Mexico State has a specific role to play, and they are ready to play that role and be involved. And the experts of the commission should look to make an informed determination on the actual scope of what's being proposed by the Water Alliance. NMED has had a lot of input on that proposal. It's not NMED's proposal at this point. There's a lot of things that we would like to see changed in that proposal. We look forward to having the opportunity to work through that in the rulemaking process pursuant to the Produced Water Act. It's a conversation New Mexico needs to have, and we all need you to have it. I'm not the one to tell you whether or not there's new evidence. The attorneys for the Water Alliance aren't the ones to tell you whether there's new evidence since you've made your last decision. The experts at the Produced Water Research Consortiums are the ones to do that, and they're prepared to do so. We at the Environment Department would love to be able to continue to hear their expertise and have it presented in a formal rulemaking setting. I want to just clarify one thing, because I said earlier we should focus on the scope of the actual proposed rule. There have been a lot of statements today about a parade of horribles that could come from allowing for the reuse of treated produced water, and some just blatant mischaracterizations that it wouldn't be treated produced water, it would be toxic wastewater discharged directly. That's not what this proposal does. Any rule from NMED's perspective allowing for use of treated produced water should require full characterization of the source water, including non-targeted analysis to quantify and then eliminate the unknowns. This proposal does that in the text of the draft rule. It has a big gap to fill also in the table of contaminants at the end of the rule, right? You all have seen that. There need to be numeric standards, obviously, in there. Thank you all very much. Take care.
Thank you. Any more contributors from the floor here before we go to online? Take a break. What do you think?
Yes.
I've been outvoted. We're taking a break. All right. What time is it right now? It is 43. 43. Okay. Should break for lunch. Do you want to break for lunch, or do you want to just?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, we're going to come back at 11:50. Maybe a little boring for the folks here in the room, but we're going to go online, listen to people online. And so we're just going to listen. So please, if everybody in the audience could take a seat, and please be respectful to the people who are going to be speaking online at this point. And so I believe our staff is going to name people, and hopefully they are ready to talk. Again, 3 minutes. So whenever you're ready, let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll start with Ross Cochina, if you could unmute yourself. And I apologize if I butcher anyone's names here.
Hello, yes, it's Ross Cocina. Kitchen in Spanish, they call me that. Thank you for having me. I want to say that I've been living in New Mexico since 1988 and at my current location in Edgewood since 1999. I'm a retired Air Force person serving for 20 years. After retiring from the Air Force, I joined the Albuquerque Police Department for another 20 years career and happily retired now. My wife and I live on a small acreage in the Edgewood area and have a modest garden, 2 horses, 2 dogs, some chickens, which keeps us busy. And since living on this property, I've seen the wells on 4 neighboring properties go dry, as well as ours going dry. We drilled another well at a considerable expense. Some of our neighbors re-drilled also, and others could not because of the affordability. I've attended several meetings in the Stanley area regarding water concerns, and I have many stories of citizens regarding the loss of their wells. I've listened to their frustration and concerns over the lack of management of our fresh water in the Estancia Basin. Excuse me. I help on a farm in Stanley during the summer, spring, and fall months. I drive by several wells on my way to the farm and have witnessed a large water tankers consistently going to one freshwater pump in the area, one truck right after another all day long, and every day of the month. I found out that they're taking the fresh water to wind farms in the area that's used for dust abatement, which I think is a waste of water. Now I hear solar farm in the Stanley area is being proposed to be built, and wants to drill a well there for the same purpose of dust abatement and other non-viable uses. As I understand it, the basin is critically limited, and due to several allocations of this precious resource, the water table has fallen rapidly. The basin's groundwater is basically non-renewable. More and more housing development is being done in this area, meaning more fresh water will be needed for the increased residents. I'm asking you to please I'm requesting that this resource be better controlled for the farmers and residents in this area. Once the fresh water is gone, it'll be gone for good. Please consider
Mr. Cocina,
taking
that's your
care of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call John D'Antonio. If you could unmute yourself, please. John D'Antonio.
A little bit, I guess.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is John D'Antonio, former state engineer for New Mexico under 3 different governors, and short stint as a New Mexico Secretary of the Environment Department. I've been protecting water for 30 years in New Mexico, and I'm still doing it. And you know, New Mexico, let's get really practical here. New Mexico must have a path forward for produced water management and reuse. The underground disposal practices, and they're just not sustainable in the long term due to seismic instability. Surface water scarcity, groundwater depletions will continue to increase as climate change continues. We look at treated produced water. It can be an important part of the solution for New Mexico's projected water shortages. But it's only true if the state adopts rules and regulations that are reasonable and allow for produced water to be reused in appropriate ways that are not harmful to human health or the environment. That's why the New Mexico Environment Department's involved. The state needs a robust hearing that allows for sound science to be presented, evaluated, and rules and regulations promulgated that are suitable for a fit for purpose use. This is not a proposal to discharge water. This is I hear concern about future generations. We need to save our future water resources, our freshwater resources for those generations. We're talking about verifiable science, and I keep hearing about the 2025 hearing. And for those that are in the know, that prior hearing excluded science and facts, disallowed some testimony that were very important for this consideration. So this rulemaking petition is proposing a permitting framework for the limited reuse of treated produced water. I want to stress that it's for the limited reuse of produced water. I can't urge you enough to please schedule this petition for hearing. It's really the most appropriate thing to do to present that sound science for all of New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call Pei Zhu, if you could please unmute. Pei Zhu.
Hi, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Pei Xu, a professor at New Mexico State University and the research director of New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium. Since 2020, the consortium has made substantial progress in advancing the science and comprehensive characterization of the produced water, including targeted analysis of over 400 constituents, non-targeted analysis of unknown chemicals, and toxicity studies. Working collaboratively with consortium members, the NMSU research team has produced more than 30 peer-reviewed publications on produced water, and more publications coming this year. Importantly, these studies are based on treated produced water from real pilot systems operating in the Permian Basin. The findings from these studies on treated produced water are significant. For example, a 2024 study found no measurable toxic effects on model aquatic species based on whole effluent toxicity testing. A 2025 study found no toxic effects across 3 human cell lines. A separate 9-month greenhouse study found no adverse impacts on native plants, soils, and soil microbial communities irrigated with low salinity treated produced water. Taken together, these studies demonstrate that under properly designed and operated treatment conditions, produced water can be treated to non-toxic level in real-world settings. Much of the peer-reviewed research examining the effects of treated produced water on human health and the environment was published after the last WQCC testimonials on produced water. I'm not here today to review all of the research results in detail, but I do want to emphasize that the science on produced water has continued to evolve rapidly. The consortium would welcome the opportunity to provide the Commission with a more complete and structured overview of the research, that the deliberations can be informed by the most current available science. The opportunity to present to the Commission and the stakeholders is important because discussions of produced water treatment and reuse must be grounded in a clear and accurate understanding of the scientific evidence. The consortium's research is also informing conversations and regulatory considerations in other produced water producing states and at the federal level, which underscores both the credibility and the relevance of our research. The consortium stands ready to provide a comprehensive presentation of the studies to support the Commission's deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll call Gunhild Vetter. Gunhild Vetter.
Am I on?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Gunhild Vetter, and I've lived in New Mexico since 1963. I live in Bosque Farms in Valencia County. I was a police officer in Albuquerque for 20 years. When I first moved to Valencia County in 1973, I noticed a lot of irrigation in the area I lived in, which used a lot of water. At first, the Rio Grande was running bank to bank, but as years passed, the river was running low to dry river beds. Also noticed different industries were moving in that were using large amounts of our drinking water. There were numerous articles in the local paper over the years concerning high usage of our drinking water. Have also read recently about water reclamation in the area to better support growth and increase the use of non-potable water in the area, freeing up more potable water for use in the communities which are experiencing significant drought challenges. When I first moved to Bosque Farms, I could dig a post hole and hit water at about 4 feet. Today, I would have to dig a lot deeper to reach the water. So the water table is dropping in this area. I don't know a lot about water reclamation, but from what I have read, I would say this is something we need to seriously explore, since NASA is reporting that we are in the path of a serious drought. The industries that are using our drinking water should be involved in saving our drinking water and making better use of the non-potable water for their use. I would like to encourage your commission to be open to different means of saving and preserving our drinking water. We in Bosque Farms have been told that we have strychnine, or I think it's in our water, so we need better water quality. Thank you for your consideration that will be best for the people of New Mexico.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Venner. Next, we'll call Lori Costello. Lori Costello, if you could unmute yourself, please. Lori Costello, can you unmute yourself? Okay, we'll move on. Freddie Lopez, are you able to unmute yourself, please? Freddie Lopez?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Freddie Lopez, and I'm a proud New Mexican raised in Santa Fe. In a state where agua es vida is more than a phrase, it's a way of life. Every drop carries meaning for our communities, our land, and the generations that will come after us. This deep respect for water lives on in our Aztec traditions. Community-managed waterways that have sustained families for centuries through shared responsibility, mutual care, and an understanding that water is not just a resource, but a lifeline. For this reason, the New Mexico Water Quality Control Commission should support the responsible use of recycled water. By advancing safe, science-based reuse practices, New Mexico can ease the strain on our freshwater supplies, strengthen our resilience in times of drought, and help protect the livelihoods that depend on water across our state. With proper safeguards, recycled water reuse gives us a chance to honor our past while preparing for our future, carrying forward the same spirit of stewardship that Acequia communities have practiced for generations. Supporting these efforts is not just a policy decision, but it is a commitment to our values, our culture, and the long-term well-being of New Mexico. To the members of the Water Quality Control Commission, I urge you to explore every avenue to bring sustainable water solutions to New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. We'll go back to Lori Costello. Lori Costello, are you able to unmute yourself this time? Okay, we'll move on. Anita Amstuds. Anita Amstuds. Amstuds.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Anita Amstutz. I live up in Taos County, and I want to thank you for having this hearing. And I also want to say I'm really moved by all the citizens who have taken the time to show up in person or online to speak. I wanted to say that I was surprised that the 50-year plan did not have any indication of how we are going to responsibly protect our pure, fresh water, undeveloped water, water not used by industry. And I also want to say that I think it was Jonah, I'm not sure who spoke on behalf of NMED, to say that the experts at the table were oil and gas and we need to listen to them. I think myself and many citizens would really bristle at that. There are many very well spoken and researched people here. So as we think about produced water at the table, we think about the oil and gas lobby at the table, we think about the citizens at the table. I wonder where fresh on pre-industrial use water is at the table. And I also want to say, how do we understand corporations at the table? Recently, there was an op-ed in the Taos News said, acequia is not merely an irrigation system, but a living relationship between people, land, water, and time. To participate in an acequia is to enter into a web of mutual dependence. Water is not just a resource, it is a teacher. And we are not listening to water. We and corporations, I think the citizenry is rightly vocal in that corporations have mostly operated on profit, bottom line. There has been deception, there has been deceit, there has been lies. And so if corporations want to be a good citizen as they are in the Constitution, evidently they are individuals in the Constitution with human rights, let them be a good citizen at the table. And why is this state, and I ask you as a Water Commission, not requiring them to be responsible, good citizens in how they think about produced water? It is not a liability of us as citizens of this state and the wildlife and the earth itself. It is a liability for us to take this on and to try to resolve this by letting it be just spewed out over our land and water, surface water, and so on. So to the woman from New Mexico State University who said that produced water, there's lots of research now and it's so clean and it's so pure. I ask you, why don't you create a closed loop of using produced water in the oil industry? Can it be used in a closed loop way? Just keep it in the industry and don't use.
Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, call Dan Mueller. Dan Mueller, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commission members. I'm Dan Mueller. I'm an engineer. I've been working on the science-based advocacy around produced water management issues for over 10 years. And I represent the Environmental Defense Fund on both the New Mexico and Texas Produced Water Consortia and have done so since they were formed. And I acknowledge and applaud the researchers and the research that has been done within and working collaboratively with the consortia, advancing the science around risk and tox and the produced water and the pilot studies on treatment technologies. But there are still important and critical work to be accomplished before full-scale treatment systems and beneficial reuse options can be deployed with confidence that these activities are protective of human health and the environment. Produced water is a complex, highly variable industrial waste one that is a challenge to treat to a high quality required to discharge or for beneficial reuse. Important science is continuing in both New Mexico and Texas consortiums, and I strongly support that continued research. But an important item I want to specifically address is the need for continued pilot testing of treatment technologies. Although there have and continue to be pilot testing of these systems, these tests up to this point have been limited in duration and in flow. Scaled pilots test operations at sufficient flow rates and sufficient timeframes to adequately vet both treatment capabilities and limitations are limited, and importantly with that is determining the total cost for treatment. This is lacking. Scaled pilots are critical in demonstrating both the technical and economic feasibility. The demonstration of economic feasibility is a significant need. Published papers at this point addressing economics of produced water treatment base these cost estimates on truly estimates from models and simulations, not actual data collected from in-field pilot testing in New Mexico and Texas. Demonstrating economic feasibility is critical. If a treatment facility is not economically viable, it will ultimately be forced to close, cease operations. And there are examples across the U.S. where this has occurred. Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, and these areas, produced water treatment facilities have closed because they did not provide a viable option to produce water management that was envisioned. And these closures, they end up with leaving legacy environmental issues, many of these have, leaving these issues to be addressed by others, the state, which actually means the taxpayer. Water is a big deal, and options must be explored to meet increasing demands, including where treated produced water may or may not be a viable alternative. But the science just is not there yet for full-scale operations. There's still important work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, Jasper Hardesty. Can you unmute yourself? Jasper Hardesty. All right, how about Pamela Gilchrist? Pamela Gilchrist, can you unmute yourself? All right, we'll go back to Lori Costello. Lori Costello, are you able to unmute?
My screen says I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Thanks for your patience.
Sure.
I'm a physician speaking on behalf of life on the planet, and I urge you yet again to reject industry's proposal to dump their toxic waste into our water and onto our soil. I'm grateful that you are seriously reconsidering this unserious attempt to convince you that the science has changed in less than a year. The excellent presentation this morning on the 50-year water plan emphasized the dire water shortage in the state and the large sums of money that are required to provide healthy, clean water to all New Mexicans. Why then would we allow industry to further contaminate the limited water that we have and that they have already overused? Furthermore, the produced water standards that are to be completed by the end of this year, which was mentioned as being aggressive, highlight the recklessness of encouraging a pay-to-pollute process where the science has already proven conclusively that no scalable decontamination is possible. I mentioned in my comments last year that endocrine disruptors, which include some PFAS chemicals, were discovered in the surface water in Garfield County, Colorado, well before 2020. We now know that they are also in our bloodstreams and that they play a role in the explosion of cancers, autoimmune disease, vascular disease, infertility, and other preventable and often fatal chronic health conditions in the U.S. Realize also that these chemicals are only a few of the hundreds of undisclosed toxins which industry regards as proprietary that they want you to allow in our water and soil. Please recall that there was a question this morning about why PFAS chemical regulation was included in 2025 legislation, but not in 2026. I ask that you not be persuaded that New Mexico's water and soil are appropriate toxic waste disposal sites. Please reject the current proposal and keep in place the May 2025 ban on discharge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to Jasper Hardesty. Are you able to unmute Jasper? Okay, Pamela Gilchrist, I saw you unmuted earlier. Are you able to unmute now? Pamela Gilchrist. Okay, we're going to move on. Nona Girardi. Nona Girardi, I've just made you a co-host. Are you able to unmute yourself? Are you there? Nona Girardi. Okay, John Byram. John Byram, are you able to unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is John Byram. I represent PESCO, a manufacturer of process equipment up in Farmington, New Mexico. We employ approximately 400 folks. About 70% of us are Native American. And at this point, we're working with New Mexico Tech to develop a water treatment technology that could be applicable in the case of cleaning up produced water. This case for this state, obviously the water resources were nearing a critical state at this point. And for us, we would like to be able to be testing our technology and developing it in more real world conditions, and certainly having state rules and regulations that clarify what we can do would be very helpful for that to move this along to where we actually have in-state developed technology and where the state can be taking a leadership role in this. This is a case where we can actually use this water that's otherwise being lost in very specific and safe ways that the commission would outline, and save our groundwater, our surface water for the uses that everybody has been talking about today. We really need to be in a case where we can be learning by doing, and this is an important part that it shouldn't be postponed another year or two. You heard that there's other developments that have happened in this last year, and this is critical enough for the state that I would urge the commission to vote to proceed with hearings this fall to hear about the updates and see how we can move things forward for this critical issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll go back to Pamela Gilchrist. I saw that you were able to unmute yourself. Can you try that one more time? Pamela Gilchrist. Okay, Nona Girardi, I saw you unmuted also. Can you try that one more time? Yep, are you there? Oh. Pamela Gilchrist, are you unmuted?
Yes, I think I am.
Oh, good. We can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm a Santa Fe resident. My name is Pamela Gilchrist. Sorry about the learning how to mute, unmute. I ask that the commission make an official finding that the Water Alliance made material misrepresentations to you and dismiss their petition. The Water Alliance now admits that quotes in their petition were not from the peer-reviewed articles cited, but rather from an unsworn verbal statement by Dr. Zach Stahl at a legislative committee hearing. Misattributions of direct quotes are not minor clerical errors, as the Water Alliance claims. They impact the weight given to an argument. To date, we do not have scientific studies conducted at scale or over a sufficient period of time. Until and unless the 1,400 potentially toxic contaminants in produced water and the treatment byproducts have been positively identified and standards for human health have been set, you must not allow our water and health to be put at risk for the benefit of private industry profits. Thank you.
All right, Nona Girardi, can you unmute yourself,
Hello,
please?
can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go
Hi,
ahead.
can you hear me? Hi,
Yes.
thank you, Water Quality Control Commission. Please know that it is not safe to discharge fracking water, even if it is treated, into our rivers, streams, and groundwater, nor to spray it onto land surfaces. New Mexico Environment Department scientists and engineers know this after extensive study. There hasn't been time to provide evidence that it's safe since the last time you did this study. It's concerning that you're reconsidering your own rule that was passed less than a year ago after your careful investigation and consideration. As a physician, living in Los Alamos, I am particularly concerned that the discharge of produced water will expose New Mexicans to toxic chemicals, including carcinogens, endocrine disrupting forever chemicals such as PFAS, also heavy metals, arsenic, volatile organics, and many other hazardous and potentially hazardous chemicals, including trade secret chemicals whose composition and toxicity are intentionally kept secret from the public. That same oil and gas industry has shown once again that it cannot be trusted to self-monitor nor to comply with existing regulations by recently falsifying environmental monitoring data in Colorado. We must not let the same thing happen here in New Mexico. Even during this meeting, one commenter, I guess trying to reassure us and promote the use of produced water, said that animals love to drink the water and eat the grass that grows in areas where water runs off of road surfaces. So then we're going to eat the meat from those animals if they're cattle or if they're a deer or elk or something that somebody might hunt, or if we're going to drink the milk and eat the butter if those are dairy cattle. This doesn't sound safe. And it's not safe for use in firefighting either. It'll just spread the contaminated chemicals added to all the other dangerous chemicals that are in smoke and ash. So please stick with your rule that you studied carefully and don't revisit it this soon. Don't contaminate our air, water, and land. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jasper Hardesty, I see that you were able to get back on. Are you able to unmute yourself now?
Yes, thank you for the problems, and I appreciate your patience.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jasper Hardesty. I'm a PhD chemical engineer, a scientist, and an architect. I'm also a 48-year New Mexico resident and multi-generational farmer. I well understand the science, the chemistry, and the processes involved with the generation of fracking wastewater. I also understand the processes and nature of groundwater, land, and limitations on natural processes to mitigate the contaminants from fracking wastewater and the consequences to health of people and the environment. The NMSU studies that have been cited, while scientifically sound, are not real world, are not long-term and explorated studies, and they're not complete. regarding the compounds that are unknown and unestablished safe limits. They're not conclusive regarding safe use. Pouring contaminated water into our environment will not solve the New Mexico water shortage problems. I strongly oppose the potential hazardous disasters Water Alliance petition for new rulemaking to authorize reuse and discharge of treated water in New Mexico. There's been no scientific breakthrough providing that the safety and efficacy of treatment in real-world settings that warrants opening up a new hearing to amend the rule that the WQCC already rightly decided and already includes provisions to include new research. In fact, the most recent research done and paid for by the oil and gas industry provides irrefutably that the maturity of many processes to treat and use fracking wastewater are inadequate to safeguard or measure in any application of the fracking contaminants to land, water, and the environment. I'm also outraged that the water attorneys who made up the quotes representing the findings of the studies to persuade the WQCC to give their dangerous rule a hearing. It's a serious ethical violation. The recent amendment to the petition is nothing more than an admission of their guilt. Fabricating misinformation is grounds for disbarment, and their conduct should be reported to the State Bar and the Supreme Court for hearings regarding their law licenses. Industry-wise water is not a business problem. It is a business problem, sorry. It is not the state of New Mexico problem. We cannot subsidize the greed and excessive profits of private industry with our rapidly declining public water supplies in New Mexico. The Water Alliance petition and any future assemblies of it must be rejected in its entirety. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Jose Viejas. Jose Viejas, if you could unmute yourself, please. Jose Viejas, are you with us? All right. Juliana Funkhauser, are you able to unmute yourself? Juliana Funkhauser. All right. How about Melissa Troutman? Can you unmute yourself, please? Melissa Troutman.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, hi. Thanks, Commission Chair and Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to give public comment. I'm Melissa Troutman. I'm a climate and health advocate at Wild Earth Guardians and a member of the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium. My years with the consortium have shown me over and over that the science is advancing, but it is not ready. Consortium, sorry? Did somebody say something?
No, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. You just heard from Consortium Research Director Pei Zhu, and I believe her comment was, produced water can be treated safely in real world settings. I'm pretty disappointed by the framing of that comment, and I have to respectfully disagree. You know, Dr. Zhu referenced a study on human cells, okay, and concluded that, you know, this is safe, we're ready. Produced water can be treated safely. That study, the comprehensive cytotoxicity study, exposed human cells to 124-hour exposure of treated produced water in a controlled lab setting. That does not equate safety to humans and the environment. That same study also concludes, and I quote, further development of thermal distillation and post-treatment technologies is warranted to mitigate potential VOC carryover and ensure consistent product water quality, end quote. Clearly, it says further development is needed to mitigate potential contamination. The study says it itself. Your current rules allow for this continued development. Nothing is preventing continued development and research, okay? Now, there are a lot of very real produced water problems to solve, but the Water Alliance petition is going to present more problems, not solutions. In New Mexico alone, I track thousands of oil and gas spills reported to the state every quarter, and produced water reuse facilities that already exist in the oil fields are creating some of the largest spills that are happening. Already this year, produced water spills have impacted 6 waterways, 5 in San Juan County and 1 in Eddy County as of March 31st, according to state records. 2 of the biggest spills this year have been at produced water reuse facilities, including a 37,000 gallon spill by Select Water Solutions close to Brantley Lake, and over 83,000 gallons of produced water spilled by Hillcore, who also has a pilot project with the consortium. This is not a controlled system. It is a system that is already failing at scale.
That's your time, Ms. Trump. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll go back. Juliana Funkhauser, are you able to unmute yourself? Juliana Funkhauser. All right, Patrick Catamillo. Patrick Catamillo, can you unmute yourself, please?
Did that work?
Yes, sir, we got you. Go ahead.
Muy buenas tardes, les de Dios a todos. My name is Patrick Jaramillo, and I do wear lots of hats in the water and farming community, but I'm here speaking as a citizen, as a resident of New Mexico. And I'll keep my comments brief because contrary to the disrespectful comments of Matt Gonzalez, I have lots of things to do today. But there's nothing more important than standing up for our God-given, life-giving resource of water. So today, I respectfully ask you to dismiss the petition by the WTR, whatever perverted, whatever they want to pervert water. Dismiss this petition because the science is not there. It wasn't there. I will ask you to stick to your decision, the May 2025 decision. Until further development is achieved. I just wanted to say that this is a deceitful petition. Flat out lies in their petition, the Water Alliance, the WTAR Alliance, and it's just shows how desperate they are to move their liability in their quest for profits. They are producing toxic waste, and it's their liability. They call it produced water. They're producing toxic waste, and they want to dump it off onto our fields and our waterways. And if they claim that this is a clerical error, well, okay, they made an error on paper. So what happens when they make an error with radioactive and toxic sludge in our rivers and in our fields? This is unacceptable. I urge you to dismiss this petition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Jerry Bryan. Are you able to unmute yourself? Jerry Bryan. Christine Dobbin. Can you unmute yourself? Christine Dobbin. Okay, Jose Viejas. All right, Ian Schultz.
Good afternoon. I'm Ian Schultz. I've resided in Albuquerque since 1970 and been in New Mexico for 61 years. I'm a senior architect with Rock Gap Engineering. I have over 46 years of experience in the design and construction of large and complex facilities for government agencies and private industries. The growth of New Mexico's economy and the constructed environment are highly dependent on the availability of water for domestic and industrial use. Every significant industry requires some measure of water for operations. To establish operations in New Mexico, new companies require adequate supplies of usable water. New Mexico is currently attracting the development of new data centers. Data centers require huge quantities of clean water. Without adequate supplies of usable water, existing New Mexico industries like oil and gas will struggle to produce the energy and the products required for a strong economy. New Mexico's population growth is challenging our currently available water resources. Further, Texas continues to file lawsuits to acquire more of New Mexico's limited supply of water. Drought conditions in the Colorado River Basin and provisions of the Colorado River Compact threaten New Mexico's San Juan diversion water. Over recent years, my firm has designed construction projects for the Navajo Nation San Juan River diversion. Due to the recent drought conditions, it is uncertain on how much water will be available for their agricultural needs. New technology is required to produce fresh, usable water from the existing deposits of brackish water and the recovery of production water. The reuse of treated production water in the oil and gas fields would be a significant contribution to New Mexico's water supply and economy. I fervently urge the committee to fully support innovation in the development of economically and environmentally sound rules and regulations supporting the development and use of our water resources. Thank you for your attention in these critical issues.
Thank you. Jerry Bryan, are you able to unmute now? Jerry Bryan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We got you. Go ahead.
Great. I want to kind of come in with a different approach today. I'm a geologist and I'm faculty at Southeast New Mexico College, and we are supportive of the petition for the Water Alliance because, number one, they provide the impetus for all of us to be here. Without a driver to force us to look at the science and to examine, then we wouldn't correct the problems. We just had a successful return of the astronauts back from the moon because they learned from their mistakes. The science and research moved them forward and they found curative solutions. I wanted to let you know that we are working with a pilot project on a solar thermal desalination in Loving County. And we have been successful with some of the things that we are doing, but so this solar thermal is there's no energy usage there. It's cost effective. There's no emissions. And we are trying to move things forward. My roots are agriculture, and I want to bring this up because when I learned that our herbicides, pesticides were all going into our water well and contributed to my dad's cancer, then I changed our policies on the farm. As we first heard about gray water being used for drinking water, we thought everybody was crazy, but only through science and investigation and research were curative solutions found. So I was reminded of our declining asset 2 weeks ago when I had to change a pump out in my water well, and I learned that my water level has declined. The average is over 2 feet per year. So it's definitely a declining resource. And what I want to do today is basically encourage the commission to keep things going with the petition and to support it, because it allows us to continually come together to draw attention to it, to learn from our mistakes, and to continue to move forward and find curative solutions. And I want to address your attention to an article in the Hobbs News Sun on April the 7th entitled, Produced Water So Good You Can't Drink It. So if you will go get that article, you will learn about some of the recent science and analytical work that compares produced water to the wastewater and drinking water in the Albuquerque area. So anyway, I want to thank you for your time today. And the only way that we continue to move forward is through petitions and supporting this petition so that it brings us together to talk to y'all to find curative solutions as we try to prepare for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Christine Dobbin, can you unmute?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
My name is Christine Dobbin. I'm a public health professional, and I'm from an unincorporated area and community in Anthony, where we are all too familiar with the long-term consequences of top-down decisions that put industry convenience far above public health. It's why, despite having 2 wells, I grew up drinking and brushing my teeth exclusively with water from plastic bottles we had to buy at the store. When contamination is sanctioned, access to more water is not, in fact, access at all. Doñana County is a working agricultural region that supports livelihoods, food systems, the state's economy, and cultural traditions that date back generations. We are not a testing ground. There is no clear, long-term, independent, peer-reviewed evidence demonstrating the conclusive safety of treated oil and gas wastewater. Even the most advanced treatment methods available fail to adequately remove carcinogens, toxic heavy metals, and of course, the countless additives used in industry operations that are not disclosed. It's impossible to test for or regulate unidentified compounds, and irresponsible to do so without public accountability and transparency. As it is, the oil and gas industry in New Mexico self-reported millions of gallons of wastewater spilled into our environment last year, a volume that is double that of 2024. What amounts to the release of dangerous liquid waste every 6 to 7 hours illustrates a sustained pattern of negligence enabled by severe deficiencies in enforcement. Approving a regulatory pathway for its reuse under these conditions would be absolutely reckless. This proposal is not a solution for water insecurity, drought, or growing demand. It represents a repeated attempt to offload waste and risk onto everyday New Mexicans. The tremendous inefficiencies of the oil and gas industry have already led to drastic increases in seismic activity due to injection well activity for disposal, the industry's failure to keep up with production, and their intention of circumventing what little regulatory pressure exists signals profit-driven desperation and complete disregard for population health. How much contamination will be enough for them? How many more families should be forced to buy clean water because they can't trust what flows through their faucets or what comes from the ground? Their predatory history suggests that it will never be enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula Garcia, can you unmute, please? Paula Garcia. Okay, Nikki Santino.
Can you hear me? This is Paula Garcia.
Oh, yes, we got you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, it took a little while to unmute. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Paula Garcia, and I am speaking before you as someone who comes from a long line of farmers and ranchers, and as someone who has lived and worked in rural New Mexico for my entire career. I have served as the executive director of the New Mexico Acequia Association for 30 years, for nearly 30 years, where I have participated in water policy advocacy in New Mexico. I believe that the decision before you is an inflection point in the history of New Mexico with regard to water. In 2019, the Produced Water Act entrusted you, with the Water Quality Control Commission, with regulating the use of produced water outside the oil field. Your previous rulemaking process on produced water, which included 18 months of deliberation and presentation of scientific evidence, culminated in a rule in May 25, which included a prohibition on discharge of produced water into our rivers and agricultural lands. It also allowed for industrial pilot projects over the term of 5 years. This was an incremental and measured approach. The WATR Alliance has brought forward a petition that would erase the careful and deliberate policymaking of your commission. The urgency behind this industry petition is not concern for water scarcity for communities like mine. Their primary concern is finding a use for the huge volume of wastewater that comes from fracking. The petition before you seeks to allow the discharge of produced water to rivers, streams, and farmland. The petition also proposes to allow discharge in 13 counties, including Rio Arriba and San Miguel County, which are some of the most acequia-rich counties in the state. As a stakeholder with property in San Miguel County, I have unanswered questions about how this would be released into the environment. Since we have no fracking operations here, will this water be transported in trucks? But we have a serious problem with water scarcity due to climate change and the Hermit's Peak disaster. Is this water going to be marketed to desperate ranchers to feed their livestock? I'm concerned that wide dissemination of this inadequately treated wastewater will make its way into our communities, especially those that are most vulnerable and those impacted by drought. Your purpose is to regulate water quality to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. My main concern is that the WATR petition allows discharge of reused industrial wastewater, and the petition fails to disclose all the contaminants. There are hundreds of potential contaminants not disclosed. Of those that are listed in the petition, the Water Quality Control Commission doesn't even have standards to regulate those contaminants. The industry is asking for a blank check to release a new waste stream into the environment, including discharge of fracking wastewater into rivers and use on crops and farmland. If approved, this would be an egregious violation of the public trust. The current science does not support treatment at scale, nor for the widespread discharge into our water resources that support drinking water and agricultural production. It would be irresponsible to allow this petition to move forward. I strongly urge the Commission to vote no to proceed with the petition. We urge that you keep in place the rule that you promulgated in May of 2025, which would prohibit discharge of treated wastewater from fracking into the environment. Furthermore, I'm concerned about the misrepresentations by the Water Alliance in their petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Santino, are you able to unmute again? Nikki Santino.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Nikki Santino. I am a New Mexico resident and have been since 2008. I moved here with my family from Chesapeake, Virginia, and loved this beautiful state full of so many outdoor adventures like camping, boating, four-wheeling, skiing, snowboarding, and enjoying some of the most beautiful skies I've ever seen. We moved here because my husband retired from the Navy EOD community as a Force Master Chief to take a job at Kirkland Air Force Base as a field director. Both of my children graduated from Rio Rancho High School and went on to be very successful in their career choices. Shortly after moving from Virginia, I found the need to get involved in my children's educational experiences and extracurricular activities. I became a PTO president to help raise money for our teachers and provide support for the needs of our students. I also became a Girl Scout leader, and my husband became a Boy Scout leader. We both have a big passion for the outdoors and wanted our scouts to learn more about boating, skiing, fishing, kayaking, hiking, biking, and camping outdoors next to lakes and in our beautiful forest. Because of all the wonderful adventures New Mexico has to offer, my son became an Eagle Scout and our daughter received her Gold Award. Withal, sadly, we have seen an extreme decline with the state of our waters. Many of our lakes are extremely low and make it difficult to enjoy them like we used to. The Scouts shy away from water sports because the lakes are so low and pretty nasty to swim in. An example of low water levels would be the Rio Grande, which is in a drought with limited water flow from up north. Because of the low level, farmers are having to adjust their planting, watering, and harvesting cycles. Unfortunately, many New Mexicans have a hard time trying to find a clean lake high enough to jet ski, fish, boat, or even swim in. Recently, my son fell into a lake while paddleboarding and got very sick from a bacteria he picked up through the nose. That took months to heal. It's very sad and concerning to see what's happening with our waters and lakes. For these reasons, we should focus on treating available water to keep our other sources clean and to use this treated water to boost production into industries. With so much water available to be used for data centers and irrigation of non-food crops, we can only benefit from adaptive innovation in our water use. I would also like to mention big businesses like Amazon and Facebook have already built here. We can only expect more businesses to need increased water for construction. I'm asking the Commission to please adapt the petition and to get New Mexico moving forward in its use and management of our water. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Jack and Lori. Can you unmute yourselves, Jack and Lori? Jack and Lori, are you with us? Okay, we'll move to Lisa Verdi. Lisa Verdi. Lisa Verdi. Okay, Donna Dietweiler. Donna Dietweiler.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. And I thank you for the chance to speak as a citizen of New Mexico living in Albuquerque, 1 mile from the toxic fuel spill at Kirtland Air Force Base and a block from a dry cleaners that was declared a Superfund site last year. As a result of these hazards to the health and property values of my neighbors and me, I am a strong believer in the precautionary principle, which emphasizes caution, of course, pausing, and review before leaping into new innovations that could prove disastrous. Because the scientific certainty is still lacking that produced water can be treated to be harmless, I urge you to require more conclusive proof of the Water Alliance's claims before approving the proposed amendments. As tempting as it may be to reuse our scarce water and to placate the sugar daddy oil and gas industries that pay into our state coffers, I urge you to put safety first by denying the petition and to spare our vulnerable communities the potential heartache of poisoned water, ruined farmland, and decimation of our wildlife and outdoor tourist industry. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we'll call on Gage Shop. Gage, are you able to unmute yourself, please? Shoot, rather, sorry. I can see you're unmuted. Can you speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Gage Shoup. I'm speaking on behalf of United Materials. We operate in Eddy and Lee County primarily, which is the heart of the oil field, as you all know. As a general manager, I have the utmost concern for the health and safety of my employees. Using treated water for dust suppression in my industry is a non-starter for me. The scientific evidence is clearly lacking in this area, and I'm unwilling to subject my employees to these health risks, let alone being the responsible party for putting these toxins into our groundwater, or even polluting our rivers, our streams, our lakes around this area. I believe that the oil field should be reusing this water in fracking rather than being allowed to use our community's fresh water. In closing, I'm 100% against this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Rainey. Jennifer Rainey, can you unmute, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Rainey. I'm the Deputy Director of the Petroleum Recovery Research Center, or PRRC, a research division of New Mexico Tech. The PRRC's mission is to develop and deploy practical, science-based solutions to New Mexico's most pressing energy and water challenges. Our work is grounded in rigorous research partnerships, technology validation, and transparent dissemination of results to support informed, nonpartisan decision-making and offer solutions of local, national, and international significance. A key focus of our program is addressing the state's growing volumes of produced water. Through years of research and field implementation, our scientists and engineers, working in partnership with industry and academic consortia, such as the Groundwater Protection Council, have developed advanced treatment systems capable of removing complex contaminants and achieving water quality levels suitable for a range of fit-for-purpose applications. This work provides a pathway to reduce reliance on limited freshwater resources, particularly in water-scarce regions of our state. These technologies and results are not theoretical. They are scalable and already demonstrated in comparable environments. While challenges do remain and permits must be issued with due diligence, continued progress depends on upscaled, real-world deployment, where operational performance can be evaluated, data can be gathered, and durable systems can be improved through iterative scientific practice. With appropriate regulatory oversight, monitoring, and adaptive management, treated produced water could be thoughtfully integrated into industrial water portfolios while upholding stringent environmental and public health protections. We respectfully urge the Commission to accept this petition and remove the current ban to enable responsible innovation and strengthen long-term water resilience in our state. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Chris Hunter. Chris Hunter, can you unmute yourself?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chris Hunter. I am a general business management consultant serving a variety of industries in San Juan County, New Mexico, including Four Corners Economic Development, which is our public-private economic development organization. Water is obviously a critical issue for all of us in the land of enchantment. I am speaking in favor of the Water Alliance petition for rulemaking. We need to be good stewards of all the water that we have and that we produce. The opportunity for the Commission to consider a petition and to evaluate the science on behalf of good stewardship of water matters. I don't expect to drink the water that is treated or produced, but we have industrial prospects that are looking for water and asking for water here in San Juan County. The oil and gas industry does produce that water, obviously. If we can make beneficial use of it and support jobs in San Juan County, we're all in favor of the petition, considering the science. We're most appreciative of the work the Commission does in validating data and protecting water quality, but there's always advances made, and it's not a good time just to stand still and do nothing. Lastly, I'd ask occasionally for the Commission to consider holding hearings in rural communities like my own. It's important for state regulators to come and see the area and hear directly from more people. I thank you for your consideration of support in favor of the petition.
Thank you. Lisa Verdi, I saw that you sent a message trying to unmute again. Can you give that another shot? Lisa? All right, Jack and Lori, are you able to unmute? Jack and Lori.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello?
Sorry, who's speaking?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Jack Bryan. I have been living in Stanley for 44 years. I am a farmer and hay producer. I have 260 acres irrigated. I am most concerned with the availability of groundwater in the Stanchia Basin for the future as my kids and grandkids have settled here and plan to stay here. I am aware that the available groundwater has been in decline over many years. South of I-40, many wells have gone dry or is not producing enough water to grow crops. And this is in the last 10 years. I have noticed that the amount of water coming out of one of my wells is less at the beginning of the summer, and there is less pressure because a pump is pumping the water from a greater depth. It costs more money to run the pump, and you get less water. I've been only noticed this last loss of pressure in the last few years. It is more dramatic earlier in the season. I am not against industry in my state, but I do have concerns about our water resources. Our good water, which is in great demand here, is being hauled out of the basin for dust control. I wonder, why are we allowing our precious water to be used for these purposes? Why are we not taking immediate conservative actions? My main concern for the future is that we are not developing new ways to support the industrial use of water. Can we find a way to use treated water instead? Anything to keep the groundwater in the basin. The groundwater is in jeopardy, and the hauling out, I urge you to find alternate ways to control dust, or find different methods of dust control that does not use water at all. I want to keep our best groundwater here in the Stancha Basin. I also ask that the current practices be followed and changed, so our groundwater will recharge, so we will have water longer into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Verdi, if you can try to unmute one more time. Lisa Verdi. Okay, John Mattis, can you unmute, please? John Mattis. All right, Kaylee Shoup. Kaylee Shoup, can you unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kaylee Shoup. I'm in Eddy County. I urge you to dismiss this ill-advised and inhumane petition that will once again open the door to allow industry to irreversibly pollute the waterways in my community. I know that people pleading for clean water might at times seem entertaining or even boring, but as someone living in the Permian, it is draining to constantly have to defend and protect what little bit of our environment and home remains uncontaminated. The stakes are very real here, and I just want to respectfully remind everyone of that. Here in the oil patch, we all know farmers and landowners that have lost trees, animals, land, and life simply because this toxic waste was spilled on their property. We know to trust the science, that takes time, because we've seen the reality of just how toxic this waste is. It speaks volumes that the industry that has profited far from its fair share is asking you to ignore the science and abandon your very recent decision to ban discharge. Water is life, and a vote for this petition is a vote to steal the life force from our shared home. Communities in oil basins have already given the industry and our state so much. It's beyond unjust to ask us to continue to give our peace, our time, our environment, our water, our health, and ultimately our lives in the name of profit. Thank you to everyone that has taken the time to comment today, and to all of the people that tirelessly defend Mother Earth. You all are my heroes, and I am very proud to stand with you. To this commission, I hope you vote to reject this outrageous petition, because that will mean your conscience is still intact. Thank you.
Thank you. John Mattis, are you able to speak to us, John Mattis?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My name is John Mattis. I'm a resident in Bernalillo County. I urge the commission to dismiss the petition to change your decision of last year with regard to produced water. As long as produced water is loaded with chemicals not removed by treatment, it should not be discharged. I'm mindful, having formerly lived in Maine, of situations in which farms had to be abandoned because farmers were enticed into using waste material on their fields that turned out to be contaminated with PFAS. and as a result, they were no longer able to operate their fields from the contamination. I worry that the same thing could happen here in New Mexico. And I think we need to not rush to judgment here. We need to allow time for the science to play out. We know that the scientific process involves a lot of back and forth among researchers and a lot of testing of different possibilities by different methods. And we need to allow for that. You've provided for a 5-year period from your last decision for pilot testing and for the science to develop. And I think that's a reasonable time frame. Please don't rush to judgment. Please reject this petition now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Brenda Hines. Brenda Hines, please unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, my name is BJ. My formal name, of course, is Brenda Hines, and I'm a proud resident of New Mexico. However, I was neither raised here or born here or raised here. I was born in Louisiana and raised on a military base across the U.S. My father was in the Air Force, and after serving 32 years, he retired and settled in Houston, Texas, where he and my mother raised myself and my 2 sisters. In the early 70s, my sister moved to New Mexico, and I followed her up here. I immediately fell in love with this state and made a life here, raising my son here. I went to UNM and got my BA in the medical field. Being the daughter of a serviceman, my father was strict yet fair. He taught us how to have a solid sense of self with strong morals and values. So when I chose the medical field as my profession, those values I learned, I used them here in my daily life. I moved here to Albuquerque and became a home health care nurse. I love working with my patients and taking care of them. They become part of my life and my family. One of the hardest things to see, I have noticed lately though, is some of the struggles that they go through. Example, not having enough of what it takes to survive, including their water resources, which water is something that we simply cannot do without. One patient in particular, she had her water shut off. And when the water had been turned back on, it was barely more than a stream. She couldn't even take a shower. She was having to use her friends and her family's shower instead of her own. And, that was really hard for me to see and witness, excuse me, because there just wasn't anything that I knew that I could do about it. I couldn't help her or her situation. I wasn't even aware of this committee, at that time. But now that I'm, my eyes have been open, things have changed for me. And I've become an advocate, so that we can find ways that we could better use our water shortage, better use our waters, and our situation could improve. One very important way is to support the innovation in our use of water. Please support the water and the future of our water in New Mexico to enrich the lives of the people who live here. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you. Next, we'll call Jose Viejas. Jose Viejas, if you can unmute, please.
Hello, can you hear
Yes,
me?
sir. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Yes. Well, muchas gracias. Members of the Water Quality Commission
Control Commission. My name is Chaplain Chappie Jose Villegas Sr. I'm a Marine veteran. On behalf of the La Cienega Land Grant Association and the Texas Band of Yaqui Indians, I'm submitting my public comments today, not only as a resident of New Mexico, but someone whose life has been directly affected by toxic chemical exposure. I am a product of PFAS-laden or consumer goods and the firefighting foam industrial chemicals. These dangerous substances have made me physically ill, and I live every day with the consequences of decisions made by policymakers. Because of this, I cannot stay silent anymore. New Mexicans deserve clean, safe drinking water, safe soil, a healthy and vibrant community of the attributes, and a future free from preventable chemicals. Today, I urge you to reject any proposal that the Water Alliance continues to request the authorizations of the use of produce water anywhere in the state of New Mexico. The health of all citizens in New Mexico must come before the convenience or cost savings of the gas and oil industry. I'm a living proof of what happens when toxic chemicals are allowed to enter our environment unchecked and unregulated. Please do not allow this to happen on an even larger scale. Ya basta, that's enough. Lastly, please don't dismiss my PFAS or firefighting contamination of my blood in the stream and the slowly flailing of my human organ systems. This is not an abstract conversation by any magnitude. My family is in pain, and we don't deserve to be placed into a punitive mode by the New Mexico gas and oil industry, as well as the Department of Defense failure to protect our families from these dangerous toxins as we speak. Please do the right thing today. Sea por el amor de Dios, for the love of God. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call Laura Watchen-Pimo. Laura Watchen-Pimo, if you could, Pino rather, if you could unmute, please. All right, we'll move on to Eric R. JP Gonzalez Acequia. Eric R.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, members of the commission and fellow audience members. My name is Eric Roithmeyer. I come to you today as the mayordomo for the JP Gonzalez Acequia, where the saying goes, water is life. And I'm here today to urge you to reject Water's petition on the following grounds. One, that the petition they submitted did knowingly lie to you and to constituents with fake fabricated science quotes. Two, upon examination of available literature and scientific studies, pathways for potential exposure to onshore oil and gas wastewater that synthesized 236 publications and shared the following tidbits of knowledge. One, that there are knowledge gaps on composition, toxicity, and mobility of produced water. Two, the specific constituents in produced water has exceeded EPA drinking standards. The high salinity of produced water makes it hard to test, and the impacts on our endocrine systems are too numerous to count. The science is not ready, folks. The science is in even the studies that were presented in the chat room earlier on during this hearing, all say the same thing, which is that more studies need to be completed before we go and let this produced toxic water into our systems. Once it's gone, once it's in the environment, the cat's out of the bag. We are seeing, companies trade secreting their frack water, exempting themselves from liability. We are seeing plants designed to treat the wastewater shut down elsewhere. And at the end of the day, if we don't know the contaminants that are in this produced water, we cannot test for it. We are asking for another RECA in the wings, and we cannot in good conscience stand by and let the little water we have become contaminated and make a hard water year already harder. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, Paul McShirley. Paul McShirley.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to comment on the issue of using produced water. And thank you, John D'Antonio. I'm Paul McSherry, a fourth generation New Mexican with a personal experience in agriculture and public health. My family has been and is closely affected by the availability of water in the state. One of my immigrant grandparents was able to reach water in a hand-dug well at 17 feet. Now, 100 years later, on the very same property, we have drilled 1,000-foot deep wells for adequate large-scale irrigation. I understand that other states have successfully used produced water for various controlled uses. I strongly suggest we evaluate and consider how their programs operate, including the challenges that overcome to remove administrative obstacles, big administrative, and such as water rights, purification, transportation, and disposal. As the subject at hand includes improving the ability of petroleum companies to continue to produce and earn substantial income for the state and our citizens, that alone should justify pursuing the economizing of the industry. The water produced is a second gold mine to be properly utilized. The potential for industrial and agricultural use of this huge amount of water that is currently unused should be addressed. The opportunity for innovation should not be squandered. Therefore, I strongly recommend that your commission develop rules to implement the procedures and development of the economical use of produced water in this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's see, we'll go back to Laura Wachenpino.
Yes. Good afternoon, members of the Water Quality Control Commission. I am excuse me, sorry, I lost my voice. Just a moment. I am a resident of New Mexico and former water quality specialist for a tribal community. And I wanted to ask that you dismiss the WATR petition for a hearing because it is not supported by any credible science. As extraction and fracking moves forward in New Mexico, it has done so without adequate consideration of the long-term impacts on our health, our air, our soil, and waterways. If and when a pilot project can demonstrate that reuse of our scarce water resources is viable, there still needs to be full disclosure of all constituents used in fracking fluids and the waste stream that is produced. No protective standards can be developed without this critical information. Only then can a closed loop system be studied that would remove all harmful, toxic, and radioactive constituents prior to its use, preferably in the oil field by the oil and gas industry, provided that the safety of oil and gas workers in the fields is also guaranteed. Commissioners, I ask that you dismiss the WATR petition and uphold your well-considered 2025 ban on produced water resource outside the oil field until such time that a science-based pilot project can demonstrate safe reuse of this otherwise toxic sludge, and that it can be, first of all, achieved and used in the real world, but preferably first in the oil fields. Permitting the reuse of treated fracking fluids is an extraordinary risk, and it should be borne by the industry. Otherwise, this would amount to shifting industry liability for unsafe water onto New Mexico regulators and taxpayers. I thank you for your service, and I ask that you continue to protect New Mexico's scarce and precious clean water resources for all life and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Annie Cook. Annie Cook, if you could unmute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commission members. My name is Annie Cook. I've been a resident of New Mexico since 1971 when I moved here from Kansas. New Mexico is home to me. I've lived here longer than I've lived anywhere else. Both of my sons were born here. I myself am a graduate of UNM. I'm a master's prepared nurse who retired in 2013 from the VA in Albuquerque after 30 plus years of service. My husband of 33 years and myself own a home on the west side of Albuquerque, and we're totally invested in the land of enchantment and its preservation not only for our family, but the many families who call New Mexico home. New Mexico is a state that must carefully conserve every drop of water used, whether it be for residential use or use in industry. As an RN, I have seen firsthand the impact of water shortages on the health and welfare, not only of individuals, but of whole communities. There was a photo in the newspaper last year of people actually riding bicycles in the totally dry riverbed of the Rio Grande. This year alone, New Mexico is facing another tough season of water shortages due to the historically low levels in the Elephant Butte Reservoir. Continuing drought conditions and decreased snowpack, which is usually measured in feet but is measured in inches this year, has New Mexico water managers expecting irrigation shortages this season for New Mexico farmers. Since water is not being replenished naturally through rain and snow, I believe that ethically and morally, we here in New Mexico need to do everything we can to preserve every precious drop of water we have at our disposal. Today, I'm asking you to consider all available approaches to water reuse in New Mexico industry. Water is used in industry for lots of purposes, from cooling machinery and data centers like Facebook and Amazon centers in Los Lunas, to keeping dust down on industrial sites. Technology has advanced so that this industrial water can be cleaned up and reused again for industrial purposes. Right now in New Mexico, we aren't really addressing this wastewater issue responsibly. Currently, we either ignore water waste or we sell it to Texas, neither of which approach benefits the water situation in New Mexico. Proper disposal of industrial wastewater is also expensive. I feel we must, as responsible New Mexicans, reuse this water to avoid unnecessarily wasting our fresh, potable water. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak on this important issue of water reuse in our industries in New Mexico. I urge you to adopt these innovative practices to ensure the future responsible use of our scarce water resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Rebecca Hollenbeek. Rebecca Hollenbeek. All right, Carlos Matutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commission members. My name is Carlos Matutes. I am the New Mexico State Program Director for Green Latinos. We're a national organization dedicated to fighting for environmental justice for Latina communities and other communities of color. I implore the Commission to reject this petition. This Commission wisely, after many months, came to a strong decision less than a year ago, last May. This decision allows for a 5-year moratorium, which still allows for pilot projects. This is not blocking advancement in the potential for treating this toxic waste that is euphemistically known as produced water. Yes, Water is absolutely precious in this state. One thing that we absolutely must do is protect the water that we already have. That groundwater and surface water, were it contaminated by spills from these produced water, and I definitely use that very euphemistically, that could contaminate hundreds, if not thousands of gallons very, very easily. In 2026 alone, the first quarter of this year, there have been more than 9,000 spills from oil and gas industry here in New Mexico. How do we trust an industry that cannot maintain oil and gas, which are known to be harmful to our environment and to our people? If they can't control that, how can we trust this industry to control produced water waste? Another issue that I have, and this is brought up a number of times, is that what constitutes fracking water is a trade secret. Without knowledge of what's being put into this water, how can we adequately treat and make sure that that water is safe? Finally, with the amount of total dissolved solids in this quote unquote produced water, we have a significant amount of waste. This is not a one-to-one. There is, at best, 60% of the water from this waste can be recovered. What do we do with that 40% waste? Where do we put it? This is still toxic chemical. No matter how clean we could theoretically get the water from that, there's still a significant amount of waste that this oil and gas industry wants to put on the shoulders of taxpayers, on nuestras comunidades, on our people, to pay for and live with the consequences of their billion-dollar industry. Again, I urge this commission to reject this petition. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next call, Ann Dunlap. Ann Dunlap, if you could unmute, please. Okay, move on. Yanya, you, if you can unmute, please.
Yeah, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the commission, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. So my name is Zhenjia Yu, and I'm a researcher and assistant professor at the New Mexico Tech. So I have working for produced water treatment for more than 2 decades, including the water from both the Permian and the San Juan basins. So over the course of my career as a researcher, I have seen significant advancement in produced water treatment technologies. I believe produced water can be treated, using some modern processes, such as advanced membrane systems, desalinations, and selective contaminant removal to achieve high levels of water quality. These innovations have significantly expanded the potential for safe and beneficial reuse of the produced water. So today, the treated produced water can help, reduce the use of fresh water in industry activities such as oil and gas operations, constructions, and dust control. In some cases, with the right level of treatment, it can also support some land reclamation and specific applications in the, industry application. So, for example, at the New Mexico Tech, so we have developed different kinds of produced water treatment technologies. So we can convert the produced water into ultra high purity clean water. So that kind of ultra high purity clean water can be used as a sustainable water resources for the semiconductor industry or even the production of green hydrogen. So right now we are looking for new water resources to address the water shortage challenge in the state. So with appropriate treatment and safeguard, and based on both the science and practical experience, I believe the produced water gave us an opportunity and the real potential to address this water challenge. So I'm here to support the petition, and thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we'll call Vicky Gottlieb. Vicky Gottlieb. Okay, moving on. All right, Danielle Todacini.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Danielle Todacini. I am the Executive Director of the Four Corners Clean Energy Alliance. We are the only tribal-led energy advocate in the region, working directly with tribal and rural communities to ensure they have a meaningful voice in New Mexico's energy and water policy decisions. I also speak as a resident of San Juan County, where water scarcity and produced water impacts are lived realities. Four Corners Clean Energy strongly supports the Commission setting WQCC 2618, the Water Alliance petition for hearing. This petition calls for a responsible, science-based examination of opportunities to expand New Mexico's water resources and reduce pressure on our limited freshwater supplies. Smart, protective water policy is essential for community growth, economic stability, and future generations. A hearing is the appropriate venue for the Commission to review science, hear from experts, and listen directly to communities across New Mexico, including tribal and rural communities who live closest to produced water activity and whose perspectives are often missing from statewide discussions. Their experience is critical to developing durable evidence-based policy. Because San Juan County is one of the regions most directly affected, I respectfully request that at least one hearing be held in our area to ensure meaningful participations. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the Commission to place WQCC 2618 on the future agenda, grant the petition, and set this matter for hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicky Gottlieb, if you can try to unmute again.
Yes, I'm unmuted. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair and members of the Commission, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Vicky Gottlieb. I've lived in New Mexico since 1970 in Rio Arriba, Santa Fe, Chavez, Bernalillo, and Sandoval counties. I suggest that none of you would disagree with me that New Mexico's water resources are our most necessary for the survival of New Mexico citizens. Despite the lack of science to back their efforts, the oil and gas industry refuses to take no for an answer when it comes to common sense and protection of that same necessary resource, more necessary than all the untapped oil and gas resources in our state. My children grew up in Albuquerque. A comment today in favor of the petition compared treatment of Albuquerque wastewater and produced water as equal. I suggest that until substantive testing exists to verify this comparison, it may be out of line and speculative. The May 2025 oil and gas wastewater discharge ban must stand. The industry's proposal to allow surface discharge of produced water to spoil even a drop of New Mexico's water and other natural resources must not be resurrected. Surface discharge that may impact domestic water supplies, irrigation systems, and recreational areas used for swimming, boating, and fishing. I urge you to do your duty and dismiss this last-ditch, thinly disguised as new effort to spoil our most precious and necessary resource for current and future generations. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Come back to Ann Dunlap. Ann Dunlap. All right, David, no last name, David.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you
Good
state
afternoon.
your name, please?
Oh, David Shoup. Good afternoon, members of the Water Quality Control Commission. Again, my name is David Shoup. I'm a third generation business owner in southeastern New Mexico. I also served as president of the Carlsbad Municipal School Board from 2018 to 2021. When my grandfather founded our company, Constructors, the company primarily built concrete irrigation ditches to supply water to the crops in the Pecos Valley. Now these ditches are largely unnecessary because of the rise in oil and gas production. These ditches instilled in me a profound appreciation for water and the critical importance of clean water for our community. With over 400 employees in the Permian Basin, I am deeply concerned about their health and well-being. A few years ago, my wife and I began attending Citizens Caring for the Future meetings to stay informed about issues in this area of the state. In October 2025, we attended a CCFF meeting where Amigos Bravos presented on cleaning and reuse of produced water from fracking. Initially, I was encouraged to learn that on May 14, 2025, the New Mexico Water Quality Control Commission had voted to prohibit the discharge of treated produced water from oil and gas extraction into the ground and surface waters. However, I was equally surprised to discover that the commission had voted in July to loosen those restrictions. This relaxation of the restrictions wasn't due to advancements in water purification processes, but rather pressure from the industry. Water is essential for all of us, including my employees who live in southeastern New Mexico. I urge this commission to continue its efforts to safeguard the water and the people of New Mexico and to uphold the May 2025 decision to prohibit the discharge of produced water at this time. Thank you for your service and your time.
Thank you. Steve Epstein, I believe you're the last person on my list. Steve Epstein. All right, Mr. Chair, I believe that concludes the online public commentators.
Okay, did you go back over people you skipped before? Or?
Yes.
He's got everybody crossed off. So did these guys, right?
I'll actually have a call-in user with their hand raised.
Yeah, see if there's just make one last call for anybody online.
Radio? No, turn it up to top.
Okay,
Turn it up
call-in user.
Oh,
Would you like
hello,
to make a
can you
public
guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me? Hi, my name is Lorraine from New Mexico, born and raised, and this is where I'll be because this is my homeland. I represent the natural world, and I'm speaking for the water today. And first, I want to start by suggesting that you guys schedule a hearing because I think it'd be good for both sides of this. And I'd like to talk about a couple of things that were brought up today and basically how they all connect. And what I've noticed is that every single thing that you guys have called out somehow involves sensors, the sensor network, from biosensors and monitoring PFAS to what? Why is that? Hello? I'm trying to speak. That's cutting into my time. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So we got biosensors and PFAS monitoring. We have smart sensors and water monitoring. We have smart surveillance tech and satellite imaging. So everywhere you look, there's environmental sensors. So I'm really starting to wonder if this is more about our water, if this is just another reason to expand the sensor network and these cyber physical systems connecting everything to blockchain and where everything is monitored, surveilled. And you guys are telling us, oh, it's for the water. So I hope that isn't the case, which if you hold the hearing, I'm looking forward to speaking and listening to what the experts have to say. I also couldn't help but notice and wonder how it isn't a conflict of interest that the founder and president of Water Alliance is also representing Border Prex Digital Assets, aka Project Jupiter, while also representing the Lee County Board of Commissioners before the Water Quality Control Commission. So that's all I have to say for today. God bless you all. Water is life.
Thank you. Okay, we have a few more users with their hand raised. Nancy Singham Singham, if you could please unmute yourself. Nancy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Nancy Singham. I'm a retired APS Albuquerque public school teacher living in Albuquerque. And I'd like to thank you and the whole commission for hearing us speak today. Our chief New Mexico scientists in the 50-year climate impact study have agreed that our state is facing climate change induced reductions in our already over allocated water supply due to consistently rising temperatures. We're going to get the same amount of rain, but since it's hotter, we're going to have less available water. And this makes every drop of potable water more precious than ever in our state. But the actual root cause of this hearing is not our growers' need for water. Instead, it's motivated by the fracking industry's desperate need to find something to do with their industrial fracking waste. In so doing, they're taking advantage of our state's growing water vulnerability to solve their business problem. While I have really deep empathy and support for rural ranchers and farmers struggling with lower water availability, I feel that this discussion is sort of analogous to a long-term cancer patient who's desperately reaching out for completely unproven cures just to solve the problem. Similarly, desperate for water, vulnerable rural residents can be tempted to seek potentially dangerous, unproven cures for our shortage of water. Everything that I've read about the science says that we are really years away, needing deep and detailed research to prove or disprove the ways that we could use produced fracking fluid. Thus, I urge you to deny this industry request for yet another hearing. And thank you again.
Thank you. Come back to Steve Epstein. I saw you come back on. Steve Epstein, can you unmute?
Yes, my name is Steve Epstein, and I have resided in the great state of New Mexico for almost 50 years. I am now retired after serving as a state employee attending to mental health needs. Water sports activities that I'm involved with certainly improves the well-being of our citizens. We need water to fill our rivers and lakes for recreational activities. I enjoy kayaking on the Rio Grande and Blue Water Lake. I also look forward to open water swimming in the Santa Rosa Lakes this summer. As a skier, we need water for snowmaking during thin snow seasons. I am in support of searching for other avenues of obtaining water responsibly. As everyone knows, water is scarce in our desert environment. We must ensure an adequate supply of drinking water in addition to recreational uses for our water sports activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Alyssa Salazar. Can you please unmute yourself? Alyssa Salazar.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello, my name is Alyssa Salazar. I'm a 10th generation New Mexican. I live in Albuquerque near the contamination with Forever Chemicals and a Superfund site. I own family ranch land in Mora, New Mexico, where we're dealing with our own water contaminations. I also own a third generation family farm in Valencia County, and I have seen firsthand the impact of drought. I was raised by an environmental biologist who is a game commissioner and an environmental officer for the city of Albuquerque. I was taught to believe that we are only the stewards for our land and water, and we must defend it. It's extremely concerning to me that we are revisiting this issue so soon after rejecting it previously. It speaks volumes in the confidence of approving this decision that the documentation that brought us here today was intentionally misleading and false. Continuing this ban is not anti-science or anti-progress, but our waters and our history and our future are too precious to do anything but to listen to science, and all of the research is saying that more research is needed. So I would ask that you continue the decision that you made previously and not allow this to go forward. Thank you very much for hearing me today.
Thank you. Next, we'll ask JB. JB, can you please unmute yourself? JB, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Hope you can hear and see me.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
My name is James Brockway, and I've lived here in New Mexico for about 20 years. While we've always had water, as a veteran living in the state with the highest percentage of veterans, water is an issue that we're just now seeing the danger in the Southwest is experiencing with the rivers that I have always counted on is no longer flowing. It is vanishing. In my past experience, I've noticed the Rio Grande River has become much less than grand, and there are spots along the river which flow underground, so all you see is the sandbar. This has been observed down by San Antonio, New Mexico, but farther north in the South Valley of Albuquerque and in the Isleta Pueblo, water has vanished from the site. My experience is hoping to find water at my location and knowing on the mesa west of Berlin, I've heard water is down to about 350 feet, but in some locations north of my 20 acres, it's 400 feet down, and the costs currently may now be closer to $100,000. Just to hunt for water, and there's no guarantee that it's there. In short, there is no water, and we need to implement recycling water. The local CBS station, KRQE Channel 13, has posted that farmers have to rethink how they're going to use water. Water is scarce in New Mexico. We are looking at Deadpool at Elephant Butte, and all the cities south of TRC will have to find water another way to secure water. And we truly need to look into recycling. What we are already looking at as a last resort, and water needs to water use in the oil industry and soil industry. We must reuse our water. Recycling water is necessary for our home and business, or it will cease to exist. Recycling, bringing it back to a potable usage, or we can drink that from, whatever is there, and then hope that you realize the time is up. The water's not there. We need to recycle and reuse what we have, make it potable, do the research. It's there, and hopefully we can get that done. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dunlap, you could please unmute yourself, please. And Dunlap, are you with us?
How do I unmute? Hello,
Oh,
can
yeah.
you hear me?
Yes, we got you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was having a little trouble with the mute button. Anyway, I just have a short comment. I am Ann Dunlap. I live in Albuquerque, New Mexico, down by the Rio Grande, and have watched it be depleted over the years. And I know we have a water problem, but I do not think that produced water is an answer without more research. The conflict in opinions today, I've listened since 9 o'clock this morning, have showed me that we need to have more extended research that is perhaps larger projects the scientists can tell us. I think that the commission made good decisions in 2025, and I encourage you to stick with them. Stay strong, and please reject this current petition from WATR. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Lori. Lori, please unmute yourself.
Hello. Thank you
Hello.
so much for, hello, can you hear me okay?
Thank you
Yes,
so
go
much
ahead.
for hearing my comments. I think my main concern is conservation and use of water and what we witness over in the East Mountains. My name is Lori Bryan, and with my husband, we farm 260 irrigated acres in the northern portion of the Estancia Basin. We grow hay. We do incorporate water conservation efforts in our production, and that has included over the past 25 years converting our flood irrigated acreage to center pivot irrigation, which does come at a tremendous expense. We did have to drill a new well in 2019 at $150,000. And we utilize humic acid and regenerative farming practices because we view ourselves as stewards of the land and we care for the soil for future generations. We graze animals. We've had about 25 cattle grazing on one of our properties over the winter. And, you know, our objective really is to preserve the water not only for the farmers, but for everybody over in our area, which that includes our community, our friends, people that are not in the farming operation. So we consider ourselves stewards of the land and of the water. So essentially my biggest concern is what I've been witnessing over the past 2 years is the hauling out of water. This is taking place from it's being mostly hauled out of a well that is about a quarter of an acre to the west of our property where I live. And we have 24 trucks a day making 2 trips per day. And this is to mitigate dust. And I believe that the water is most beneficial for the long term when it is maintained within our basin and used for the residents and farmers that live in our basin, especially most of the people I know out there are very strict about water, respect it as a precious resource, and want to do what we can to preserve our water for the long term. So I'm really asking about how we can address all of these green installations of, for example, wind turbines and possibly solar panel installations that are used in the construction instance. It sounds like dust mitigation is one of the biggest reasons for the water leaving the basin. But so I'm asking that you really do focus on either a way to develop a strategy that does not use water at all. That would be number one and the most preferable, but also to really put some efforts towards treatment and finding a source of water that is not pulling from our groundwater that we all are relying upon and want to have for the
That's your
future.
time, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I believe that is it, Mr. Chair, but I'll give some folks a few seconds. If you want to make a public comment, please raise your digital hand so we can find you quickly. I'm not seeing any more. Oh, sorry, one more. Gunhild Vetter, let me make you a co-host. One moment, please. Gunhild Vetter. Okay. You could please unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was
Very
just
speak.
I was just wondering if they've considered it's what Israel uses to draw water out of the air.
Ma'am, we're still taking public comment. Thank you.
I think that's it, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate everybody hanging in here.
Paul, guessing
It's 2
something.
o'clock.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, just again about the procedure on how we are going to present. I know you said 5 minutes to present the petition, which we do want to present it as quickly as possible, but in the past, I think 10 or 15 minutes have been given to petitioners. And then with the other parties, there are numerous NGO opponents, and the case could be a presentation of 45 minutes to 50 minutes, in which we would get 5 minutes to rebut. I think if I remember the schedule correctly this morning, and that seems a little lopsided. Okay, I apologize. And that's why we wanted to just confirm that it was about equal.
Oh, yeah.
We understand.
If we can get back here by 3, we can get going with the people who have entered an appearance. I hate to call them parties because we won't actually have a formal proceeding yet. People have entered an appearance. Give their presentations. Okay. Thank you. I saw that Belinda was online. Yes. Pam, you did catch that Commissioner Brenda was online for you?
Yes. Okay. Join around 30 to 11. Hello, Mr. Brewer.
Okay, we are back. The April 14th, 2026 meeting of the Water Quality Control Commission. We're still on agenda item 6, WQCC 2618, petition to amend 20.6.8. We went through public comments this morning, early afternoon, both here and online. And we were going to continue with the comments now from interested parties. And so I mentioned try to do about 5 minutes for each. You all have submitted various filings, and you can summarize them or however. I noticed a number of them are joint, so hopefully you've worked it all out. Who talks on which issues? That would be helpful. So anyway, was there any order that you all wanted to go in, or should I just start calling names? Okay, great. So on the list here, right here, the list on the agenda shows the first party is New Energy Economy.
Chair Brinkard and commissioners, with all due respect, I understand the chair's view that the traditional doctrines of res judicata and collateral estoppel may not apply in the rulemaking context. But even if those doctrines are not applied mechanically, their underlying principles, finality, fairness, conservation of public resources, and protection against serial relitigation absolutely matter here. After an 18-month hearing, more than 5,000 pages of evidence, including many peer-reviewed scientific studies, the commission found that insufficient evidence exists to ensure that discharges of produced water, treated or otherwise, are protective of human health or the environment. That was not an offhand remark. It was a formal science-based determination. That finding equally applies today. Industry-aligned witnesses in that proceeding here today, and the actual science cited in Water's petition, acknowledge that the science is still developing. That is exactly why the commission adopted a cautious framework. Continue research, allow science-based pilot projects, but do not authorize discharge until safety is actually proven. Water is back again, asking this body to reopen the same issue without any material change in law, without any breakthrough scientific record, and without evidence that treated produced waters can safely be discharged onto New Mexico lands or into waterways. This is not legitimate petitioning. It is serial litigation by repetition until a different answer is obtained. The petition does not merely overstate the science, it presents conditional, narrow laboratory findings as broad proof of safety. The cited papers themselves continue to warn of unknown contaminants, incomplete toxicological data, lack of long-term studies, and the need for more research. That is not a harmless advocacy gloss on an issue involving radioactive and toxic oil field waste. It is material distortion aimed at overcoming the Commission's prior findings. Administrative bodies must be able to rely on candor. If disappointed parties can immediately refile, recycle the same agenda, misquote and misattribute science, mischaracterize science, and force the public to relitigate endlessly, then no decision of this commission is ever final and no resource is protected. What we are confronting today is not a disagreement over interpretation. It is not a close call between competing experts. It is something far more serious, an admission, now unmistakable, that the quotes presented to this commission as coming from peer-reviewed scientific literature were in fact wrong. The petition relied on quotation marks to convey authority, to signal that these were the actual words from a peer-reviewed scientific article or articles. They were not. And now, through the so-called errata, we learn the truth. Those statements did not come from peer-reviewed studies at all, but instead from an unsworn legislative hearing statement attributed to Dr. Stoll. This is not a minor clerical correction. It wasn't a problem with ordering and numbering of certain footnotes. It is a fundamental misrepresentation of the evidentiary basis presented to this tribunal. When an attorney invokes peer-reviewed science using quotation marks and then substitutes unsworn, inaccurate summaries in place of actual scientific conclusions, the tribunal is being misled about the very foundation of the claim. The Stoll statements claim, quote, no measurable toxic effects, quote, no adverse impacts, and effectively assert safety. But the actual peer-reviewed studies say the opposite. They repeatedly emphasize uncertainty, incomplete data, unknown contaminants, and the need for further research. The science is improving, but that's not debatable. But the very peer-reviewed Water Alliance article, one of them, benchmarking produced water treatment strategies for non-toxic effluents, etc., says this, quote, while the findings of this study are promising and suggest a potential alternative for treating hypersaline oil field produced water to levels suitable for surface water discharge, there are significant limitations that must be acknowledged. These limitations pertain to both the treatment process and the characterization of the effluents. As you all are aware, we still don't know what is in the fracking fluid waste because the oil and gas industry has not divulged all the contaminants. The record before the commission continues to reflect profound uncertainty, including the presence of unknown and uncharacterized contaminants, incomplete toxicological data, yeah, I will go to my end. Regarding the material misrepresentations, the appropriate response is clear. Hold Bradfeud, Sayer, and Kimsey accountable by finding that these attorneys made material representations about science to this agency and compounded those misdeeds in their alleged errata, stating that the misquotes and false attributions were minor clerical errors. New energy economy is asking for something fundamental, honesty in proceedings before this commission. Administrative agencies can only function when parties tell the truth about the evidence they rely upon and the authority upon which they appear. Candor is not optional. Accuracy is not optional. It is necessary for our safety and the protection of our water and environment. Please dismiss this petition outright for all the reasons stated in New Energy Economy's motions and those of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have Center for Biological Diversity.
Pardon me, I'm short. Good afternoon, Chair Brinkard, members of the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Colin Cox, Center for Biological Diversity. You've heard a lot of good reasons to deny the petition this morning, including the petitioner falsely attributing advocacy quotations to scientific studies, as Mrs. Nanasi just discussed. But I'd like to talk about just one in particular, and that is the appearance of impropriety. We filed a legal motion on this issue because we want to make sure that the Commission proceeds according to the law. We're here seeking enforcement of the Commission's own rule concerning fair and impartial hearings. The rule states, no Commission member shall participate in any action in which his or her impartiality or fairness may reasonably be questioned. That's the rule. It's clear, strong. It holds you, as commissioners, to the same standard of impartiality as state judges. Courts looking at this rule ask whether an objective, disinterested observer, fully informed of the underlying facts, would entertain significant doubt that justice would be done absent recusal. The standard is about the appearance of impropriety. It is not about whether a commissioner is in fact going to act fairly and impartially. That's something only that commissioner can ever truly know. Instead, the standard is about whether a reasonable person could have doubts about that impartiality. Here, reasonable people do have doubts, and the impartiality and fairness of several commissioners is reasonably being questioned. This means the Commission's own rule would be broken if it set this petition for a hearing. We're asking the Commission to prevent this violation by denying this petition. The impartiality and fairness of the commissioners is reasonably being questioned because they received emails from the governor's office telling them to support the last oil industry petition. We have written proof that the governor's office and Secretary Kenny expected the commitment of 6 cabinet secretaries to get that petition over the finish line. Cabinet secretaries were told to direct their designees and employees to vote to approve the oil industry petition at the Commission's July 8th meeting. Secretaries were also directed to attend the actual hearing themselves and to support the petition. That petition got dismissed in November because of this scandal. Then the same industry alliance brought essentially the same petition right back. But the passage of 4 months and the addition of secondary petitioners does not remove the appearance of impropriety. So here we are. Again, the question I put to the Commission this morning is simple. Did those emails create the appearance of impropriety regarding Water's petition? Could an objective, disinterested observer, having read the emails from Secretary Kenny and the governor's office, could that person reasonably question the Commissioner's impartiality and fairness in this hearing? And the answer can only be yes. The answer is yes, because the governor's office directed votes in favor of the first water petition. And today we have the same group asking for the same thing. And the governor's orders have not changed. If anything, the pressure has increased, as we saw with HB 207. The Center for Biological Diversity, along with our fellow movements, Wild Earth Guardians and New Energy Economy, question the impartiality and fairness of the commissioners whose votes have been directed by the governor's office. And it's not just us. The first time around, just a few months ago, dozens of state representatives and state senators publicly questioned the impartiality and fairness of the implicated commissioners. The editorial board of the Santa Fe New Mexican publicly questioned the impartiality and fairness of the implicated commissioners. This petition carries all that same baggage because, again, it's the same group asking for the same thing from the same body. The bottom line is that the fairness and impartiality of these commissioners has been reasonably called into question. That's the standard. It's that simple. And that's why the soil industry petition must be denied. Anything less than denial is inadequate. No pronouncements or statements from commissioners can put to rest the reasonable doubts about their impartiality, nor undo the appearance of impropriety caused by the interference from the governor's office. Designation is also an inadequate remedy because the interference comes from the governor's office, the highest executive office in our state. Every subordinate of the 6 cabinet secretaries is implicated. Only denial can remedy the cloud of interference that now hangs over this petition, this industry alliance, and this governor. So we ask you to comply with the law and deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is Bruce Weatherby online? And does Mr. Weatherby, does he want to make a statement? Mr. Weatherby, would you like to make a statement?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We can.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. My apologies. The mute button just muted and would not unmute. The only statement I'd have at this point is what a lot of people, I guess, have been trying to figure out is why we're here again so quickly. This is a very important issue. It's something that deserves deliberation, but it also deserves not to be driven without a lot more thought than I think has been put into what's presented to your commission at this point. Things seem to be going way too fast. There's a lot of problems with produced water in New Mexico and bordering states. While they need to be addressed, I don't think this is particularly the time to go ahead without more information. That's about all I have to say at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And Mr. Maxwell, are you on? Is he on?
Hello, Chair. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Okay, excellent. I'm on the phone at the moment. I'm having difficulty with my computer, so bear with me. If I break out, please let me know. Good afternoon. Thank you for considering my response. At this stage, the Commission is not being asked to resolve the merits of the proposed rule, but rather to determine whether the petition warrants development through a full rulemaking hearing. In my view, the petition satisfies the requirements of the rule and presents matters within the Commission's jurisdiction. I'll proceed to address 3 issues. First, although the petition discusses application in certain counties, the proposed rule itself affects a change to a statewide regulatory framework. It strikes existing language that operates as a statewide prohibition and replaces it with a structure that distinguishes application by county. That change alone carries statewide implications, regardless of how the rule is ultimately implemented. Given the scope of this proposal, the complexity of the issues, and the level of statewide interest, I believe the Commission should set the matter for hearing in Santa Fe, with additional public hearing sessions held in the localities identified by petitioners for the purpose of receiving testimony from members of the public. Second, I note that the present record underscores the need for a full and fair evidentiary hearing. In the prior proceeding, I believe certain expert testimony was excluded unfairly and in a manner that, from my perspective, reflected undue pressure and what I would characterize as bullying tactics directed at the presenting party. That expertise has now only been heard very briefly today in the form of limited public comment. This raises legitimate questions regarding the completeness of the prior record and the characterization of that process as thorough. The Commission had the ability at that time to allow for supplementation of the record to ensure that relevant expertise was fairly considered, yet on the record declined to do so. These circumstances demonstrate why the issues presented here are better addressed through a structured hearing, where testimony can be fully developed and tested on the record. Lastly, I raise a concern regarding the participation of the sitting commissioner, and I do so with full respect. His longstanding public service and evident engagement on complex water policy issues is tremendously respectful, and his willingness to participate in legislative discussions and contribute his expertise is valued and appreciated. During the House Agricultural, Aqueous, and Water Resources Committee on February 7th of this year, in connection with House Bill 207, which directly concerns the Commission's role in produced water regulation, Commissioner Bruce Thompson appeared in person and spoke in support of the bill. In doing so, he expressed agreement with testimony provided by Dr. Zach Stoll, stating, quote, "I agree with Dr. Stoll. There's a lot of new information," end quote. Notably, several individuals and organizations who are participating in this matter were present at that same meeting and spoke in opposition to that same bill. While the precise scope of Commissioner Thompson's agreement with Dr. Stoll's testimony before the committee is not entirely clear, the context is important. The statement was made in support of legislation advancing the same general regulatory direction reflected in this petition, and in reference to an expert whose work is directly relied upon by petitioners. As I noted, there remains substantial disagreement among stakeholders regarding the interpretation and sufficiency of the scientific record, and those issues are expected to be more fully developed through an evidentiary hearing. My concern is not that Commissioner Thompson is knowledgeable or engaged on these issues. Indeed, that's to be expected, but that he has recently expressed a position in a public legislative forum that aligns, at least in part, with one side of an active dispute central to this proceeding. Under these circumstances, that prior expression raises, at minimum, a reasonable question to the impartiality of this setting. And so I believe recusal is appropriate in this matter, and that's all I have to say today. Thank you for hearing from me.
Thank you. Leave next, it's Wild Earth Guardians.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. The conservation groups and the State Land Office ask you to deny setting the Industry Alliance's petition for a hearing because the primary justifications for the proposed rulemaking in their petition are unrelated to the Commission's authority to prevent or abate water pollution under the Water Quality Act. The Industry Alliance provides two justifications for why their petition should be set for a hearing. The first is to deal with issues related to water scarcity and drought. And they specifically reference Rio Grande flows, agricultural water supply, groundwater permits, and Rio Grande compact obligations. All of these areas are under the purview of either the state engineer or the Interstate Stream Commission. The second reason they give for moving the petition to a hearing is to advance economic development, to encourage economic development. They specifically reference industrial and infrastructure development, economic resilience, and job creation. These are all under the purview of either the Economic Development Department or the New Mexico Finance Authority. So moving the petition forward to a hearing for purposes of water scarcity and encouraging economic development would place the rulemaking on a faulty foundation, because you'd be promulgating rules for purposes outside this commission's scope of authority. The rules would then be open to challenge as arbitrary and likely to succeed because they're unrelated to the prevention or abatement of water pollution. And our brief cites a case that's exactly on point for that, and that's PNM versus Environmental Improvement Board in the Court of Appeals. And there, the court struck down an EIB rule regulating air emissions when the EIB's stated purpose of the rule was to encourage industrial development in Northwest New Mexico. And the court said nothing in the board's mandate gives it the authority to plan for industrial development when it's doing a rulemaking. And any positive impacts that could come out of an emission regulation, such as job creation or economic development, should be a consequence of an emission regulation rather than the design and the purpose of that regulation. So this situation is squarely the situation that you would be in, very similar to PNM versus EIB, if you move forward with the hearing on the petition based on the petition's justifications of economic development and dealing with water scarcity. And I'd just like to briefly address the petitioner's response to the motion that was filed this morning about 15 minutes before this hearing started. And the petitioners basically misunderstand the argument that we're making around the scope of the commission's authority. They state that we are arguing that the commission lacks authority to regulate produced water treatment and use. And that is not what we're arguing at all. Our argument is that the commission lacks authority to promulgate industry's proposed regulatory scheme based on the purposes industry gives in the petition for starting this rulemaking. Those purposes are outside the scope of the commission's authority. The conservation groups in the state land office recognize that this commission has authority under the Water Quality Act and the Produced Water Act to regulate produced water. And in fact, this commission has done so in May of 2025. Conservation groups are also helping to defend that rule in the Court of Appeals at this time as well. So we are asking the commission not to move this petition forward for a hearing because the reasons given for this rulemaking are outside your scope of authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Western Environmental Law, Sierra Club, Citizens Caring for the Future.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Tanis Fox, representing Amigos Bravos, Citizens Caring for the Future, and Sierra Club. My clients, along with the State Land Office and other conservation organizations, filed 2 motions to dismiss that I'm going to try to squeeze in my 5 minutes. We first moved to dismiss based on NMED's failure to convene an advisory committee under Section 74(64)L of the Water Quality Act. That section requires NMED to convene an advisory committee for rules, quote, for a particular industry. That section does not require NMED to be the petitioner. It does not exempt third-party petitions. The plain language of that section applies to any and all rulemaking petitions that apply to particular industries that are before this commission. The policy goals of that section to advise NMED on rules that it will implement and encourage discussion among experts and stakeholders apply whether a petition is from NMED or a third party. These policy goals apply with particular force here, given the high level of public interest. NMED interpreted that section to apply to a produced water rule like the one that's before you today and convened an advisory committee. NMOGA argued strenuously in its appeal of 20.6.8 that your rule applies to, quote, a particular industry, the oil and gas industry, as evidenced by the excerpts from their appeal brief that we filed. So we moved to dismiss because NMED has not convened and appears to have no intention to convene an advisory committee. Our second motion seeks dismissal because the petition is inconsistent with the Water Quality Act and the Commission's regulatory framework to prevent water pollution and develop water quality standards. While the petition purports to establish effluent limits to prevent water pollution from discharge of treated produced water, the rule leaves blank all effluent limits for the nearly 400 contaminants identified. Effluent limits are designed to meet water quality standards and are restrictions on the quantity, rate, and concentration of pollutants. Water quality standards precede effluent limits. However, many contaminants in petitioners' lists do not have corresponding water quality standards. These include PFAS contaminants. Therefore, protective effluent limits cannot be established without corresponding water quality standards. But under the petition, if there are no water quality standards, NMED is allowed to establish on its own interim effluent limits or allow dischargers to propose their own effluent limits that NMED approves. These effluent limits, developed without corresponding water quality standards, become de facto water quality standards. Behind the scenes, administrative approval by NMED of effluent limits, absent Commission promulgated standards, unlawfully usurps the Commission's authority to establish water quality standards under the Act. We move to dismiss on this basis as well. Finally, this Commission has ably protected New Mexico waters for more than 5 decades. In my experience as a Commission observer for more than 25 years, both as Commission counsel and as appearing before you, there has never been a rulemaking process that has engendered so much conflict or that has so threatened the integrity of this body. And while industry has had no success before the legislature the last 3 sessions to either fund produced water projects or pass a rule, forcing you to pass a rule that requires discharge, it hopes to have success here before you today. This issue is tearing the state apart, and in my opinion, unnecessarily so. The issue before the Commission needs a reset that allows NMED technical staff to do their job and stakeholders to sit down and examine this issue as a state, but not under the gun of a rulemaking for a 57-page, highly complex and highly problematic rule written by industry. The Commission's rule is a good rule. It protects New Mexico waters, it allows science to move forward, and it sunsets in 5 years, recognizing the science is moving forward. We respectfully ask the Commission to dismiss the petition and allow its rule to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the Environment Department here? Mr. Knight? Mr. Knight, I think you're muted.
There we go. Councilor, you should be able to unmute now.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Andrew Knight for the New Mexico Environment Department. And I don't intend to present today. Jonas Armstrong stated the department's position in his presentation earlier and during the public comment period, and I have nothing to add to that.
Okay, thank you. All right, I believe the State Land Office up next.
Hello, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm Tim Davis. On behalf of the State Land Office, I'm here to present the Commissioner of Public Lands, New Mexico State Land Office, Amigos Bravos, Citizens Caring for the Future, Sierra Club, New Energy Economy, Wild Earth Guardians, and Center for Biological Diversity's joint motion to dismiss this rulemaking petition as incomplete. Our motion asks you to deny the petition and not set a hearing on the proposed rule because it is simply not complete. And I read this morning the response filed by petitioners, and I have to say at the outset, it mischaracterizes our argument. They characterize our argument as somehow imposing a prerequisite or a precondition on this body to accepting the petition or denying the petition. That's simply not the case. You have complete discretion to accept or deny this petition under the Water Quality Act and your own rules. And that decision is not subject to judicial review. When you read the proposed rule, you'll see that there's over 20 pages of blank material. We're asking you not to waste time and resources hearing an incomplete petition. To give you a brief roadmap of where I'm going, first, I'm going to explain what this commission's rules require with regard to completeness of petitions. Second, I'll briefly explain why the petition and the proposed rule before you are not complete. And last, I'll explain why simply sending this petition back to the petitioner so they can fill in the blanks does not remedy the problems that this petition presents. So first, what do your own rules require? Well, a petitioner must provide a copy of the entire rule, including the proposed regulatory change indicating any language proposed to be added or deleted. That same rule provision also provides that the entire rule and its proposed changes shall be submitted to the Commission in redline form. Furthermore, under our State Rules Act, a proposed rule is defined as a rule that is provided to the public for review and public comment prior to its adoption, amendment, or repeal. And last, this commission has also promulgated objectives for rulemaking. Those objectives include making possible the effective presentation of evidence and points of view of the parties and members of the general public, as well as assuring that commission hearings are conducted in a fair and equitable manner. An incomplete proposed rule defeats all of these purposes. I don't know how the parties can develop evidence or even, of course, not present it to you if they don't have a complete rule in front of them. We don't know how the petitioners may or may not fill in these blanks. Point two, and I'll be really brief here, is how is the proposed rule in front of you incomplete? If you look at page 36 through 57, there's a list of about 400 pollutants. The proposed rule seeks to set effluent limits for those. There are no proposed effluent limits. That's all blank. The table of fees that the petitioners want to establish with this proposed rule has no fees in it. That's at page 35 and 36. And the control limit reference range values for the monitoring indicators at pages 27 and 28 are also not filled in. In their response to this motion, the petitioners state numerous times that they intend to fill in the blanks. They're going to fill in the blanks prior to the technical case. Before anybody presents technical testimony, don't worry, these will be filled in. What petitioners are asking you to do is to set a rulemaking hearing based on their promise to fill in the blank material at some unspecified future date. Again, this is going to prevent the other parties from presenting a case. It's not equitable. It is not fair. If you vote to accept this petition today, all of these other parties have to immediately start working to present a case to this commission. I don't know how that's possible when the rule is not complete. Point 3 is related to what Ms. Fox just said, so I'll, be very brief on this. I'll just say that I don't know how we can set effluent limits for corresponding water quality standards that do not exist. In closing, the petitioners want you to set this for hearing for 10 to 15 days at the end of the summer. I don't think you need me to remind you that for the 6-ish page rule that we heard of, about a year ago, 2 years ago, maybe now at the beginning, the 18-month hearing, that took 11 days of evidentiary hearing with several days of deliberation. Their request for a 10 to 15 day hearing at the end of the summer is not realistic, and you don't have to accept the petition. Thank you.
Lee County.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, this is John Caldwell, the Lee County Attorney, and the Lee County Board of County Commissioners wants me to simply say that they support this petition for rulemaking. They ask that you appoint a hearing officer and that you set a hearing for sometime in September or October of 2026. The Board of County Commissioners understands that water is very important. It understands that you had a hearing not too long ago on this matter, but as the state of technology changes fairly rapidly in today's market, we ask that you consider and approve this petition for rulemaking. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Have conservation voters? Okay, who am I missing? Who hasn't spoken? We cover everybody?
Chairman, entered an appearance.
County?
San Juan County.
San Juan County? Is San Juan County on the line?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. San Juan County's position is similar to Lee County's, and it's best stated in resolution number 252666, which was adopted by the San Juan County Commissioners on March 17, 2026, and has been provided to the Water Quality Control Commission. San Juan County has joined the water petition and urges the Commission to hold public hearings in regions where produced water treatment and reuse activities may occur, ensuring that local voices are heard and incorporated into decision making. The county supports the development of clear, science-based regulatory frameworks that allow treated produced water to be safely used in industrial and economic applications, reducing demand on freshwater supplies and advancing the goals of New Mexico's long-term water planning efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Who else? With that, I'll allow the Alliance an opportunity to respond and explain their position.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, we appreciate the time you've taken today, the time you took in 2025, the time you took in 2024, and the time you took in 2023 to hear and consider different pieces and parts of a policy decision and a regulatory decision related to the reuse of treated produced water in the state of New Mexico. At the outset, I want to remind us all why it is that we're here. And I think there's two answers to that question. There's kind of the procedural why, and then there's the policy why. The policy why, as we heard this morning, all of us, from the presentation of the Environment Department and the Office of the State Engineer, is because we are facing a 25% reduction of freshwater supplies over the next 50 years. That's approximately 750,000 acre feet. Simultaneously, we are producing approximately 2.5 billion barrels of produced water every year. And there's choices and there's options with how we manage this scarcity and surplus issue, right? And the governor's 50-year water action plan lays out different pathways and different lanes in which we can attempt to manage this 25% loss of water. And each of the items that the governor's 50-year water action plan identified was discussed this morning in public comment, right? Conservation is one of those things. Managing leaky municipal systems is one of those things. Brackish water is one of those things. Produced water is one of those things. But there is no body in the state of New Mexico which is positioned to allow the state to advance into a reuse paradigm other than this body. This is the only body statutorily that is in a position to make a decision about whether or not we advance into a reuse framework. The second reason we're here is because New Mexico statute and the Water Quality Control Commission's rules specifically contemplate that any person may file a petition for rulemaking with the Water Quality Control Commission. There's no limitation. And we'll speak a little bit more about this later. But as we discussed last August, there's no limitation on who, and there's no limitation on the number of times that a party can petition this body for regulatory change. And whether you talk about applying the rules of collateral estoppel and res judicata formally or informally, the statute does not contemplate the application of those rules informally or formally, or borrowing the concepts. The statute is quite clear. Any person may file. There's no limitation on who the party is and the number of times that the party files. Now, apologize for doing this because I'm going to repeat some of the words and some of the language that some of you use to characterize some of your sentiments pertaining to this petition. But in December, at the December Commission meeting, when a vote was taken on how to manage, how to handle the issue that was in front of it, which was a previous petition, there was some interesting discussion amongst the commission. And that discussion is very relevant because we think that there are essentially two really important items that the commission focused on. And so we went to work trying to address some of those concerns and make sure that the commission was aware of the state of play in these two, as it pertains to these two particular issues. So, real briefly, Commissioner Fry mentioned that the petition doesn't necessarily need to wait until 2030 to bring a petition, and that the issue was important enough that they should hear a petition as it is brought up. And she was concerned at that point, and so said this petition we should reset and have a new petition go back through the process. Chair Thompson mentioned if a petition comes back, we should make sure that the petitioner is working with the Environment Department. Commissioner Bayless spoke quite eloquently and mentioned that he thinks the commission should accept opportunities to hear new science when they arise. If it's every 6 months, fine, on demand. Commissioner Brankard mentioned concern about what's in the water, to which Commissioner Sloan responded, think that's why we would go to a hearing to hear the science. So what we've done in our petition is present much of, some examination by experts of what the science is as of today. And there's been a lot of discussion by parties opposed to the petition about fabricating science, making misleading statements, etc. And you've heard a lot of that discussion here this morning. But I think it's important that the commission appreciate who it's heard from as it pertains to the state of the science. We filed a collection of responses to the various and numerous motions that were filed just days ago. Despite the fact that there was very little time to do so, we went through and responded to each of those motions. And in one of our responses, we've attached, if you've had a chance to look, which I don't think you really have, but there are 3 affidavits included in one of our filings. And I wanted to note for the purposes of today, who exactly filed those affidavits and what their credentials are. We'll start with Deputy Director of the Petroleum Recovery Research Center, Jen Rainey, who you heard from during public comment. She's a Master's of Science in Environmental Science from the University of Kansas and a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Science from Tulane. More than a decade of experience in energy and environmental research programs, including leadership and coordination of federally funded research initiatives related to subsurface systems, water management, and energy infrastructure. You'll read in her affidavit that the PRRC has played an active role in advancing produced water treatment and reuse in New Mexico through applied research, pilot system development, and infrastructure design to support real-world implementations. And a central focus of their work is to move beyond laboratory-scale research and toward deployable treatment systems capable of operating under real-world conditions. You'll see at the end of her affidavit some of her conclusions. Current research and pilot-scale efforts support the development of science-based regulatory frameworks to evaluate and govern reuse in a manner protective of human health and the environment. Dr. Shane Walker, a professor of civil, environmental, and construction engineering at Texas Tech University, currently serves as the director of the Water and Environment Research Center and director of the Texas Produced Water Consortium. He holds a PhD and a Master's of Science in Environmental Water Resource Engineering from the University of Texas at Austin, and a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Texas Tech University. He has more than 2 decades of experience in environmental engineering with a focus on water treatment, desalination, and water resource management. He's also a faculty member associated with the National Science Foundation funded Engineering Research Center for nanotechnology-enabled water treatment. Dr. Walker, in his affidavit, you'll read that based on his work and review of current literature, modern treatment systems, including combinations of membrane processes, thermal distillation, advanced oxidation, absorption, and biological treatment, are capable of reducing and removing a wide range of contaminants present in produced water, including dissolved solids, hydrocarbons, and trace constituents. He cites various papers, and his characterization of some of those papers is that they support the conclusion that produced water can be treated to meet defined water quality objectives for specific reuse applications, and ends with a few conclusions that modern treatment technologies, when properly designed and operated within a multi-barrier framework, are capable of achieving water quality levels protective of human health and the environment for defined applications. The last affidavit is from Dr. Zach Stoll. He's the Assistant Director of the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium. He holds a PhD in Civil Engineering, specializing in Environmental Engineering from New Mexico State University. He has a Master's of Science in Environmental Science and Engineering from the Colorado School of Mines, and a Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry from the State University of New York at Geneseo. He also served as a program manager with the National Alliance for Water Innovation at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, a U.S. Department of Energy Water Desalination Hub, and served as a research scientist with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation at the Brackish Groundwater Desalination Research Facility. Dr. Stoll is the individual who presented to the Legislative Committee in February. And we cited Dr. Stoll's testimony. There was question about whether we were referring to Dr. Stoll or the papers. We clarified that through a notice of errata to make sure that all parties were aware that we were pointing to specific quotes from Dr. Stoll characterizing specific papers.
Nevertheless, parties opposed to this continue to say that we are fabricating the science. Dr. Stoll's conclusion in his affidavit speak for themselves, and I would encourage you to read it. His final conclusions are that the substantial expanding body of scientific research, much of it developed within the past several years, has filled in multiple scientific gaps that have prevented the development of regulations for the treatment and regulated reuse of produced water. The research shows that properly designed, operated, and maintained treatment systems, combined with robust monitoring and water quality characterization, can achieve purified water quality levels that are non-toxic and protective of human health and the environment for defined applications. Lastly, only because public comment was somewhat hurried, I wanted to read for you and remind you who you heard from in Dr. Pei Zhu. There is perhaps not a researcher in the United States that is more advanced than Dr. Zhu. She's one of the nation's leading researchers on produced water treatment and reuse. She has a bachelor's in environmental engineering, an MS in water and wastewater engineering, and a PhD in hydroscience. She's a professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at NMSU and the director of the Environmental Lab for Innovation Technologies. And what you heard from Dr. Pei Zhu, was almost verbatim the same language that Dr. Stoll used when he testified to the Legislative Committee, which was, over the last 18 months, the consortium has examined treated produced water from pilot scale projects operating in the Permian Basin and observed no measurable toxic effects on aquatic species, no toxic effects across 3 different human cell lines, and no adverse impact on native plants, soils, or soil microbial communities. Taken together, these findings indicate that produced water can be treated to a non-toxic level in a real-world setting. Someone said it this morning in the public comment, and I appreciate all the public comment. Each one of us are water stakeholders. So it's important that we hear from all of us. But one of them said, science doesn't care what you believe. There was a lot of discussion this morning about what different people believe the state of the science to be. The only experts who we have heard from, some of the leading experts in the country, have said, taken together, findings indicate that produced water can be treated to a non-toxic level in a real-world setting. So the question to the commission at this point is really a threshold question. And it's a question that matches the question that you would need to answer it before you pass a rule, which is your rules must be based on credible scientific data. So your question today is, do we think there's credible scientific data that we could base a rule on if we were to pass this rule? Well, if you don't believe the scientists who are commenting and who are doing this work, then I think that the answer is that the commission will probably never believe that there's credible scientific data, because the credible scientists right now are telling you that there is data to support a regulatory framework. The second item that the commission spoke to in December, beyond what is the state of the science, where is the Environment Department on this? And so Ms. Bradford is going to speak to that.
Yeah. So not all of you sat on the commission last year. And for your benefit, I want to give a quick summary about what happened. Many of you lived through it just like we did. In 2025, we had a series of a few different hearings on the first petition that we filed. And there was feedback that the commission gave us as petitioners. You wanted us it was not a legal requirement to hold an advisory committee process, but you wanted outreach, right? You wanted an advisory committee-like process where we were engaging with communities. We held 4 different public outreach sessions, inviting members of the public. We got feedback. We had an informal advisory committee process in which Western Environmental Law Center and Amigos Bravos participated in. Personally, we took their feedback and we put it into the petition and the proposal that's in front of you today. The other piece of feedback that we got was that you really wanted to see the Environment Department at the table. You did not know, and we did not have an opportunity in December to present to you because it was not a subject of the motions at hand then, and deliberations on the matter were closed. You were no longer taking arguments with us before you talked about NMED's engagement. But in September of 2025, we had significant engagement with the Environment Department. The Environment Department actually engaged an outside expert. They actually engaged a consulting firm They went through our proposal, gave us significant feedback, numerous pieces of technical information. The group they employed, I believe, was ZRG, and we took that feedback. We made the vast majority of those changes in the proposal that's in front of you today. That feedback looked at making sure that the rule was consistent with the Water Quality Act, making sure that the agency could implement the proposal as being proposed, and looking at some of the pieces of the different permits that were being proposed. If you'll remember, our original proposal had kind of two classes of permits, class 1 and class 2. I think we might have also eventually included a class 3. We changed that process to better match the existing discharge permit process that NMED was contemplating in another rulemaking it has going on right now, and to make sure that it matched its Surface Water Bureau's rules and Groundwater Bureau's rules that are in place. That feedback is incorporated into the draft that you have in front of you. And we had several substantive meetings with the agency, which resulted in Mr. Armstrong being here today with approval from the agency saying that we should have a debate of the science on the record. We do not agree 100% with NMED on absolutely everything in the rule. There's still a few things that have to be worked out, but I can't think of a single rulemaking that is going on in New Mexico today where all the parties agree 100% on all of the provisions in the proposal. That is what the rule-making process does. You come to the table, you talk about technical facts, you talk about certain provisions, and you have further compromises before the rulemaking hearing takes place. That is what needs to happen on produced water. And I think we need to zoom out and ask ourselves why. Why does that need to happen on produced water? In 2019, a piece of legislation was passed. And the legislature, much to my chagrin, I was highly involved in the passage of that legislation, decided to use one word of significant importance. They amended a provision in the Water Quality Act that I proposed said the commission may adopt rules. Legislature disagreed with that may, and they made an unfriendly amendment which passed and said shall adopt rules for the disposition of treated produced water. It has now been over 6 years, and we have no rules for the disposition of treated produced water. The governor's office, believe it or not, has authority, has a responsibility under the New Mexico Constitution to ensure faithful execution of the laws. That is part of the executive's responsibility under the Constitution, to make sure that the laws get executed. This commission has been waiting for the science to be ready. And if you zoom out and you think about what was happening in 2019, there was a mandate for this commission to adopt rules, and there was no science at that point in time. Treated produced water was kind of a twinkle in everybody's eye. If you asked me in 2019, and people did in front of the legislature, what the intent was hopefully the science would develop to the point where this could become a resource and we would live in this ecosystem where we are making resources out of what we have traditionally thrown away. Fast forward 2020, COVID hits. You have some of your first papers. The consortium was formed at the beginning of 2020, right before COVID. Research was slow during the COVID years in 2021. 2022, you start to get some of your big characterization findings. And all of the research that was considered in the first rulemaking that actually resulted in the initial rule only considered research through the end of 2022. When we got out of the COVID years, 2023 to present, research has taken off. It's fully funded. There have been numerous pilot projects. There is a ton of data. There is a lot of research coming out of the consortium. There's a lot of research coming out of Colorado. There's a lot of research coming out of Texas. The one thing we have not had any issues with in this rulemaking process or in drafting this rule is finding scientific experts who want to chip in. The scientists are collaborative. They are ready. They want to present to you. There is no forum available to come to present to you, except in 3-minute clips. It is time to hear the science. You will continue to have this debate in New Mexico until you hear the science. Why? because New Mexico needs water. We can't fabricate water. We're not going to pipe it in from another state. There are very few places where you can find water. So with increasing interest, you're going to see interest in recycling the water resources that we have. And New Mexicans are going to push for that. Counties are going to push for that. And they should. As a New Mexican who wants water, I am going to push for that. And we should. Because every drop of water resource does matter. We need to save fresh water for freshwater uses. That was the mandate in 2019. That is what the legislature required. They wanted it to be done based on science. They created a consortium, and the scientists from that consortium told you today that the science is ready. My question to you all is, will you hear the science?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, you've heard some argument from parties opposed to the petition. I will say that the procedural environment which we find ourselves is a bit strange, in that all of those filings were styled as motions or some type of a motion or filing to dismiss or support for a motion to dismiss. But as Chairman Brankard has noted, the procedural posture is such that it's a little bit awkward to call them motions to dismiss because the commission has not accepted the petition yet, so they're being treated as public comment. So in a normal course, I think there'd be a bit more structured environment in which we'd be responding to these the arguments and the motions. The rules contemplate a 15-day response window for motions, but once the motions as public comment were included on the agenda, we realized it was important that we file responses prior to today, which was hard to do because there was a lot of motions. But we did provide those to the commission this morning, about 10 days or so ahead of what the rule would have otherwise contemplated. We have a few comments in response to some of those arguments. I'll briefly talk about the argument that the petition is incomplete and therefore should not be accepted. I think this argument fails for the same reason that arguments of res judicata and collateral estoppel fail, which is that the statute and rules say that any person can file a petition, and furthermore does not create any sort of procedural bar or administrative bar beyond the included filing mechanics of a petition. That you have to identify in red line form the proposed changes, that you have to have the lines numbered, etc. We checked those boxes with our petition. The focus of their argument is that because there are pieces of the rule that are not yet final, therefore you should not accept it. And if I understand that argument, they're leaning on your discretion to make that call, not saying that there's a legal requirement that you make that call, but just that you have the discretion to deny a petition for whatever reason, which is certainly true. I heard someone say, we could deny a petition because it was brought to us on a Tuesday, and you could certainly do that. But in this case, to deny the petition because the rule is not final would not be appropriate for at least one reason. One of those reasons is that, as Ms. Bradford mentioned, it's fairly common in the state of New Mexico in our regulatory environment for rules to be proposed and revised. And there is a legal doctrine surrounding that. It's called the logical outgrowth rule. If your draft rule as proposed, if your final rule as adopted is a logical outgrowth of the proposed rule, then you've satisfied the legal bar. In this context, pointing to the table and saying that because it is not populated with numerical values, it is incomplete, is just not true, because what any party has is that table. Any party can look at that table and go to their preferred scientist and say, let's talk about what are appropriate limits for fill in the blank analyte that's included in the table. And so for that reason, there's no reason why the rule should not be adopted. Furthermore, I don't think we could not see any requirement in the rules or the statutes that required that the table have numerical standards. The Environment Department is able to authorize a permit even when there are not standards in the rule, and they can adopt a standard for a permit, but then would need to come back to the Water Quality Control Commission to finalize that new standard.
Defeats their argument when it explicitly says the commission resolved the problem in November 2025 by dismissing the prior petition. That is their language. Therefore, they're not asking you to agree with your past decision. They're asking you to state that 7 of the commissioners are permanently corrupted by an email because no new evidence of improprieties has been presented. The commission also has to keep the governing rule in view. That's 20.1.6.102. And as several commissioners noted in the November 13th discussion, that rule contains not only the first sentence about impartiality, but it also contains the second sentence directing the commissioners in making recusal decisions to rely on the Governmental Conduct Act and the Financial Disclosure Act and other relevant authority. As in the November 13th argument, this is a rulemaking, not an adjudication or adjudication. And rulemaking is governed by Part 6 of the Commission's rules, not the adjudicatory framework used in the permanent appeals or other trial type proceedings, which happen to be the only sources the movements rely on. Movement suggests that this commission should disregard the two statutes referenced in the rule and instead apply a criminal procedure standards on a theory that 20.1.6.102 mirrors the rules of judicial conduct in adversarial settings. This is a rulemaking. Movements offer no explanation for why they do not rely on the Financial Disclosure Act or the Government Conduct Act, both expressly identified in the rule, and its guiding authority for recusal determinations. They continually cite Part 3 concepts because Part 3 concepts adopt the civil rules of procedure. Rulemakings are not governed by Part 3. They are governed by Part 6. Part 6, as it pertains to rulemaking, require recusal only where a commissioner would receive a personal benefit or has a financial interest in the outcome. Movements had not established any personal financial interest or financial position, disqualifying relationship, or statutory conflict within the meaning of those principles incorporated in 20.1.6.102. Their entire argument is developed on a rule that does not apply here. Their impartiality standard does not apply and never did. Movement's theory would also create an unworkable rule for ordinary government. Governors routinely support legislation that requires later implementation by agencies, boards, and commissions that include executive branch officials and employees. That is how state government works. If general policy support by a governor were enough to disable every executive branch commissioner from later participating in implementation of rulemakings, then governor could never support legislation like clean energy laws, PFAS laws, water quality laws, or air quality laws that require later rulemaking by a body with executive officials on it. There are multiple examples of this: the Energy Transition Act, the local air quality regulations, the PFAS Protection Act, and SB 21. Under Movement's theory, all these rulemakings should be dismissed. The line cannot be that general policy support by the executive branch permanently disqualifies executive branch commissioners from a future legislative rulemaking. So for those reasons, we request that the commission disregard that motion and set this petition for hearing. Also, I'd like to talk about the advisory committee argument that was brought. This commission has already confronted that same theory in connection with a materially similar petition. In the prior treated produced water petition 2534, opponents argued the same 7464L imposed mandatory advisory committee condition that had to be satisfied by a third part before a third party petition could be heard. Your August 12th, 2025 discussion addressed that issue. NMED disagreed with the movement's interpretation, and the commission did not adopt the argument now again being reasserted. Petitioners are not asking the commission to decide anything new on that point today. Petitioners are asking the commission to apply the same procedural understanding it applied before. A private petition under 7466B may be considered on its own terms, and the advisory committee provision does not strip the commission of authority to decide whether to hold a hearing. Movements have also not provided any new updates to the rule, WQCC interpretations of the rule, or court interpretations of the rule. The motion also fails because this petition is not a rule for a particular industry. Under 4L, like the previous produced water petition, ours does not impose mandatory requirements on every oil and gas operator, and it does not purport to regulate the oil and gas industry as an industry. The petition concerns the treatment and reuse of treated produced water outside of the oil and gas field. It establishes a permitting pathway for those who elect to participate in reuse. If an entity never seeks to reuse treated produced water under this framework, the proposed rules do not apply to it. That is not how the dairy rules work. That is not how the copper rules operate that were in 4L rule. And it is not what the statute means when it refers to a particular industry. Just because a rule affects an industry does not make it particular to that industry. And this interpretation was adopted by the commission. The advisory committee provision in 7464L is directed to a constituent agency. The statute says the constituent agency shall establish an advisory committee to advise the agency on appropriate rules to be proposed for adoption by the commission. The statute does not say that if a private petitioner, or does not say that a private petitioner may not file a petition unless NMED first convenes such a committee. It does not say when an advisory committee should be scheduled if needed. It does not say that the commission loses authority under 7466B to determine whether to hold a hearing on a petition, and does not state that an advisory committee formation is a prerequisite to the commission's hearing setting authority. The legislator knew how to create petition stage prerequisites when it wanted to. It did so in 7466B and 20.1.6.200. It did not do so here. The movements are doing exactly what they argued cannot be done, reading language into the rules. Also, reliance on excerpts from NMOGA's appellate briefing is misplaced. Those statements are not authority. They are advocacy by a non-party in a separate litigation concerning a different role and a different procedural posture. The WQCC did not adopt NMOGA's characterization, and no court has held that a petition proposing a voluntary permitting framework is a rule for a particular industry within the meaning of 4L. This petition does not impose mandatory requirements on all members of the oil and gas industry. It regulates a source of treated water and applies only to entities that elect to participate in the proposed reuse permitting system. Therefore, a non-party's litigation characterization of another rule position does not alter the statutory analysis here. Thank you.
I'm just going to address the last couple points that were brought up in a couple of the motions. First, I did want to point out as regarding the advisory committee issue, with that, actually, there were amendments made to the rule in the petition in front of you, because in discussions with NMED, you've got later uses. So you're actually regulating a type of water It's a water source, right? It's produced water, same as municipal wastewater. Many people, many industries will use those waters in lots of different ways. And so the rule was actually amended for later uses. So you've actually got a type of permit. Let's say you have the original water treatment company, could be a midstream company, could be a technology company. They take that water from the oil and gas operator, they treat the water, they give it to a user. Let's say it's a concrete mixer. That concrete mixing company uses the water to make the concrete, but they have some leftover water. And so let's say they want to give that to a company for dust control. Well, you're going to need another permitting mechanism for that later use of the water. And so the proposed rule covers all those subsequent uses. And we put that into the proposal that's in front of you in combination and collaboration with the Environment Department. Thinking collaboratively and holistically about the life cycle of this water and making sure that it stays with the use that it was permitted for. And if it's going to change use, then it's going to fall outside of the scope of that permit and they're going to have to get a different permit. And so that really underscores the fact that this water doesn't relate to an industry. This water is water, and it should be handled under the water rulemaking standards that have not been applicable for an advisory committee traditionally under the statutory and rulemaking structure. In regards to Wild Earth Guardian's comments about the purpose of the Water Quality Act and whether the proposal falls under that statutory purpose, I've already addressed the fact that the Water Quality Act was specifically amended in 2019 to create a new type of authority to regulate the disposition of treated produced water. That is a separate requirement, and it is put in a subsection of 74-6-4, which is under the duties and powers section of the commission. Unlike the EIB's authorizing statute, which has a purpose section, the Water Quality Act actually relies more on its duties and powers of the commission section. And one of its duties and powers is to abate and prevent water pollution. But that Water Quality Act has a whole list. It goes all the way through subsection T on enumerated powers, and not all of those powers listed for this commission relate specifically and in isolation to the prevention of water pollution. Some of them relate to water reuse. Some of them relate to things like gray water. Some of them relate to discharge permit abilities. And so you have slightly broader authority than what was represented by Wild Earth Guardians. And it's very important that we follow what's actually written into the statutes themselves instead of looking to the EIB statutory system for air permits, which doesn't apply here.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, just to wrap up, we'll go back to where we started, which is the science doesn't care what we believe. The science speaks for itself. You heard from opposing parties that you have complete discretion to accept the petition or not. One of their arguments is that they don't want anyone's time to be wasted. We don't want anyone's time to be wasted either. But I'll leave you with, again, where we started, which is that the leading scientists, not just in the state of New Mexico, but on this issue in the region, who presented to you in sworn affidavits, statements that say the research shows that properly designed, operated, and maintained treatment systems, combined with robust monitoring and water quality characterization, can achieve purified water quality levels that are non-toxic and protective of human health and the environment for defined applications. That's not my argument. That's not my statement. That's a statement of credentialed, qualified scientists. I don't think you should take my position on this. My opinion is irrelevant as to what the science says, as Director Armstrong noted earlier, as is the opinion of attorneys for parties opposed to this. And right now, that's what you have. You have the testimony from scientists juxtaposed with the opinions of counsel for parties opposed to this petition. The question for you is, who do you trust? Who has the credibility and who has the credentials to speak to the state of the science? We request that you set the petition for hearing and that you do so in 2026. And again, we appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right, I think it's time for questions from the commission. Start over there. Engineer Anderson, you want to go first, or Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still formulating my question, so I'd prefer not to be the first one. Thanks.
Commissioner Anderson passes. Mr. Lady.
Okay, I will start with some and may have to come back to me for others as we go down through this. This morning, I don't know if anyone can speak to this, but NMED said that there were gaps to this that they wanted to see closed through this process. Have they spoke to you about what some of those gaps are, and what are they? Because perhaps that demonstrates where this is going.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Laney, as Ms. Bradford mentioned, and as you heard from Mr. Armstrong, there has been robust communication, and the gaps that he referred to, we are aware of because we're talking to them about those gaps, and you've heard some discussion of those today. It is completing the fee section of the rule, as well as populating the table. There was, and you heard us mention this last year for those who were on the commission the last quarter of last year, but there was a very robust set of red lines that the Environment Department provided to the Water Alliance, which we reviewed and incorporated probably 90 to 95% of those. And so those gaps that Director Armstrong referred to are issues that we are still talking to them about. And, we're pretty confident based on the rule as is proposed and the work done by the technical team working on this, that we will be able to fill in all of those gaps through the rulemaking process.
Yeah, and we met with NMED on March 25th to further that conversation. We've also met with NMSU, with Peishu and Dr. Stoll. The next steps are NMSU has the research completed. And so it is sitting down and making sure that NMED and NMSU agree on the numbers to fill into the chart. So it's that last step that needs to be completed.
Are there intentions to engage further with stakeholders and have an advisory committee?
Yeah, we do want to engage again with stakeholders. We actually found that process to be quite beneficial. I think that you are seeing the fruits of that. We have several counties that are interested in joining the petition. We have 2 counties that have joined the petition so far. And so we found actually local engagement to be very helpful, and we plan to do another round of that pretty aggressively. We would be happy to host another volunteer advisory committee process. We did get good feedback through that process, and our goal is to continue to refine the rulemaking so we can find as much consensus as possible before this hearing is held.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner Laney, we'll just again remind for those who were not aware, last year we did hold 4 virtual sessions, informal committee sessions where we walked through the rule, and then we held 4 in-person events across the state, in almost all 4 corners of the state, where we went for a day and had essentially office hours where people came and we talked about the rule, and then in the evening we held an actual forum where we presented more on the rule. Apologies to Commissioner Sloan. In the process, I did kill a deer.
Yeah. I commend your effort on the first, round to engage. I would highly recommend that because you're bringing a new rule, that you do that again. It has changed some, and I feel like that is an important part of the rulemaking process, is to engage with the stakeholders. I have a few questions. What is the benefit of the acceleration of time that you want to see this done in?
We would like to get this done within the next year, I think, in all honesty. Texas right now has 5 draft permits going out for very large scale produced water projects. The vast majority of that water is, or a big portion of it is coming from New Mexico. And so really the acceleration part is once the pipelines are set and those projects get issued, there are some co-benefits. TCEQ is looking at all the same numerical things that NMED and NMSU and the Water Alliance are looking at right now. EPA is also looking at both of these states very closely right now. But once those big scale projects get issued, pipelines will get built and that water will go to Texas. And so part of the issue here is if New Mexico lags several years behind Texas, we will lose that water resource in all practicality.
And just some additional context, and I apologize, but Commissioner Laney, those 5 pending applications for permits to reuse treated produced water in Texas combined are a volume of 50,000 acre feet a year, which is approaching 25% of the present volume of water in Elephant Butte.
And all of that is for discharge into the Pecos River on the Texas side of the state line, which New Mexico would get no compact credit for, and we would lose the ability to access that water.
And why are you limiting the scope of this jurisdiction to only 13 counties?
We limited the scope of the jurisdiction. I actually like Nick Maxwell's point of it does have statewide implications. So I understand that part. We want outreach in the communities, but in reality, right, will produced water be used in Santa Fe? No. It's going to be, you would really have to pipe it and you would have to have those pipelines go through mountainous areas and different areas of the state where you are not going to see companies build those pipelines. Produced water is going to largely stay in the regions where it is produced. And so really looking holistically at those counties where the water is going to be coming out of the ground, what we have found through our outreach is there's a very different opinion, right? You go down to Hobbs, New Mexico, you hear something very different than you did here today. And that's not surprising, right? They see those trucks trucking out water. They see the pipelines being built. They hear about what's going on in Texas. I mean, you heard the reference to the Hobbs newspaper article today about water. It's very different than what we hear about in Santa Fe. And so part of this goes to kind of local choice too, right? Why have a rule that says you're going to use produced water in Santa Fe if it's never going to happen? And the folks in Santa Fe really don't want that rule, right? But for the folks down in Lee County or in San Juan County who see that water being shipped out, like they're driving by the trucks while the water's going down the road, they see the water volumes headed to Texas every day. They have a different commentary. They have a whole different concern. They're saying, why are we shipping our water away? And so those counties should have a different kind of say about their water resources versus a county that's never going to see a drop of that water and actually doesn't see the concerns locally. And so we want to make sure that we are having the proper focus on the areas where the water is going to be produced and likely used, or likely not made available for use, right? They feel the implication of no rule.
So I guess how would the commission evaluate requests to expand reuse beyond those counties? Because a county adjacent could potentially stand to benefit, but this would limit it to only those 13 counties where those 4 different permits could be utilized.
That's true. We haven't had a request yet from a county that wanted to be included. We are hearing some interest from Curry County, so that might be the one exception, but I haven't had an actual request. We are actually starting to talk to all the counties.
And do you think that the geographical limitations could cause regulatory inconsistencies or inequities across the state?
I don't think so. I actually see it as it's a mirror of this debate that's going on right now. What we are seeing when we have this regulatory conversation is Bernalillo County, Santa Fe County. They largely aren't open to talking about produced water reuse. It's not a surprise. They don't know what produced water is, right? A lot of them. And so when you talk about produced water, they kind of think it's just the frac chemicals and not the ancient ocean water below the Earth's surface that's coming up with the oil production. And that makes sense. But if you go to the oil and gas producing regions, they all know what produced water is. a lot of their families work in produced water handling companies, or they work in oil and gas related companies. And so they actually understand the implications of that. So when you're talking about applying for permits and the regulatory system, the permit application process is the same for all the counties in which the permit could be applied for. So there's no differences between counties there in what is drafted and proposed in front of you today. So I think there's consistency there. The question would just be, you know, what would need to happen if a county wanted to be added for that later regulatory action. I have viewed it as giving security and comfort to those counties where produced water seems to be more controversial.
I'm going to hand it over. I have more questions, but I'd like to hear some other folks.
All right. Appreciate your presentation and hearing your perspective. As a PhD scientist, I'm interested in focusing on the premise that there's new science to justify this rulemaking. I am a little concerned that the researchers today that commented didn't provide the own nuance that they report in their studies, where there are various levels of impacts of produced water on their respective organisms that they're testing, and it was only specific and very narrow treatment trains that showed what they presented today in oral comment. So I'm concerned that we have scientists, technical people, you know, pitching their ideas in a narrow sense that doesn't provide that full nuanced perspective. That happened both in the native plants, soils, and soil microbial community study, as well as the cell line study. So I'm just expressing my concern with their ability to be objective in this forum, and be able to hear, you know, the complete nuance of how science does progress.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chapman, appreciate those comments. In our conversations with individuals like Dr. Zhu, who you heard from today, their frustration has always been, we only get 3 minutes. And 3 minutes is a challenging window within which to present the nuance. Furthermore, I think, and this is what we've tried to communicate through the affidavits, there's a body of research here, and it's not one paper or 4 papers, it's a body of research. And it's that body of research that I think Dr. Zhu and the 3 affiants are speaking to when they reach the conclusions that they reach, not necessarily one specific paper.
Yeah, I think in the context, so when we have met with those scientists, because we had significant scientific input as we were drafting the rule, both in 2025 and in 2026, they have a bunch of research that is not yet published. They have published research, and as Mr. Sayer said, you know, Dr. Stoll referenced in the legislative committee, I think 30 papers that have come out within the last year-ish. I need to look back at the time period but there's a lot of research, but then there was a big body of research before that. And scientists, as you well know, my husband's a PhD, they work in scientific communities, right? So these researchers also work with Colorado School of Mines. They also work with University of Colorado. They're working with other scientists in Texas, and they're all collaborating with one another because the produced water scientific field is fairly narrow. And so they have talked about a lot of those nuances. What I think you are seeing as a high level summary for a legislative committee and for this body, because not everybody has a PhD like yourself, Commissioner Chapman. And so they've learned to high grade that information, but we've had a lot of very nuanced conversations about the data. And there is a large data set that they are pulling from.
I'd suggest that they would keep their comment to that hearing process then, so that they are able to deliver that nuance.
Yeah.
One of the studies, they didn't provide their methodology for treating produced water, and they said that they would reserve it for a future publication. Is it not a stretch to say that produced water can be treated to a non-toxic level in a real world setting then?
So we have had conversations. I am not the scientist who worked on the paper. That's a great question to ask a scientist, right? An expert on on your ability to ask a witness questions in a hearing, because they will be able to provide you that answer. So I don't know the specific, answer in reference to that study. I know the conversations that we had in preparing the rule, and we asked about a whole variety of studies and pilot studies. There were about 12 pilot studies that had been done in the last year. As we prepared the rule, we were very cautious in asking, is there data that supports this provision? Do you feel like there is sufficient data? What would that look like on cross-examination, right? You're gonna have to go, can you testify under oath to this statement? What papers and exhibits do you think that you have that are going to support this? And we did not put anything into the proposed rule where Dr. Shu and her team or Dr. Rosenblum and his team did not feel confident that they could testify to that and provide a full and detailed study on examination. But that's what we intend to present at hearing with very robust findings. So you have very truncated affidavits refuting the statements by opponents today, which is not the same as a full hearing.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chapman, I mean, your questions point to the very reason why we think a hearing or a technical record can be developed is important and necessary. Again, at this point, it's a threshold and gateway question. Do you develop a technical record to answer those questions, yes or no? But the only way to answer those questions and to be able to ask the questions of the technical experts is to advance to a hearing where that record is developed and you're able to ask these nuanced questions, because the rule proposes a suite of reuse applications, right? There's a scope, and it could be that you read and you hear from that technical expert and you review the record and think, you know what? I think this scope is too broad. I think a more narrow scope is appropriate based on how I read the science and what I'm hearing from the experts. But until that record is developed, there's no ability to manage any of that scope.
I just have a couple yes or no questions, and then I just want to end with some quotes from some of the papers. Do any of the studies you cite in the petition shed new light on constituents in produced water?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Shed new light on constituents.
What are the constituents in produced water? Do any of those studies investigate?
I don't know if the studies in the affidavits you have in front of you, but there are 4 characterization papers that NMSU relies upon. 2 of them were done in the last 2 years, but Dr. Pei Shu feels very confident about the NIPTES Plus list. The new analytical method, and you heard Jonas Armstrong refer to it this morning, that has been developed, and there is, I think, a paper, but it's where the consortium has started to turn to, and their most recent research is non-targeted analysis. So you have targeted analysis with the NIPTES Plus list, and you know what chemicals you're looking for in your analysis, and you're running those tests of the water. And then you have non-targeted analysis where you can actually take those water samples and you can find families of chemicals, and you'll find a series of hits in the research. And the New Mexico Produced Water Consortium has presented on this in numerous different conferences throughout this last year. And so identifying the unknown unknowns is actually scientifically more valid using the non-target analysis matched with a targeted analysis. And the reason why both NMED staff, and you heard from Mr. Armstrong today, is leaning that way, and why the scientists are leaning that way, is you have chemical constituents that change in composition when they are injected thousands of feet below the earth and they come back up. There's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of heat, and those chemicals react. And so relying on a recipe given in a frac focus disclosure from an oil and gas company is not exactly the best way. Instead, if you can use science and run a non-targeted and a targeted analysis and actually identify the families of chemicals in the water, that's probably going to give you a more accurate look at what is actually in the water to target those unknown unknowns.
Well, is that a yes or no? I was looking for a little less nuance there.
Okay, sorry. Can you repeat the part you wanted yes or no to? I'm sorry.
Do they investigate the constituents within produced water? Any of the studies you cite in the petition?
I don't know if those papers are specifically cited in the petition. There are 2 papers within the last couple of years that look at constituents.
One last question here, and then I just did want to end with some quotes from that cell line paper. Do any of the studies you cite in the petition investigate bioaccumulation of potential contaminants in produce water over time?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chapman, we're the wrong people to answer those questions. Those are the questions for the technical experts.
Okay. So 3 quotes here, and this is from that cell line paper. Quote, it's from the cell line paper, forgetting the author, June et al., 2025. 3 quotes. First one, quote, due to the complexity of produce water composition, produce water may still contain certain levels of organic pollutants, naturally occurring radioactive material, and metals that pose significant health impacts even after treatment with advanced technologies. That's the first one. Second one, quote, identifying and quantifying all of these constituents is not feasible, particularly given the presence of unknown or non-targeted analytes. And then third one, this is talking about agricultural irrigation applications, which based on the water scarcity arguments, a lot of our water is going towards agriculture. So this is really pressing. Quote, these applications require more extensive characterization of treated produce water and development of risk-based toxicity assessment frameworks, end quote. So just wanted to put that in your mind in terms of how I'm thinking about this technical information when we're thinking about a potential rule. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fry.
I think Commissioner Laney touched on my question, so I'll go ahead and pass.
All right. So we are down to 10 minutes left to go here. And we haven't even gotten to the scholars over here on the right side. And I keep hoping other people will ask the questions that I want to ask, so I don't have to ask any questions. What's the feeling of the commission here? I don't know that we are ready to vote on this. I sense that we still have plenty more questions, and the vice chair is always good for a few questions.
Yeah, got some questions. I'd like to end the meeting.
All right. So our choices then are to either try to do it at the May meeting or try to pick another date to get us all together, which is obviously people have schedules and like to have things planned in advance. We are well within the 90-day framework for making a decision on this petition. So the May meeting is still fine for that. We want to do that.
What was on the schedule for the May meeting?
We have 2 hearings, so I might want to deal with this first and then have the hearings.
Thank you.
Because really what we're left with is further questions from the commission and then a discussion and make a decision. So.
Mr. Chairman, if we did continue this at a later meeting, whether it's next week or in May, are we going to have 3 or 4 hours of public comment?
No, we've done public comment. Yeah, we have comment on this. It's been really good. We've had almost 80 people comment on this. It's been terrific. We've had the comments here. We have all the various arguments that have been raised, questioning this matter. So I think we have enough information, plus our own wits, to ask questions and probe further about this. So that's what I'm thinking, that what we need to do is finish the questioning from the commissioners and then have a discussion and a vote.
I'll suggest that we defer to the May meeting. The two issues that we're talking about, Santa Fe and Fox, I think they look fairly straightforward. And I think we'll have time for both. All 3, actually, to continue this discussion and then the 2 hearings.
Okay. Anyone else have a desire to try to hold a special meeting to hear this separately? Not seeing much interest in that. So why don't we then continue this matter at the May 12th hearing?
I was just gonna, I think you already touched on this, but if we could begin the May 12th meeting with.
Yes, I think we need to
this.
because it's a continuation, it's a continued matter. We need to get that done. Yes, we would start that. This would be the first item of business after minutes and agenda. All right. So now we need to make a break for the doors before they lock us in. Okay. With that, I'll assume that this meeting is adjourned. Hearing no objections.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.